Who's been to Nutritional Frontiers event before? Put your hand up.
Oh,
that tells me we got a lot of people coming back, so they enjoy the pleasure or the pain, but welcome back. Because our number one value is trust, right?
Absolutely.
And we have to trust each other. We have to trust our team. We have to trust our vendors. And we have to trust our patients and clients. Because we're all in this together on our mission. What's our mission?
To make the world healthy.
And we do that one person at a time. So one thing we're going to do is we're going to celebrate the 3 differences on Nutritional Frontiers versus a lot of other people out there. So who's here for the first time ever? Dr. Patterson. And whoa!
Wow, awesome.
Are you against your will? If you are, blink twice. Okay, Kelly? Are you here because you want to be? Straight out Altoona right here. And then after Altoona is what? A sign that says the end of the world. Tyrone, 8 miles ahead. So all the way from Tyrone, are we allowed to have favorites?
Oh, Jamie.
I get in trouble, but come on. We've been friends and colleagues and brother and sister for so long. So one of our brand ambassadors also bringing her book today, Dr. Tracey Stroup. Woo! Anyone see the new formula, UTR? It's like, what does that stand for?
Well, I thought it stand for uterine restore.
Oh, uterine tissue repair. And to create that formula, what other formulas?
Well, we actually thought it was restoration. We thought, no, that's a little bit too much. We can't do that. We can't call it restoration. Although there is a trend. There is a trend with that.
So all the way from Georgia, she's done an incredible job as a brand ambassador and also author, Dr. Maribelle Verdiales.
Woo! Oh my gosh, you snuck in. Raise your hand. You're like all quiet in the back. Dr. V, everybody!
And the other brand ambassador that's going to be talking today, I think I've known him for 50 years, right?
Oh, goodness.
Like that, right? We worked together when I was his rep at Metagenics, and he had the old medicine shop up in Rochester. And as soon as we met, we were writing down ideas and events, and we did so many cool things together, and we ate breakfast and prayed together this morning because that's what it's about, relationships. So Dr. Len Brancewicz. Woo! So we have 2 authors in the house. We have Dr. Tracey and Dr. B. They'll be doing a book signing at happy hour today. So you can have your drink, buy the book, support them, and help them cover all their expenses on writing a book and printing the book. And it's really incredible knowledge and information you can learn and education for you and your team. Any other authors in the room?
Woo!
Oh, our newest author.
So,
our Chief Growth Officer, Kristine Genovese, and we talked about the 3 differentiators. The biggest thing is people, and when she came onto the team, she had incredible impact instantly, exponential growth on our team, and me personally, I can never be more proud, and there would be nobody else I want to be up here with. So let's hear it for Kristine.
Everybody, thank you.
And there's been so many people as part of the team, and we'll mention people throughout, brand ambassadors tomorrow, like all the way from Texas, when I had the privilege and honor of hosting him and Dr. Bland on a weekend. You can only imagine, right? Kids say they're anxious today. I got anxiety. I said, I was excited. I couldn't believe Dr. Bob and Dr. Jeff let me host them as a Southeast director. And I never met 2 people more generous, down-to-earth, knowledgeable, and open-minded. And we're so blessed to have them on our team at Nutritional Frontiers. I can't believe it. Let's hear for Dr. Bob Rakowski. Woo-hoo! We also have 2 members of the team who will be in our business. I think it's a women's business group tomorrow, right? It's turned into that, so you can introduce them.
Absolutely. Well, tomorrow we have a business building panel. We have incredible business owners that are going to share their wisdom with you on how they grew their business. And we picked people that have done multiple locations, someone that does business remotely, someone that has several different locations and focuses on how to use supplements to really fuel their business in general. And they're incredible ladies. And I'm very proud to stand with them tomorrow to share some secrets with you, because being a female business woman myself, I have mad respect for them and everything they've done. And many of us have fought through things like glass ceiling, and those were very real issues. So it's really cool to see all the success in the room, and they just happen to be women. All right, so one I'm staring right at, Brenda Montrella. Woohoo! She's also going to be sharing with us today a little bit some of the tools that she uses, including Zyto in her practice. The always incredible turned out to be not only an amazing friend, but mentor, someone I adore, and I know many of you do too, Dr. Tracey Stroup.
Tracey's so cool, she gets 2 introductions, and she's got 3 speaking opportunities and a book signing, so.
And she even turned her presentations in on time, and that, my friends, is a record. All right. And we also have Polina Petrusevic, who is on our business building panel. She usually comes with a giant posse.
We're 7.7 nutrition.
Where are they? Representing. I love it. And another friend of ours, Lisa Kellerman, was going to share some of her wisdom, but she has shared it with me in advance. So we'll drop those nuggets on. She has an unexpected family wedding. She is right here, over here. So she's going to definitely share with us some good nuggets as well. So thank you for your wisdom and being so open to share with us.
So once again, one speaker, he's left off the flyer. He's not invited to come out and play. We forget to introduce him now. So he's been here, BC, before conception of Nutritional Frontiers.
What? You
might know him as the Godfather. Let's hear it for Joe Messino. Hey! If you got anything cool to tell this week, you can tell Kristine. If you have any problems, you can come to me. And if something's not solved, you can go to Joe. He'll make an offer. And the person that's known me longer even than anyone in here, from before NF and going back to my college days, you know, I went to school?
Oh, some school pretty close
Slippery
to
Rock, SRU.
Yeah.
People that can't get into SRU go to Bloomsburg.
That was where I went to undergrad. That's what he does to me all the time.
But she's got the MBA and she's a turnaround specialist, and she turned me around.
Well, you know, it was a project.
Yeah, it's a process. It's still going on. So I'd really like to highlight a guy that's been with me since college, right? If you have the privilege of being a doctor in Western PA or anywhere else he can get your number, right, or your email, he will hunt you down and he will make your business and you and your patients better. This guy's 24/7, 365. He's our top sales professional. And he's been the top sales professional in any company he has worked with going back to the 90s. Let's hear it for Mikey Gallagher. Mike will be conducting what tomorrow?
Oh, Mike will be taking you on a magical mystical tour all the way to the World of Wellness, our wellness center, and that'll start at 3:00 tomorrow. So if you're interested in going to tour the wellness center to see where we actually do some of the hands-on work, he'll be able to tell you all about it.
And Nutritional Frontiers is a faith-based, family-owned, mission-driven, Pittsburgh-based company. And gosh, get me emotional. Probably the most exciting thing is work with my son, Zach. Let's hear it for Zach. Someone said,
you could at least raise your hand, Zach. I know you hate attention, but at least raise your hand.
If I look like Zach, I would be raising my hand and talking all the time. They say the looks and the knowledge, you know, skips a generation. He's got both. Smartest kid I know. He's got a biochemistry degree from Wheeling Jesuit. He had dreams of being a surgeon until he got in an accident. And now he has new dreams. And someone said yesterday, there's Zach, Director of Product Development. What else does Zach do?
Oh my goodness, everything you don't want to.
Yeah.
Pretty much. No, Zach oversees finance, he oversees operations, he oversees the fulfillment center, and helps out in the wellness center. I mean, pretty much, honestly, he's really elevated his game and his level, and has really done an awful lot. So he not only does what Jamie doesn't want to do, he does what I don't want to do. So he has that thankless job.
Oh, you got some really good work, huh? A lot of fun. And, when you go to an event like this, when I used to go to events, and I'm a big music fan going to concerts, I always think, oh man, this looks so easy to put all this together, right? It's not simple and it's not easy. So I want to thank Kristine and her team and highlight on the board, Philly Phil. And we'll mention more throughout the weekend. We have so many great people. Our outside team, we have Rhonda, we have Justin, we have Harriet, we have Rashid, we have Mikey.
We got Harriet.
Yeah,
I was just
right.
told Harriet is the best new hire that someone has ever met in this room.
Did she tell you that?
No.
Oh.
I would expect it from her.
We have our entire inside sales team led by our director of customer experience. She was a godsend. When she came to our company, it changed immediately. She had been with GNC for 18 years and was consistently given that glass ceiling. When she came to Nutritional Frontier, she blasted through any ceilings. So it's here for Melinda Haroon, otherwise known as MC Light.
Woo-hoo! She definitely doesn't like attention and is probably still at the registration table, but you know who she is.
And she has her team here today, Kara, Cam, Ashley,
Yay, superstars!
Shelby, and the newest member of Team Travis. So Nutritional Frontiers, we are growing. And we want like-minded individuals as we're on this mission, because this topic is dear to the heart. Transforming through the metabolic crisis. We're not just coming up with fancy words, folks. We take a lot of time. We have our entire team, our brand ambassadors involved in this process. We work with the A4M. And we came up with this topic because it's so true today. Regardless of what happened in the last 5 years, everyone went through it. Mind, body, soul, together. Right? And I struggle with, metabolic crisis. Do you know, what is metabolic crisis?
Wow. Well,
I hate to put you on the spot.
Well, it kind of affects all of our major systems, right? Just from inflammation to, weight.
Blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes,
yep.
Right? So if you ask yourself if you have any of these, you might have. If not, ask if your family's had them, probably. If not, a coworker, a neighbor, a relative, somebody's had it. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
Have you ever had any issues with metabolic syndrome?
I believe I have, yeah.
Oh, you're going to share that with the group? No one's, it's just us.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's 8 million people watching, right? Yeah.
Well, obviously, I think I've shed a little weight. I got divorced. That was a lot of it. I'll just say that, ladies, you may know. But no, certainly I did lose some weight. I've used our products, Nutriglutide and Thermogenesis, to help with that. And I've also gotten off blood pressure medicine. So I take, I know, right? Super good. And so I use our 7 Flowers, our CircuCore, and our EnerDMG as my heart protocol, and have never had better blood pressure or felt better in my life.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also a member of the Shake a Day Club.
That's true.
Because food's information, food is super expensive, and we don't even know what's in most of it. Even if we get rid of the products, just the food itself, right? So I always say, eat good, healthy food. We're going to talk about that today. Because food's information, it tells your body what to do metabolically, and me and Dr. Len are going to highlight that to kind of lay the groundwork for the weekend. So that's why we're waving towels, and we're going to dance, and we're going to eat good food and share great conversations and laugh together. Because it's a lifestyle. It's not just a supplement, a medication, a surgery, a secret ingredient. It's a combination of lifestyle. And no one knows more than me, because, growing up, back then they used the word husky, right? I love that word. Yeah. I saw my brother recently, and he goes, "You look like Uncle Chubby." Thank you. That was my favorite uncle. I don't know why they call him Chubby, but I looked just like him, right? So husky, chubby, back then they would call you fat, right? But even in my condition growing up, I was thick, but compared to a lot of kids now, oh my God, they can't even walk. They can play sports. They don't go out back and do all the pickup games we did and play until the street light comes on and then make your own basketball court and all those things. So growing up like that, and then I went to Slippery Rock, and I really did learn about nutrition and bodybuilding. and I got into bodybuilding and nutrition. It was in great shape. And then my thyroid shut down. I went to 293 pounds, right? Not good. Hear it quiet. And then diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. So I didn't even go to type 2. I usually do things to the extreme.
Well done, sir.
Thank you. So number one, had a couple of major crises with that until eventually, I got reconnected with my faith and also my family and my friends and realized, you know what? You can't have the gas pedal down all the time. You can do it, but there's going to be a shit show behind you. So I've been working diligently on my health. Good news is I use a very little amount of insulin. I'm on the Shake a Day program. I use some of our nutrients that I believe in you should use every day, like our SPM and our fish oils, our probiotics, our superbiotics. The Shake a Day for me usually is Super Shake and chocolate greens. So I do the peanut butter Super Shake and chocolate greens. Because you know what my favorite ice cream is?
Your favorite ice cream? Chocolate peanut butter?
Yeah, any ice cream, but chocolate peanut butter is my favorite. Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's a reach.
So it's like you can cheat and eat with those type of things. So participate this weekend. All of our great shakes. We got an incredible team from our fulfillment center. Is Billy Nicole here?
She is, right in the middle.
I got a text from Billy on a Saturday. I was like, oh no, a text from a customer on a weekend.
Cringing.
Open it, and she goes, holy shit, I ordered this yesterday at 3 o'clock. It's at my house on the Saturday. Isn't it a true story? So it's here for our fulfillment team run by Matt Barbera. We have Adam, we have Joe, we have Brady, and we have Kevin. This team is second to none. They utilize high-tech NetSuite. This is not a warehouse. This is a fulfillment center. They're using the latest innovative technology so you can get your packages as quick as possible in the best shape. Our entire team here to support you. Me and Kristine up here have suffered from metabolic crisis, and like most of us have, right? If you haven't, you will. So we're going to start the show off with me and Dr. Len, and we're going to talk about how did we get here. And when your patients are coming to you, regardless, they've probably been to an allopathic doctor telling them what they can't do. Can't fix this, right? I don't have any time to talk to you. And you got good insurance. So how the deal works is I'm going to drop my head, I'm going to write a script, and then when I hand it to you, you're going to leave, right? That's kind of how the system is. In defense of the doctors, it's just because of the system. It's not their fault. Most of them are great people. They got in this to help people, right? We all want to make money too. But we're going to show you how that patient got to here, and most importantly, what can you do about it? So I want to thank, of course, Kristine Genovese, our Chief Growth Officer. Without her, this event would not go on. And I'd like to do a nice warm introduction to Dr. Len Brancewicz. He started out as a traditional trained pharmacist right across the river at Duquesne University, one of the top pharmacy programs in the world. And Len had some personal health issues, and he says, you know what? I'm not doing the right thing. I got to go deeper. So he's been committed to research for the last 40 plus years, and his generosity with the knowledge and education that he shares, he's actually on our team. You can get his cell number. You can communicate with them. There's only one criteria. That's use our formulations. I think it's a pretty good deal, don't you? So let's hear it for brand ambassador, Dr. Len Brancewicz. So we talk about metabolic crisis. You know, this is a picture of a lot of our patients, right? You know, over time we've kind of evolved to where this is what you see now. That used to be a soda we would split with every kid in the house on the pizza night on Friday, right? Now it's a drink, right? So I ask people, other than water, what do you drink? Because they always say they drink water, right? And they're swollen, right? So this is kind of the story that's been going on in our country for, gosh, since I was a kid with high fructose corn syrup. Is that about when it started in the 70s?
Exactly.
And Len's going to show you some really scary data from 1988. You guys know what happened in 1988? Metallica released, of course, Justice for All. That's how I remember numbers. And this was startling. What happened in 1988,
In 1988, the FDA decided to put Prilosec over the counter.
How many medical doctors we have in the room? DOs? Chiropractors? naturopaths, acupuncturists, nutritionists, other RDs, right? Nurses, personal trainers, and the most important, staff, right? So when you look around the room, we have a large variety of different backgrounds and disciplines. Everything will pertain to you. So if you know it, great. If you don't know it, you can learn it today, okay? So sometimes in rooms like this, it's a little more challenging, but we're going to try and bring it home so you can all understand. So in 1988, they made these medications over the counter. We've been talking about it for years. Don't run for the cure. They've been trying to get you to run for the cure and sponsor their 5K for years. I don't know, Len showed me numbers, hundreds of millions of dollars that go to cancer. Imagine we had a small percentage of that, what we can do. So we always say run for the cause, and this is what you want to talk to your patients about. The biggest one, Dr. Bob says, is stress, so I'm going to show you why. Toxicity. It's usually from the things they ingest by choice, right? You got to breathe the air and drink water and eat food, but the things people ingest by choice, which is beverages, food, over-the-counter prescription med, and even some supplements. 7.7 Nutrition, if you have not watched Paulina's webinar yet, she's coming out with a workshop series on how to build a multi-million-dollar practice. They do something called the basket of shame. When a person comes in, they have to bring their products in, and they help the person read the label. And once it fails, they drop it in the basket. They don't say you can take it home and finish it. They say, we're doing you a favor. Oh, but I spent money on that. Remember that next time. The most expensive product
Testing.
is the one that doesn't work. And even worse, the one that causes toxicity. You like that one, Lisa, huh? I stole that. So toxicity, stress, nutritional deficiencies goes all the way back to June 2002 in JAMA, that the AMA says you need to eat right, and for the first time in 40 years says you must take a multi. So when someone says to you, Dr. Esposito, oh, we don't need these vitamins, there's no studies. Here's one from 2002. Is it old enough for you? It's been around for years. Right, and you tap into movement, Dr. Bob's favorite. You got to move. It's not a punishment. We made the move, right? Even waving the towels. My arm was getting tired, right? I was at the game last weekend versus the Cowboys. I'm like, how long is this song? I'm like, switch, you know. So just moving, getting the blood flowing. You got to move. Just walking is good. Yoga. Kara's a certified yoga instructor. We'll be teaching yoga tomorrow morning, so everyone can come down here in their PJs or NF gear and participate with yoga. And of course, the big one is genetics. How many times are you going to hear, it runs in my family? Yeah, because you live the same life, you hear the same things, you're talking the same trash, right? You're experiencing the same emotional ups and downs. No wonder you have it, right?
And I'm the prime example of that too. My dad died at age 51 of serious cardiovascular disease, and what got me started in this path that I've been on is that my cardiovascular risk, my metabolic crisis occurred at age 39. And it took me to 6 different prescription meds and 3 hospitalizations for seizures after that. It was then that I had to go back to school to learn how to take care of this myself and get myself to the point where right now, outside of a thyroid prep, it's the only thing I take. So my dad died at age 51. I'm now 73. I've made it to the other side, doing well now with no cardiovascular disease at all.
So. Awesome. You know, one of my mentors, Dr. Jeffrey Bland, the father of functional medicine, I had the honor and privilege of working with him for 7 years. And he says, right, this whole thing with genetic determinism is a myth. He says, even in the most extreme genetic conditions, such as sickle cell anemia, it's only about 30%. He goes, I'll take 70%. You give me 70% impact, that's good. He says, most of them are 90% impact, right? Just because it's in your genes doesn't mean you have to have it. And if it is in your genes, prepare for it. So I love this one, Len, right? Talk about supply chains that have been limited lately on everything except for the medication, right? And the system is wrong. We know this. We have to acknowledge it so that we understand the mindset of the person coming into your practice.
And it's become the big political thing right now. You've seen it, you're probably sick of seeing it on TV, but it's become a political hot point where we're trying to say that we're going to get the drugs as cheap as possible. What does that mean? 85% of all generics in this country are made in India. The other 15% are made primarily, outside of 2%, are made in China. So right now, we're importing nearly 96% of all generic drugs in this country. So when we say we're lowering the cost, we've stopped all the major drug companies from doing any kind of research on new meds. So what we're coming up with is a lot of me too's. And we're not really dealing with that.
Yeah, we're not against medicine. It's just kind of leapfrog. They'd be like going to college before you go to grade school. Talk to your patients like that and your clients. ABCs. Hey, this is learn your ABCs with the diet, the supplements, we're going to get you through grade school. And, if you have to use a medicine, it's always better to use it later. And surgery should be the absolute last resort. Because once they take it out, they can't put it back in.
Now, we're going to be talking today and laying the groundwork for this whole weekend. We're going to be talking about what Joe's going to be talking about soon on the next presentation. We're going to be talking about what Tracey's talking about. We're going to go through that whole idea of how do you unwind this from a crisis to a syndrome to make it go away. Now, you just saw a picture of a prescription pad. I did a survey not long ago, and I'm just going to give it to you real quick. The survey of over 500 different physicians said that 82% of them say they're overworked, 91% underpaid, 96% saying they don't have enough time, 97% say they have a fear of missing the mark, 98.7% said, take this away, I can't do my patients any good whatsoever. So you take the average physician aside and take this out of their pocket, they're having a very difficult time actually doing anything.
And even in the best cases, there are times like me, you have to use insulin, right? But there's a lot of medications that are prescribed too early in the game, right? And if you look at what is the challenge, right? Here's right here. The medications are going to deplete nutrients. So I work with Dr. Weiner, co-founder of Nutritional Frontiers as a nutritional consultant. The first thing I did was sit down with people and do a very thorough history, which we're going to talk about today. Know what tools to use. So it's all been put together in this professional training guide. Right here. Everyone have this? You didn't get one today?
There it is.
Did we get it? No, that's a catalog. Did we get to the nutritional professional training guides? It's one thing to print the guides. It's another thing to get the guides. So we're going to give you out the professional training guide. This is your nutritional physician's reference, right? So you have the PDR, then you have the nutritional reference right next to you. I always have those two on my desk. And this is going to help you get all the tools you need. So if you have someone in your clinic that's new or is transitioning to seeing patients and doing consults, you can give them this guide and we can train them on it. All the tools to evaluate, support and provide solutions, ESP, right? So the history's in there. All the testing you can do in your office for free with immediate results. Talked to Dr. Franny Perez recently. She's a pioneer in functional medicine, first class of Bristol naturopath, and involved in the original Estro Cleanse creation. Dr. Franny says, look, we went so far with testing, and now it's become just about the genetic expensive test. The pendulum is swinging back. We need to evaluate the person. We need to look at them, talk to them, look at their history, what medications they're on. And that's what we're doing this weekend. We're going to help you evaluate that person in their office. What are some cool tools we have, like InBody? Is Kevin here from InBody? There we go. This guy came all the way from California, his own dime, so let's support him. He has the InBody. He also has the blood pressure and the hand grip. Who scored the highest so far in the hand grip? Oh, well, hey. Yeah. Beginner's luck. And I'm ambidextrous. I did it both hands, so. But he got some cool evaluation tools. And Dr. Tracey's going to do face, tongue, and now, right? And Joe's going to go over a LEGO scan. And Dr. Brendan's going to come up and talk about Zyto, right? So you can do all these things in your office. Then if they need testing, where do you go? How about a one-stop shop that represents all the major testing companies out there, over 3,000 tests, plus our team put together the profile of the most common tests you need to do in your office at one place. You get preferred pricing and NF protocols. So is Ryan and Joanne here from Avexia? They're probably outside. So these people are fantastic. Ryan's on vacation with his family. He shipped them back to Wisconsin and said, I got to make a pit stop in Pittsburgh. So let's support them. They're only here for today. They're a one-stop shop for all your major testings. KBMO, Genova, ZRT, you name it, they have it. If they don't have it, they'll do it. Okay? But it all starts here. What nutrients are being depleted by the major medications? And we're going to talk about that. So if you want to keep it simple, I'm a simple guy. For a woman, the Woman's Complete and CoQ10. Because Woman's Complete has probiotic in it. For the men, Men's Complete and Superbiotics. Folks, don't make it any more complicated. If someone comes in with 3 or more meds, Len says you got to use this, right?
Yeah, exactly. U.S. pharmacist talking about drug nutrient depletion. There's been encyclopedias written on this about the number of different ones there are. They finally came up just a month ago and said the occurrences of drug-induced nutrient depletions are complex, resulting in inconsistent prevalence among patients taking the same medication. Different drug nutrient depletions based on the patient. So we do have a whole lot of different pharmaceuticals. But when you look at a simplistic way to deal with drug nutrient depletions, this covers 98% of what's being depleted. So keep it simple. We don't have to take it apart piece by piece. Did anybody see the study that came out last week on this fellow from Harvard University that ate 720 eggs in a month? Anybody see that?
Sounds like Cool Hand Luke, Len.
Pretty cool. You know, this is a PhD at Harvard University that says, I'm going to see about, my doctor told me to lay off the eggs because it was going to make my cholesterol go up. So he ate 720 eggs in a month, and his cholesterol came down 17%. So in the face of that came Harvard trying to diagnose or trying to actually see the results of this. Listen to what they say. This experiment highlighted a growing trend in the medical community where individuals and researchers alike are turning into a personalized, real-world experiment, and now they're calling what we do, naturopathic approaches, holistic approaches, N1, N equals 1. This is the best way now to answer pressing health questions. There's been a notable shift in this country from traditional medicine to a naturopathic approach to engage the public and empower people to take charge of their own health. The one-size-fits-all model underscores the limitation of traditional research in addressing the complexity of individuals' health. This issue is particularly evident in the metabolic crisis. Fewer than 12% of Americans are considered metabolically healthy.
And this is brand new data, right?
Harvard University last week. They're now saying instead of the original allopathic approach was N equals infinity, which means one size fits all. You need a statin, you get a statin. You need an ACE inhibitor, you get an ACE inhibitor. It's the same thing for everybody. This article says if you want to maintain health in the world, you've got to take a more holistic view and sit down, and it actually goes into a personalized approach of doing in-office testing, much like you're going to hear in the next presentation.
So we all agree these are the most common things, medications people come in are the metabolic crisis, right? Cholesterol, diabetic, anti-inflammatories, right? Cholesterol. So we're going to go through those. But when they come into your office, if the person's on polypharmacy, just start here. Do that in the diet. Do the shake a day, right? You don't have to go so extreme. You got to meet the person where they are and help them make their world healthy, right? By making positive steps, sometimes baby steps. And why? What's going on?
Jamie, can I give a fable to close this out, this whole concept? There's a fable.
Sure. It was written
close it out, 1,000 years ago about, I don't know if you've heard
1,000 years ago. Joe, were you around 1,000 years ago?
Where there was a great flood and a turtle walked up to the edge of the water and was ready to cross, and a scorpion came. Did you ever hear this one? The scorpion jumped on top of the turtle. and said, I can't swim. Can you take me across to the other side?
And what happened when we got to
The
the other
turtle
side?
said, why would I do that? You're going to sting me. He says, no, I won't. Don't worry about it. They go off. The scorpion gets on the back. They go across the river. Halfway out, the scorpion turns around and tries to sting the turtle. The turtle shell stops it, and the turtle said around and says, why would you do that? And he said, it's in my nature. It's what I was taught to do. That's the exact situation with the medical model we're dealing right now, because the turtle dove into the water, drowned the scorpion, and the rest was history.
You all will get a copy of this presentation by email. We're not printing as much these days to stay green, and so Philly Phil will get those copies to you guys. Okay. So this is a great visual to use with your patients. This should be a poster in your office, right? This is exactly what's going on, right? Stress goes up, cortisol goes up, and I know that's a big thing for me because when I took nutraglutide at 3 p.m. every day for 3 months, I wasn't eating as much at night. Why? It was managing my cortisol, right? With 3 nutrients we're going to talk about. Theanine. So when you look at managing cortisol, Sensoril from ashwagandha that's in there, cortisol goes up, leptin sensitivity goes down. When that happens, how do we feel? Hungry. We're craving everything. We have no energy. And everything we're bringing in is now just going, oh, just store. We become a fat storage machine. Right? Hunger, fat storage, and weight all go up, and people go, I'm not even eating that much.
But once you like to fuse to this, and the stress takes a hold of you, and the leptin sensitivity goes down, that control of hunger gets to be a really difficult issue. And if you talk to your patients, you'll find out a lot of them are saying this. I eat a meal, I get hungry an hour or two later.
Yeah,
I get hungry in the middle of the night.
When I was 293, that's like almost 80 pounds ago, right? That's what I was going through. Stressed out, hungry, whatever I eat. Wasn't even eating bad, I didn't think. It was just getting stored. And eventually your body burns out. Luckily, by the grace of God, I have clients that say, hey, I remember you were in shape. Dr. Tom says, you're in shape now. It's a circle. He says, you see what's going on? I was like, well, how do we change it? I don't know what's going on. So this is very common. Present like in Kristine for hypertension, me for blood sugar, you for pain, right? The same thing. So this all starts with the gut microbiome. They've linked this to obesity, right? When you think about it, we've been talking about gut health for years, right? This is from Harvard. If you don't know this study, you need to know from 2020. It showed that the 3 main variables you need to control to maintain a healthy weight are, number 1, the types of organisms in your gut, right? What type of organisms are living in your gut? The good bugs. You have good and bad bacteria. The types that live in there, what are the good bugs? The probiotics. What are the bad bugs? Candida, yeast, parasites, mold, funguses.
And don't forget, you can do stool testing scheduled through your office to get actually what the type of organisms living in your gut are. They can actually do that in a stool analysis.
Yeah, so you can take the person on the program, and then they're getting results. You know what? We can get better results. We need to go through Evexia and do the gut program, right? So you have options now. Second, type of food you eat. Food is information. Have them tell you what they're eating. Then you write down and tell them what to eat. And we have all the tools in our patient handbooks and everything else. And the body's metabolism. You can change your metabolism. How long does it take? We used to think 3 months. How about 1 meal? Go out and eat breakfast this morning, pancakes and bagels and juice, and how would you feel? Like this. All right? What did you have for breakfast? Same thing I did.
A veggie omelet.
Yeah. Spinach, mushrooms, and a little bit of feta, right? No toast and nothing else.
You had a toothpick also.
Oh, yeah. Plastic. I usually like wooden, but they put a plastic toothpick. It's okay. So body's metabolism. If you need help, what's that right there? Patient program. It's a book for the patient. Where do you get it, Melinda? Online, of course. Patient guides. They're free. Here's Susie. I want you to read the first 2 chapters in our patient guide. Here's some cool exercises Dr. Tracey and Candace created to put in the back so that you can make it fun. All right, people can journal and set goals. Use the tools, folks. Don't make this too hard on yourselves.
And keep in mind, so many patients that come to you are going to say, well, my problem is I have a sluggish metabolism. It's genetics.
Yeah, of course you do.
Genetics, and that's the biggest excuse. But when you really do an analysis of what they're doing, what their lifestyle is, and when you do a full history, you can find out a lot of the mistakes they're making along the way.
And the team at 7.7 Nutrition, you know what I love about them? They take action. They don't wait. Oh, we should laminate this pyramid and go over it with the patients. I think they did it right away when I was there. They're the first ones, they did it before us. They sit down with every patient and go through the pyramid and say, hey, these are the things you got to do every day. Drink right, eat right, emotional wellness, movement, stress, sleep. If you remember Dr. Bob's Magnificent Seven, it's right there. His other one was Love Right. It's the foundation of any lifestyle program. And then the prebiotic, probiotic enzymes, and then the micro and macronutrients and essential fats, and the phytonutrients, right? Probiotics. These are all important things. That way when someone says, I have high blood pressure, okay, how about work on the pyramid? If you want to go right to the pyramid, the top, and treat their blood pressure, fine. It's going to work better with medications or supplementation when you build the pyramid. And you can do it in one shake a day. A lot of people like the Ultimate Shake and Greens. We're highlighting the oranges today for metabolic syndrome. Does anyone do a shake a day? Oh my gosh.
Very good.
That's good. I wish he was my teacher in school. That was 50%. I want 100%. So next time tomorrow, you can do a shake tomorrow morning. We're going to ask the question again. So the great thing about the Ultimate Shake has the vitamins, minerals, all the macronutrients, protein, fiber, fat, right? And it's balanced so people get everything they need in one. Plus there's extra liver support because we're swimming in this sea of toxicity. All you do is one scoop of this and one scoop of that. This is otherwise called what?
Dreamsicle.
Dreamsicle. This isn't a punishment, folks. Now when people call me a health nut, when I don't know what I call them, sick nut. You like that one? Stole that from Joe. Thanks, Joe.
Hey, at the end of this presentation, we're going to give you a case study. I'm not going to go into it right now, but it highlights the Ultimate Shake, and I want you to see real-world results in somebody in metabolic crisis. So stay tuned. So
we're going to go through some of these a little quicker until we get to metabolic syndrome at the end, and we're going to go through a little deeper. Okay, so we got a few minutes here to
now
go
some
through
of the
this
most
deeper.
common issues we deal with from drug categories. This is, again, from my pharmacy side. We take a look at the overuse of antacids and acid blockers. We said there was that mysterious date when they put these over the counter. And metabolic syndrome
Right there,
has gone up every
1988.
day since then, 1988. We see that as D-Day, the day that they actually put these things over the counter. Once we inhibited our capability of digesting food properly, good food, bad food, we ended up into metabolic crisis.
Think how the person's coming in. They've been told by the doctor to have too much acid. And we're telling them, no, not enough acid. Well, hold on a minute. Right?
90% of discharges from any hospital is sent home on a PPI, whether you have reflux or not. One of my first study points, when I was living still in Pittsburgh, I was called to Georgia to do a study on infants and the use of PPIs in babies, trying to differentiate between colic and reflux. That hospital was treating every single baby with Prevacid. Every single child born in the hospital. So we went in and did a study using probiotics versus that and showed a 90% improvement in that child's health by switching them off of the PPI. And that hospital has stuck to it on their formulary now. But most hospitals, still standard of care with PPI.
And this last bullet that Len shared with me when we were doing prep for this course blew me away. I knew antacids block mineral absorption from Dr. Leiner, working with him for the last 30 years. I knew there was a lot of concerns for that. I didn't realize within 6 years, 92% of the people on antacid are at high risk for fracture. So basically all of them, right? Now, if you're on some of these bone things like biphosphonates, or you go to your dentist, they make you sign a waiver. They've seen the jaws cracking, right? So something like Betazyme can stimulate your body's ability to produce stomach acid. Also, if you don't have a gallbladder, do we need our gallbladder?
No, yes.
The way they're pulling those things out, you think you didn't need it. The person caused the problems, right? So Betazyme would be a good transition for the person as you're helping them get off the medications. And we didn't hit on this a lot, but if you don't have the quote-unquote licensure or credentials, what do? Call out to someone who does. We have plenty of people in this room that will help you. And that's the whole objective of this weekend, is to build a community of like-minded people, and you know who to go through.
I just did a 5-part podcast series on gallbladder disease. I did the last one yesterday, so I'll share that link with you later, where you can actually go on. Each one's about 15 minutes long, and it tells you about how we got there and how to treat it properly.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even know what leaky gut is, right? So this is a story of the PPIs leading potentially to leaky gut, plus the overconsumption of antibiotics from dairy and food. So it's not only what we eat, it's what the food eats that's important. So wild fish compared to what they're doing on the farm, right? So leaky gut has become more and more prevalent. My daughter, I don't have the case study done. I was trying to get it done for this. She was in a serious car accident August, had reconstruction on her hand. And, it was traumatic, not only the accident, but, being on the medication, having multiple surgeries on it, right? And then at the, few months later, I noticed she wasn't feeling as good. She was starting to, she's built like me, a gymnast. She was starting to put a little puffy. And I said, I think she's probably got candida and some other things. So Dr. Val Donaldson here, a medical doctor, functional, and a big client of ours, put her on the program. Long story short, she had all the things we would think of the nasties, H. pylori, C. diff, candida. It was across the board. And going on our program with GI Complete and IgG and Betazyme and Superbiotics and cleaning up her diet tremendously, meal preps now. She showed me the test recently where all things were disappearing, if not gone, right? So that's part of the knowledge we're sharing because, something like that can be life-changing. What if she wasn't my daughter? Yeah.
That's what happens.
Yeah. That's just happens all day long. And then, 5 years from now, they have an autoimmune condition. So leaky gut is really the cornerstone. The naturopaths in the room have taught me life and death begins in the colon. Okay?
Keep in mind, take a look at that list of symptoms that's on that chart. That's probably 90% of the patients that you see, from acne to depression to food sensitivities. How many people do you see with chronic sinusitis that keep coming in, but they're taking Zantac or a PPI? Joints having difficulty.
So keep it simple. GI Solutions, start with Probezyme. It's our first formula. Probiotic and enzyme in a chewable. It's been updated now with 2 PRTs, patent research trademarked ingredients, including lactospore and GD4, which is gluten digest enzyme number 4. Well, I don't eat gluten. You go out to eat, you eat gluten. If you live in the U.S., you're getting gluten in your system. You may have some built up from years. Who knows? But it's just an extra benefit. Also, if you're going to partake in any provocative foods or drinks, Dr. Bob says, first, you must earn it. If you're doing your shake every day for a week, you may be allowed to have a treat on the weekend. Second, he says, is buffer it. What does that mean? Well, if you can have a little pizza or go to the game Sunday night, like I will be there, take a couple probes on before you go, before you eat that pizza or dessert for your birthday. So you can buffer these things, and Probezyme's a great way. Betazyme, we mentioned. GI Complete. Who here has never heard of GI Complete? Anybody? Oh, there's 100%. You got it. Good. So GI Complete's our number 1 formula. How we create our formulas in the Wellness Center is that we carry all the major brands. If you go on Saturday, you'll see what brands we carry. I was the rep for Meta, and Joe was Douglas, and a lot of our team worked at other companies, but the formulations weren't comprehensive enough. So we do at NF and in the Wellness Centers, we look at what ingredients work. Well, we knew aloe worked, glutamine worked, carnosine worked, DMG worked, slippery elm, marshmallow, go down the list. How many products was that? 6 products.
6 or 7, yeah.
So when I'm sitting there talking to the patient, and she says, which one is best? All of them. Well, why don't you put them in one? It's a great question. That's what we did with GI Complete, Thyro Complete, right? Our men's and women's multis, So that's the concept behind the formulations, is more comprehensive, right? PRTs and delivery systems, you can maximize the bioavailability.
And remember, if you're going to be working with a patient, you're going to try to take them off of a PPI, do it very carefully, and don't forget about betazyme. That particular enzyme can help to re-acidify the stomach. So as you're transitioning them off, slowly but surely, off of a PPI, which we're saying is the line of demarcation to this metabolic crisis, you can start using GI Complete, maybe even twice a day, maybe even 3 times a day, depending on the level of irritation they have. And then start layering in betazyme. Let's try to get the stomach back to the proper acid level, not too high, not too low, so that we can properly digest our food and start absorbing the nutrients properly.
Yeah, if you want a full spectrum enzyme that has amylase, cellulase, lipase, even invertase for sugar, some probiotics in the cap, we have Cybezyme. That's been around before Nutritional Frontier started in Doc's clinic. And then my favorite probiotic is Superbiotics. Think about your favorite probiotic other than ours. Does it come in a glass bottle? Do you think we use glass bottles because we like spending more money? No. We found out a few years back that air can get through plastic and it can downgrade probiotic unless it's a lactospore. So if your probiotic is not in glass, also ours is guaranteed to expiration date, and they're all PRTs. So we have a 60-page research report. So if you need to see that, we can share that with you. It's guaranteed to survive stomach acids, digestive enzymes, bile, get somewhere in the intestinal tract and do something.
So what you said about guaranteed to get through the stomach acid? And again, if somebody comes in saying, oh, I have to keep my probiotic in the refrigerator, in most cases, that's a very fragile form if it needs refrigeration. So it's not going to be shelf stable. It's going to be very difficult to consume properly. This actually gets to the site for repopulating the gut properly. We talked about the gut being off. We start storing nutrients. We develop leaky gut syndrome. If you want to start someplace, the Superbiotics can really start you on the right track. And don't be afraid to go high. I dose people as high as 3 capsules twice a day, at least initially, to start repopulating the gut.
Yeah, I've shared with you some personal things about my health journey. And I had a nasty infection, required surgery, and IV antibiotics. Happened to be a day after my son got home for Christmas break, and he became my doctor for 1 month. I thought back when I was in college, I'd do something like that with my dad, right? So that's the kind of people we have on our team and in our family. And I also use Superbiotics. If I don't take this every day, after about 4 or 5 days, the belly gets a little puffy. So some people need to be on them long term. I do keep mine in the fridge after I open it, and I take 2 every morning. When I'm using Candida Kill, I take them at night. So you get the therapeutic doses when you use the right tools, and this is probably our best probiotic. So look at cardiovascular. Me and Kristine talked about hypertension. We mentioned cholesterol. These are probably the most common medications that are being used, right, Len?
Yeah, it's the silent killer. It's no longer number 1. I hope you know that. Cardiovascular disease has been number 1 for the last 40 years. It's now neurological disease, has surpassed that as the number 1 killer in this country with Alzheimer's. But again, when we deal with cardiovascular issues, there is support. Be very careful on how you take somebody down off of a medication. Work with their physician, do it very carefully, but layer in the specific nutrients. That coenzyme Q10, NR-CoQ10, is amazing on the way it can help with circulation and get the arterial stiffness taken care of so that the blood pressure comes down naturally.
What's the number 1 cause of hypertension in our country? Stress, right? What else? Magnesium deficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Calcium helps the muscles contract. Magnesium helps them relax. So if you have an AFib, doesn't it make sense? We need to give the nutrient. And the number 1 nutrient deficiency in the world is magnesium.
Mm-hmm.
UPMC, you can see the sign on top of the building, put a study out in 2017, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, in the newspaper, when we used to read newspapers still. And it said right in there, this is the cause. This is a traditional hospital. Magnesium deficiency, our number 1 seller in the clinic for years with Doc, he would just tell people, take magnesium and see what happens. Oh, I feel better. I don't get those leg cramps anymore, Doc. I'm sleeping better. Wow, my bowels are moving better. And hey, my blood pressure came down a little bit. Can it have anything to do with the magnesium? Yes. Over 300 biochemical processes. So don't discount the importance of minerals, right? You can get them in the men's and women's complete, or do it a la carte. And when you look at it, really simply, if you want to control blood pressure, Kristine was so generous to share her story, getting off medication after the Godfather threatened her and shamed her. We're allowed to shame on our team. What are you doing taking those medications? Oh, you know they're going to kill you? I said, Joe, it's her first day. So relax. He said, we got to start early. We're not wasting any time with her. Turkey core, nitric oxide builder. So cardiovascular patients need to be on this. And in CardioStack, I love because the L-carnitine will pull lipids out of the blood and convert them to ATP. Plus, you get free DMG and CoQ10 in there. You see when you make comprehensive formulas? You're getting carnitine, DMG, and CoQ10 for the price you normally just get the carnitine. That's the advantage of having the Wellness Center, that we can customize these formulas. And Len said CardioStack is what?
Dimethylglycine, let's not forget about how important that is in there. And again, for helping with arterial stiffness and helping our cells to properly maintain arterial circulation. So when you're trying to lower blood pressure, dimethylglycine, a methyl donator, can help dramatically to keep that rolling.
So those are simple, because the big issue, if you look at the research, this is not a thought or theory. Lipitor reduces CoQ10 production by 40%. Do we know that? Okay. So at the very least, if the person's on the medication already, you can't, or they don't want to come off yet, or maybe they need it, put them on CoQ10. Because why does it deplete CoQ10? Anyone know? Well, you produce cholesterol through the same enzyme process you produce CoQ10 in the liver. It's called HMG-CoA reductase. Learned this from Dr. Bob over 20 years ago. The same enzyme that produces CoQ10 produces cholesterol. And if you think about it, you got to explain to the person in ABC terms. So I would say, Len, you're on this medication, it's cutting down your CoQ10. That's your power plant in your body. I'll give you an example. If you shut down half the power in your house, would you notice it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Keep in mind my story again, as I was put on 2 different statins and a third statin, never thought about the depletion of CoQ10, I ended up with seizure disorders. So CoQ10 has multiple functions in the human body. So
Use this.
Put that back, you eliminate most of the side effects. But again, part of the goal is we got to try to get them away from these medications.
The statin drugs, this is just one example. Lipitor, over 40%. Atorvastatin, 49%, right here, after 30 days. So you know their power will be cut in half. These are people fatigued already. So what happens? We go back to the doctor. Doc, I'm tired. I got pains. So my dad said, we went to his doctor. The doctor says, you're getting old. My dad's a straight shooter. He goes, I'm only 6 months older than when you put me on the med. Called me. I put him on the CoQ10. At least he had the solution to stop the bleeding. So you can be a miracle worker without touching their meds. It also proves to them, you know what the hell you're talking about. Oh, how come my doctor? That's a great question for your doctor. Don't be so quick to defend yourself. That's a great question for your doctor. I can show you that it depletes CoQ10. Here's a picture. Picture's worth 1,000 words. So we look at cholesterol. Cholesterol red, Dr. Silver should be here shortly. DO from Florida. He's going to be talking about diabetes tomorrow. This formula alone has transformed his practice. He's going to talk about why. When me, Len, and Joe met years ago, we were talking about red yeast rice.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, what about polycostinol? What about glucolipids? Right?
Let's put it all together.
Yeah. What about niacin? You used these ingredients before? And what about the person that's taking red yeast rice and you're concerned with CoQ10 depletion? It is a natural statin. There's 100 milligrams of CoQ10 in here. This should be your first one you give the people as you're transitioning or they don't want to use the medication. Then you got the N-CoQ10, my favorite not only for cardiovascular, but for gum health. 2 of those every morning, chew them up, let them sit in your mouth. We've had at least 4 or 5 clients reported back that they did not need gum surgery. My gums have healed when I use it. I stopped using it for a while, and I can tell they weren't getting better. So great for cardiovascular, also gum health, and great for pre-workout. Then the Nattokin Plus, I know this has been one of your favorites.
You know, again, because blood thinners are one of the biggest categories that are being used right now. They're starting to be used as a preventative. So somebody has hypertension, they have high cholesterol, we're going to start them on a blood thinner. And the new ones that they've come up with are really difficult on the system. They don't require as much testing. But again, Nattokin, coming from many, many, many decades of use of nattokinase, has an amazing job without causing any complications of keeping the circulatory system going and flowing properly. One of the biggest links to cardiovascular disease is not cholesterol, it's inflammation. That's the number one reason behind cardiovascular disease. The statins don't lower inflammation, they sometimes cause it. So when you use a concept like this, the monocolins in red yeast rice and Nattokin and the higher dose of CoQ10, you have a package together that is going to help take the strain off the liver, and that production of cholesterol can come down.
For your clients and patients, give them a simple analogy. Hey, the fire is the inflammation, the cholesterol is the firemen. Okay? The firemen aren't the bad guys, they're just doing their job. Your cholesterol is high and you're plaquing because you have a lot of inflammation going on. So the next one is diabetic. We know that CoQ10, B12, folates are big things that are being depleted with diabetic drugs. So the cardiovascular drugs all deplete minerals and CoQ10. So next time someone walks in your office with metabolic syndrome, cardiovascular risk factors, or cardiovascular disease, or any of those biomarkers off, you got to start thinking, okay, what can I give them to stop the bleeding? How about Woman's Complete and the CoQ10? That alone could be a miracle for a person.
And these new GLP-1 drugs, you know, and the difficulties people are having with their digestion and the lack of capability of the stomach to empty, we're feeding the concept of making leaky gut syndrome with those medications. So once they stop, what happens? You see somebody, I've gotten 2 calls from some of you in here this week. I had somebody that couldn't tolerate or couldn't afford my medication anymore, my GLP-1. What do I do? Because immediately we got that rebound reaction where the blood sugars went up through the roof again. So again, you have to make sure that that leaky gut syndrome is taken care of.
And if you use these medications, the clients that use them successfully are using the right dosing.
Mm-hmm.
However, the other thing they're using, Dr. Lisa Coach, Paulina, Dr. Val, 2 medical doctors I just mentioned that use these, they do the shake a day for everyone, 2 scoops. Because if not, they're going to lose too much muscle. It's like the new bariatric surgery. It works, and some people need it, right? But do it in a healthy way. And if they can't do it, you have options, right? But always do the shake a day, 2 scoops for people on those medications. So diabetes, we're going to talk about glucolyze, right? It's for insulin resistance. That's like phase 1. What happens when insulin resistance starts to continue to evolve? You get into things like insulin resistance, all the blood sugars are off. You get inflammation, right? We talked about stress. That's all going to lead to this perfect storm for metabolic syndrome. Nutriglutide addresses those 4 underlying causes: blood sugar, inflammation, stress, and metabolic syndrome. To that, now you can shift your body from fat storage to fat burning. How do you feel when your body's burning fat? Great. I'm not craving anything. I have good mental energy. I'm focused. My body's moving. I don't have a lot of pain. And wow, the clothes are fitting good.
Don't forget the Pro Oranges. We often, see that one as just, I'm going to use that with the track team. It's a little bit of an energy boost. It has ingredients in it that are going to help, if you're going to use glucolyze, to make it more effective in its control of blood sugar. It even has things in there to help with stress and keep the energy up as the blood sugar is coming back down. So it does an excellent job in here. Not only does it taste good, but it actually makes a big difference in that blood sugar control.
So think of glucolyze to help your body become more sensitive to insulin. So we need that, all right? Some people that's enough, some it's not. What if we want to lose weight, control insulin, stress, metabolic syndrome, fat burning, right? Then we got to look at nutriglutide and thermogenesis. Because thermogenesis has the IgB1, which is the African mango. I remember before I showed leptin, right? Leptin and adiponectin levels need to be in balance. You're going to hear more leptin resistance over the next 5 to 10 years.
And you see the way that we have what we originally called the weight loss preps as part of blood sugar control. It goes hand in hand. As we start to lower fat stores, the control of blood sugar gets so much better.
So, cool thing is that Glucolyze has research trademark ingredients. Our minerals are from Albion. What does that mean? Susie, these minerals are more bioavailable, means your body identifies them and they use them well. The one from Walmart, not so good. Okay? Thank God you came in today. The Albion minerals are covalent bonds. So if we use the example that Rick Harnish uses, one of our partners at Albion, who I was turned on to by Dr. Bland and Dr. Bob years ago, look at magnesium as a ball, right? So you can just have that ball, just no hands. What's going to happen in a ball? It's going to drop, right? So that's magnesium oxide, right? Magnesium citrate, same thing. That's why it's used to help with constipation. Now we're going to go to, let's chelate the magnesium with glycine. You heard about magnesium glycinate? If you use one magnesium and one glycine, it's holding a ball with one hand. What happens when I turn my hand like this? Drop the ball. What Albion uses is bisglycine, like bicycle, 2 glycines. That way it holds on to the magnesium, and what happens now? Bioavailable anywhere in any cell in the body. These forms of the ingredients make a huge difference. Don't discount that with your clients. That may make the difference to them having leg cramps at night versus not. Right? Helping balance their blood pressure or AFib or not. So we only use the Trax Albion minerals. These are #1 most bioavailable minerals in the world. We actually use them in our multis. When Len saw it, he says, you put the Albion minerals in there. He says, why? I says, are they the best? He says, yes, that's why. Mm-hmm. Is it worth the extra 30 cents a day for the customer? Absolutely. So we use that in here, the chromium. Chromium's your natural sensitizer for insulin. And when Joe does the Oligo scan out here, has anyone seen the Oligo scan? It's an in-office device that will test your minerals. And Joe, what's your score when you test diabetics for chromium?
0.
0.0, right? Joe's favorite number. So the chromium is at 0. So you can use a device like this to quantify the results for clients. Cinnamon bark, 1, 3, or 6 grams will reduce blood sugars by 18 to 29%. Diabetes care all the way back in 2003.
Going back to that chromium for a second, look at it being niacin bound. That's not chromium picolinate, which has a track record of causing liver congestion. That's not the right form. That's the one you buy over the counter at Walmart. This is the specific form of chromium for keeping blood sugars under control. I use it also for somebody that starts complaining that their blood sugars are crashing through the floor. So if we get somebody that says, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm looking for a Hershey bar because my blood sugar's dropping. This prep can help keep that balance point. It's not just going to drive the blood sugars down. It's going to attempt to keep it in a homeostatic point.
If something like that happens, do you have them take another dosage at that point?
I will. I've taken that. If that's happening on a regular basis every afternoon, I may shift it to 1 in the morning, 1 at lunch. I may still keep the evening one, especially if it's somebody like when you see our case study that's coming up, you're going to find somebody that's waking up in the middle of the night to eat. And in a lot of times they don't share that with you. I'm a diabetic, my blood sugars are off, but 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm raiding the refrigerator.
You remember, it's a dose of the ingredient, it's the form of the ingredient, and what else is in there. So alpha lipoic acid, we know will help polish off the cells, the AGE, which we're going to talk about in a minute. Products of sugar, right? But our alpha lipoic acid is the active form. Most lipoic acids are great, but they're 50% R, which is active. This is 100%. So it's the dosing, it's the form, it's the amount of ingredients. So Glucolyze 2 or 3 before a meal, once, twice a day, right? I like 2 twice a day as a good starting point. Need higher dosage, you can go higher very safely. So we talked about inflammation. We're going to fast forward a little bit, but just realize if you don't know this one, NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory over-the-counter medications, over 100,000 hospitalizations per year, about 20,000 deaths per year. You know, so if someone's taking those, you have to show them this data. You're at high risk for hospitalization and or death. So we talk about what are the inflammation solutions. SPM, as Dr. Bob says, the single biggest revolution in our industry in the entire century. If you don't know what they are, you need to get on them and learn about them. We can help you a little bit today, and then with your rep or through our videos and everything else. X-Flame, one of our original anti-inflammatories with DMG, and Inflam without DMG, all herbal-based formulations.
I have a fellow that I golf with every week that called me just before I had left today to fly up here, who actually tore part of his meniscus. And he had gone to 3 different doctors. They kept looking at him, and all they did is kept giving him more and more ibuprofen. And I told him about how the ibuprofen, temporary fix, helps with the pain a little bit. It's inhibiting the healing. So I sent him home with some X-Flame and some HA+. Just as I left, my Uber driver was delivering it to his house so that he can start trying to get some functionality back in that knee. Those NSAIDs are problems in healing. They will interfere with most of the healing processes that take place if there's been a tissue tear or a joint issue.
So we got a few more minutes left. I know we started a little bit late, so we're going to wrap this up, okay? SPM is the biggest change, and here's why. Linoleic acid, you look at the inflammatory pathway, then you have EPA and DHA from fish oil. Is fish oil good? Yes, still good. Does it help balance inflammation in the body? Yes. What happens? You have some unresolved inflammation. Bring in the SPMs. For your clients and patients, you got to talk to them at kindergarten level. Hey, Len, I want to explain how this works. You like fish oil. Mm-hmm. That's like if you sweep this entire room, right, with the vacuum, that's like fish oil. Help clean up. What about if we want to get the corners and nooks and crannies that the vacuum can't get? That's SPMs. It cleans up unresolved inflammation at a deeper level than the fish oil. They found the people that are healthiest at the highest levels of these in the body. Think maybe Keith Richards, right? Trying to kill himself for years and still around, right? And you think somebody else who's really unhealthy, obese, diabetes, inflammation, autoimmune, they have the lowest levels of SPMs. It's been proven. If you don't believe me, look at over 2,000 published studies, 1,000 on SPMs in COVID. So Tracey always talks about SPMs in long haul COVID. I was looking at the research, and it shows high sensitivity C-reactive protein down 43%, PGE2 normalized, and fibrinogen. How many people we know it? Blood clots. I just got off the phone with my friend Cybex Mike. He sells fitness equipment. I said, Mike, what's going on? I saw your post. Oh, yeah, you know, you wouldn't believe it. He says, I had 2 blood clots, DVT, and almost killed me, and my wife is has a terminal illness. These are the 2 healthiest people you know. So I'm waiting for the right time, right? I'm waiting. Hey, Mike, did you get the shot? Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with it. She's dying from the ALS type of autoimmune. He almost died from blood clots. 2 healthy. If they walked in the room right now, you'd say there's no way, right? This is why. Fibrinogen rates through the roof. Also, pain release scores down almost 30%. I was working with Justin and Kristine and Dr. Bob in Dallas. I got the new, I call it knapsack, backpack, whatever it is. And I have like 10 books in there. So when I went to pick it up in the lobby, I tweaked my shoulder blade enough to really make me uncomfortable. And I was like, oh, no, not today, God. I got to speak tonight. So I even, be honest, I went to the front and said, do you have any Advil? Because this is not good. No. I was like, thank God they don't. So I went in the car and I said, Justin, do you have SPM? He says, yeah, what do you need? Took 3, and by the time we went to lunch, the first appointment, took the edge off. I could breathe. Because when that scapula gets pulled or tweaked a little bit, it's usually about 3 to 10 days for me.
Hey, real quick, Nature Medicine came out 2 months ago. Inflammation that persists for more than 3 months is chronic, which will eventually trigger heart disease, cancer, diabetes, depression, sarcopenia, autoimmune disease, neurodegenerative disorders, among others. And Jamie and I were talking about that slide this morning over breakfast, and I said, if I just told you, Jamie, right now, take 2 SPMs a day, and that review in Nature Medicine said over 50% of deaths can be attributed to inflammation-related disease. So if you could start somebody as simple as that and lower inflammation load on their body, you could save their lives.
So we get through all of the underlying causes and insulin resistance and metabolic syndrome. You know, we got stress, of course. We have hypertension and high cholesterol. And then we get to metabolic syndrome. This is full blown, right? This is where the person is unhealthy. They have various cardiovascular markers. The cholesterol drugs aren't really working. They're on 2 and 3 hypertension drugs. You know, thank God with Zach and our team, we've created these, I call them blockbusters. These should be billion-dollar formulas for our company because this is how many people it can help, right? If you look at overall, I look at glucolyze for insulin sensitivity. Thermogenesis can help you with insulin sensitivity, plus with leptin, adiponectin balance. It's also going to stimulate your body's ability to burn fat. Not as easy as we think. And the key on this formula is it can do all that without being a CNS, central nervous system stimulant, like hydroxycut or Xenogene or Ripfuel. I've used them all over the years. They work for a while, and then the thyroid shuts down and the adrenals shut down.
You know, and if you look at thermogenesis again, where you're getting leptin excreted from your fat cells, because those fat cells love to stay fat. And they're sending signals to the brain, making you hungry and releasing adiponectin, which is going to put you back into a storage mode. We're going to start storing again as white adipose tissue. We start building that up. We start dumping it in. So again, thermogenesis can cut that and stop that insane amount of going in storage into fat.
And nutriglutide is going to address the 4 major underlying causes of metabolic syndrome. Me and Justin were doing a Zoom with Dr. Bob recently, and I says, you know, what is the cause? He said, well, easy. Stress, inflammation, blood sugar imbalance, and the inability to burn any fat. I said, that's nutriglutide. He says, great, let's go through the research on it. So I like using 3 Thermogenesis Complete in the morning before my workout. If I don't work out that day, or before a walk, I take it first thing in the morning before my shake. Want to get that in that system right away. And then I use it, for me, I like 2 nutriglutide around 3 o'clock with my shake. Why? Most people consume all their calories, or most of them, from 6 to 10 p.m. Why? You get that second surge of cortisol at the end of the day. Oh, I'm tired. What a day. My brain needs some comfort. Let me start eating a little bit. Never get full. And eventually fall asleep, and then they can't, or if they fall asleep, they wake up, right? We've heard this story before, maybe some of us. So what are some of the key ingredients? We're going to go right. This is really cool on the Captamax. I'm going to go back. Red hot chili pepper. This works on all hormonal sequences events to help with adiponectin and body fat storage. It helps increase thermogenesis. GLP secretion. Isn't that interesting? We talk about the GLP-1s. Captamax can do it. Captamax is actually in both of our formulations, thermogenesis and nutriglutide. The research on Captamax says burns at least 129 more calories every 4 hours, even at rest. So that's pretty cool.
For the person that is sitting at a desk all day, think about that. About the capability of actually burning rather than storing. Because we're sitting there munching on something and we're putting it into storage. When Jamie and I looked this morning, I brought in a pile of research this morning, and we had a hard time taking it down to just those focal points about how important this is.
You know, what do you call this, Mikey G? Gosh, the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Mikey makes it simple and fun, right? Dr. Lisa's laughing. Make it fun for your patients. You don't have to go through. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi of African Mango. All I know is that in 10 weeks, 102 people have lost 28 pounds on average. I said, is that a typo? No. Because if your leptin and adiponectin levels are out of balance, you're going to be gaining a lot of weight. And when they're in balance, what happens? When does the body begin to store fat? Thanks, Dr. Bob. When the conditions are just right. When does the body burn fat?
Conditions are just right.
Make it simple, folks. Don't complicate this for your clients. Sensoril, which is in our Thyroid Complete, our Nutriglutide, and our Pro Oranges, is a trademarked ashwagandha. It has anti-diabetic activity, anti-cortisol management, and provability to cope with stress and adapt to change. That's why we use it in our thyroid and adrenal formula, our Pro Oranges, and Nutriglutide.
And you see also in theanine, which we've all used, I'm sure, with ADD and ADHD, and we've used it for cortisol management and stress. Insulin sensitivity and tolerance got better, which was amazing.
Here's some of the other ingredients. Insulin, 34% reduction in blood sugar, 37% decrease in body fat in 1 year. That's the most bioavailable cinnamon. I just showed you research on how cinnamon balances blood sugar. Cert Max, 4 months, 18 pounds, 7-week reduction in weight, blood sugar management, AGE, increased fat burning. The research is out there, folks. The chromium, even the most bioavailable chromium. So we're going to wrap it up with a quick review of this case study. We're in overtime. I'm getting the look. Not a good look. Started late. We were waving towels for 10 minutes, okay?
Is that what they're doing? Bring up the case study.
Yeah. So this is a 43-year-old woman.
Back one slide. Mother of 3, single mom. How many times do we see this? Review of symptoms included weight, 5'4", 199. Her number one complaint was lack of sleep. She came to me saying, I can't sleep. I have 3 kids. Digestive issues was number 2. Constipation was number 3. Did not even mention her blood sugars. Hemoglobin A1C was 7.7. Total cholesterol 243. HDL 44. LDL 121. Triglycerides 347.
What put her on, Len?
After 14 days, shake a day for breakfast. This is a mother with very limited funding. Ultimate Shake and Nutriglutide, 2 each in the morning and 1 at bedtime. You notice thermogenesis wasn't in here yet. Average blood sugars to begin with were 182 in the AM. After 1 week, a 30-point drop. 147 after 2 weeks, 141, 139 after 4 weeks. Did we save this person's life? One more slide, James, I think we have on this.
Yeah.
Feeling partial success in a short period. She went back to her church and said, can you help me here? I'm making success. They gave her the funds to buy Thermogenesis Complete. We started her at week 4 on 3 caps each morning. We followed the abbreviated protocol for 2 months. At 60 days, hemoglobin A1C was 6.4, started at 7.7. Triglycerides went down to 142. HDL went up to 51. LDL went down to 112. At 120 days, her weight stabilized at 146.
Incredible, Len. Wow.
Folks, it can be done, and I wanted to show you this one in particular because there was a financial issue here. Oh, I can't afford this. I can't afford this. She couldn't afford not to. And we managed to get her to the point now where she is so motivated to make changes and to be able to live and take care of her 3 kids.
Today is all about finding the right tools to help the person get hope. You got to pull out a case study. You got to pull out a poster or a booklet, whatever it is. You got to give them hope, and that's what this is all about. So let's hear it for Dr. Len Brancewicz. All right, so we have our MC. Come on, back up. Kristine Genovese.
All right. Okay, I want everybody to pull this paper out that you should have picked up. This is your schedule. This will let you know exactly what we're doing, when we're doing it, and when we're running a little bit late. All right, let's thank both Jamie and Dr. Len for kicking off our conference this morning. All right, I'm going to give everybody a 15-minute break. Okay, so we're going to come back in this room at 11 o'clock, and we're going to start diving into that professional training guide that you guys should have received. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it looks like this. Okay, everybody should have one of these to be able to reference for our next section. If you do not have one, just go right out front to our registration desk and we'll make sure that you get one. So please take a 15-minute break, go and get some shakes, enjoy some
And
samples.
let's support our vendors. We have InBody here, LegoScan, Candace from Get Healthy, Avexia, and Relax Sauna. So let's support our vendors. Thanks, everybody.
See you in a couple. All right, so our first incredible partner that we're going to bring up is Dr. Brenda Montrella.
You know, as I started to mention before, Dr. Brenda is a naturopath, and she set up in Altoona. And I was a rep years ago. It's gone over 20 years. And I woke up at the Holiday Inn there. I think it was like $49 a night. And I was going to get a coffee across the street, and I saw a naturopath sign. I was like, it was like an oasis. I said, oh my God. And I went there, and Dr. Brenda's office was right there in the shopping center. Amy was on the team at the time. And I couldn't believe what I saw there. And then when I met them, they were so passionate about naturopathic and natural healing. And all these years later, to have multiple locations and doing such an incredible service and making the world healthy. So let's hear it for Dr. Brenda Montrella.
Thank you. Great to be here. Great to be here. So I guess I'm going to talk about Zyto. How many people use Zyto? How many people do not use Zyto? Oh, you see more hands there. Okay, cool.
Can I just say one thing about Zyto? I heard this one phrase,
Yeah.
and it's just my favorite of all time.
Yeah.
It's a lie detector test for your whole body.
Yeah.
You can't lie to it. How come?
I like, what I usually tell people, and I'll probably talk to you like I talk to my patients. I say, if you could ask your body what it needed, wouldn't it be easy? And people are like, yeah, if I could ask my body what it needed, I would give it what it needs. But oftentimes I just wait until, or people wait till they have symptoms, or they go to the doctor, and then obviously the blood work's not where there should be, and they're not feeling right. So if you could ask your body what it needed, Zyto makes it super, super easy. So what we do is introduce electronic signatures. Your body responds to those electronic signatures, and that information is gathered. And then we find out what's actually happening with you. So I say it's like muscle testing on steroids. That's what it's like. It's
That's a
muscle
good one,
testing on
too.
steroids.
I like that.
So I've been using Zyto since 2010. And it became a grade 2 medical device in the hand cradle in 2011. So I've been using it for a long time. So when I first started using it, it really was something that I wanted to see, does this actually work? Like I had to know for myself. And I use a lot of frequencies, and just I need to have consistency. I have to have something that's measurable. I have to have something that I can give to someone. I'm not a muscle testing person that I could do that standing, and we're going to do some muscle testing. So I'm really, really specific, and I like to have the information that comes from the Zyto. So, there's lots of people that are using the Zyto. I mean, you can fly to California and sit with this advanced medical team, and then they'll charge you thousands of dollars for Zyto. People have told me about their experiences. But this is a really great tool for someone who's a practitioner, but it's a great tool to have in your store. And if you want to turn to page 26 in your practitioner's guide here, it's going to talk to you a little bit more about the Zyto scan evaluation. But I use it in my store up front. And I have to tell you, I mean, this is like an introductory. This is for acute issues. This is like, what do you need today? And how many people come into you and they go like, I got blood pressure, I got something, I have a problem. And then you're just looking at them and you're thinking, there's like 20 things I could give you right now. And this is going to be hard. And if you're really skilled at what you do, you might be, 60% of the time accurate of what you give them. But I like the Zyto because it's 96% accurate.
Just want to see if you guys are paying attention. It may not be in the version you have, so it's okay.
Yeah.
There is a new version coming out after the event you'll get, okay?
And there is definitely a lot of variations of Zyto to use. So you can use something as a practitioner and go in depth. So I have the Zyto Elite, which I've used, but then there's like a compass, and then there's one that you can use handheld, and there's just wellness reports. So there's a lot of ways that you can identify what someone needs at the moment. It's It's an entry point to someone. It gives me an opportunity to explain a lot of things, such as hydration, such as digestion. So when I see stressors, and I just explain to them really simple, this is not the everything here. This is just going to help me and you to guide you with your health. This is a tool. This is not the do all to end all. This is just for you to start being aware of what's happening with you and where your body's stressed.
Brenda, is there a license that's better than the other ones for someone just starting? Which one should they pick? Is it based on their practice?
Yeah, when you first get started, like there's just the Zyto balance, was just nice. I mean, some people use just the compass. And the compass is what I used at the very beginning, because what it did was it allowed me to just say, this is what you need. So not telling us necessarily what's happening, but what do you need? But from there, if you know your products, you actually know what's happening. So as a practitioner, I could tell from the products that they were taking what was working for them or what would work for them and what was actually happening. So you could start in a very entry level position, and the balancer is a very entry level. And then you can always move up from there and do more advanced scans as you learn. But just getting started, I just have a basic template that I give to people and I give to my staff. This is how you introduce it. You know, we're going to go through this very quickly. This isn't something we're going to spend a lot of time on, but it gives them immediate results and you're building confidence and you're building credibility with someone, because you're going to explain how the technology works. You know, we're introducing electronic signatures. Your body's responding to those electronic signatures. This is going to, you know, we introduce baseline numbers to you, what you should be, and all your organs, glands, systems, vertebrae, teeth, meridians, and even emotions. And people get floored because they're like, emotions? That's great. Again, this is just to help get them part of, you know, I want to do what you're giving. You know, you seem to be knowing a lot about what's going on with me just from this test. So I think that you can see that most people don't tell me. I mean, maybe they're not filling out the medical history. They're just doing this and they're like, how did this know this? How did this know this? So it's just more confirmation to them that there is a lot to this testing that can really help them. So, you know, it's not given free. So out front,
the top three questions me and Joe got in preparation of this was, how much is it?
Yeah.
How often do you do it? And what credentials do you need to do it? So how much is it? How much do you charge?
So I charge, if somebody's coming in to see me, you know, I have a consultation fee that's more like $150, $200. So I'm spending some time with them. But if someone's out front and they're just like wanting to know what they need at that moment, again, we're going to glide over this. If you want more in depth, this is just, again, entry point. So I may charge, you know, $50, you know, if they're out front. And then if they buy supplements, it'll be $25.
So staff is conducting this test in the office?
Staff is conducting the test. And I give them a little blueprint. And I'll definitely, if you want me to share that with you, I will. Here's my script that I give you. And it is just, this is what you do from 1, 2, 3. This is exactly what you say. This is, you know, this is all you can say. So it really does give you an idea of, like I said, what is stress in your body, what you need to identify as far as what your stress level is, and what you need to help you at that moment. But this leads me into, there are deeper things going on. This is just telling you what you need today. So we may need to go a little bit deeper, or I may change what we're doing, because this match that the computer's doing with 96% accuracy is great, but I know that there's probably more going on, and we can see that collectively from the numbers that we're
How often do you do the test? 'Cause I know sometimes people do it too often or not enough. So what's a good time frame to see some quantifiable changes in the testing before you retest?
So I usually tell people, you know, if someone is in a critical condition and they're really aggressive with their supplements, they can see some change in a month. They can really see some change. I have seen it. But somebody who's, you know, we're not very aggressive, we're going to take some time, their food changes, and you can put in as biomarkers to help balance things. You can even put foods. So what happens is if they're changing their diet, they're doing a lot of things, it's going to take a little bit of time. So I might say in 60 days, in 45 days. but I want you to do these things in the meantime for you to get the results. And a lot of times too, they come back, they feel better, but they see the difference in the testing.
That's what I was saying. They're going to feel better.
Yeah.
How long before you think you'll see changes on the testing? About 30 days to 60?
Yeah, I do. I think, 45, 60 days. That's probably the difference that someone, but I tell them you're going to feel better, especially when I'm looking at that analysis. The first 1 or 2 is enough to get them to feel better, because you want them to start feeling it. Because I know, everything else takes time, but you want them to feel it and, and then see it in the testing. So yeah, it can really help to guide exactly what you need.
So when they're coming in and you're doing the consult, you'll do it as a doctor and healthcare professional. You can also have staff do it on there if you want to just customize or update your supplements.
Or if somebody's come to see me and they're like, I need to come see you again, but I pretty much know what's happening with them, and we just need to maybe update the supplements a little bit. They may do it up front, because really I want this tool to be something that's their tool, that puts them kind of in the driver's seat of their wellness. I don't want everybody to just constantly come to see me to make the decisions for them. I want to teach them how to use a tool that helps them to guide their wellness. And so they keep coming back because they're getting better, but they're also monitoring their health through this. And I think that's important to empower people to take charge of their wellness. And I don't want to be the guru. I just want to be the person that's helping them to get to the right place.
I remember when I came out to your facility a couple of years ago, you were saying that some of the clients you'll actually have them rent or buy the device.
Right. So, well, you can do a virtual waiting room. So that's one of the things back in 2012. I had to devise a way. Once I transferred to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, I didn't want to leave my patients. So back in 2012 was when I started virtual waiting room. So they could buy the hand cradle, have it at their house, and then, or they could come into my office. And I started to have a lot of people that moved out of the area. So they moved to Texas, they moved to, Florida, things of that nature. And they still would call me up and say, okay, I have my hand cradle, let's do an appointment. So through that virtual waiting room, I give them a number, and then we join together in the universe of the internet. And then I'm able to test them wherever. But now they have handheld devices that you can actually share with your people on their telephone. So there's a lot of different things available now. But the hand cradle can be available. I noticed once I sold a hand cradle to someone, it's not only they would want it, but then they'd be like, well, my neighbor wants one, and my family member, this, and my sister. And then all of a sudden I'd have a whole new group of people that were using the hand cradle. It was a variety, not just the person that purchased it. It started to grow from there.
Who said the future of medicine is in frequency?
Yeah.
Who said that? Exactly. There it is.
And that's been my practice for 30 years, is frequencies. Because, we have a frequency, and a lot of times our frequency is lower. And so what we're trying to do is identify our lower frequencies to allow these supplements, which have a frequency, to get us to a higher frequency. That's where the disease state happens. So I started using different services and things of that nature to help our frequencies also. And the Zyto was just spot on for identifying the imbalances and the stressors and the weaknesses people had. And I thought, I just see time and time again, I could just tell you one story after another. It was so accurate. It was just mind-blowing for me and for the patients.
And like we said earlier, they can take an assessment, they can write it out, but they can also lie.
Yeah.
You can't lie to the Zyto.
And things are discovered in that you don't even have the time to go over. I mean, that would have never been revealed in the history. That would have never been revealed, in any of the information conversation. So you're saving time. You're like, okay, is this going on? They're like, whoa, how did you know about that? Did you have a bone break? Wow, she knows things. And it's not that. It's just very accurate. And again, getting exactly what you need based on the analysis it's just really improving a lot of people's lives. So.
Great.
Well, I appreciate
Thank
sharing
you,
all that
Brenda.
knowledge. And one of the things you did, you expanded with Purify You,
Yes.
right, which is a really cool addition to your business. Can you share with that? Because we're going to transition after that to talk to some of the other ways to evaluate toxins.
Yeah.
But this facility is second to none. It was in Altoona and also in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So can you talk a little bit about the Purify You and the importance of that?
So a lot of the services I've used for 20 plus years, 25 years. So I had a wellness facility and I just went through all the different modalities that you could possibly go through. So I went through infrared saunas and foot baths and all this stuff that people use. But there were only certain ones that made the qualification, that had the research, that had the backing and had the medical, community behind it. So those 4 things came out. And I started to use these things and I said, they're making a difference in the individual's life, in my client's life. But what I need to do is make it so that they're using it on a regular basis. It's not just about treatment. It's about preventative care. It's about wellness. And so for me, basically on these frequencies, I started to use these particular modalities. So I use infrared sauna, red light therapy. I use power plate. And I use salt oxygen therapy. So what happens is someone comes into the facility and they say, what do I want to do? Oh, no, you do it all because it all works together. So it's 10 minutes in the salt oxygen. It's 10 minutes in your power plate. It's 10 minutes for full body red light. And it's 35 minutes sauna. In an hour and 15 minutes, you're getting it all. And so what happens is this is then offered as a membership. And you can come in and use it as much as you want, anytime you want, for a certain price. And so and people go, this price is pretty darn good. I said, I want everybody to be well and stay well. I don't want to I'll start to cry. When people are sick, it's so preventative. And so I think we have an opportunity to help people. And I think we have an opportunity to prevent illness. And it's, I am very passionate. And it's been 30 years, and every day seems like it's the first day. And who can I help today is what I do, and what message I give to myself every day. And prayers for just help guide me and do the best for my clients. So Purify You is a blessing, and I'm so grateful to be here. And I'm so grateful for Nutritional Frontier because I do think the quality, the education, and the integrity is spot in line with what I do, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you. If you guys have any questions for Dr. Brenda, she'll be here throughout the weekend. She'll also be on the female business panel tomorrow, Joe, joining Dr. Tracey and Paulina and Kristine. So we're excited they're going to share some of their incredible knowledge and experience. So on this, the theme this morning is really to provide the tools for you, right? Anyone can give you the protocol. It's like giving you the fish. But teaching you to fish, is providing a lot of tools that we have. So the Professional and Training Guide has an incredible amount of tools that you can use. Where was this created, Joe?
Oh, boy. That was created, I think, in our office about 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's been
it's been an ongoing process.
Yeah, it's never ending. We even have a newer update from what's available for the event. But in the first section is really all the tools to help gather data and information, right? And as we talked about earlier, Dr. Brez and the leaders at like the IFM and A4M have talked about, we've gotten away from the art of observation. You ever work with a doctor, maybe some of you doctors in here, like someone like Dr. Rolf, right? All the way from Amarillo, Texas. Some patients walk in, and Doc used to say, you have acid reflux, right? You were there at the Dr. Weiner, because he's very intuitive with people, right? So sometimes you can see it, but what do you need to do to see it? You actually take the time and look at the person, right? You need to take the time and ask the questions. A lot of doctors have taught me, if you ask the patient the right questions, they'll give you their cause, right? I'll give you an example. Nancy Fox called me, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and Wednesday. And she had a patient sitting next to her, so she quickly gave the phone to the patient to talk to me. And the person said, thermogenesis complete don't work. Should I stop taking it? Now, the quick defense is, oh, it's not working. What's wrong? So I says, oh, okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your diet? Well, I'm not going to change my diet. I said, okay. He said, your product don't work. I said, it works, but you got to do some other things, right? And I says, well, what did you eat today? And what's the famous answer to that question? Well, today's a bad day. If you give me a day to prep, I'll eat better tomorrow for that question, right? How many times you get that in the Wellness Center? Yeah. So the art is asking questions and listening.
Or the answer is, what's that got to do with it? Yeah, they're still not understanding. You know, we can't let food be our medicine like Hippocrates could, because our food is tainted. But then there's that phrase that, I don't know, somebody came up with, that we can't live by food alone anymore, right? Everybody has to supplement.
So the answer to the question, what he ate today, was 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. So I love grilled cheese,
I do too.
but not something you want to eat every day if you're trying to lose weight, right? And then he says, well, I don't eat anything during the day and eat whatever my wife cooks, so I'm not going to change it. You see where the story is going? That doesn't do with the thermogenesis complete. At some point, I finally said to him, even under optimal conditions, where you're eating the best diet and you're working out, you still may not get great results. That's where you got to use the tools. So the art of being the professional is asking questions and looking for the data. So on the new website, has everyone been on the website? It's 4x4, Joe. What does that mean?
Across the top, you can see 4 columns: our story, quality, education, and catalog. Underneath each one are 4 categories, so a 4x4. Every question you get and every question you have can be answered on the 4x4.
And the great thing, all the tools are on there. So Phil will show you under education, right? You go down, it says patient and professional guides. You can click on there and scroll down, Phil. The catalog alone, right? Take a deep dive on the catalog with your rep, and if you don't have a rep, you can do it via Zoom with Joe and myself or anyone on our team. Just doing that for you and your staff can be very helpful, because what we're trying to do is make sure, as Dr. Len said, it's not one size fits all anymore. Right? So we have protocols and we have strategies, but you have to help customize them. And things like Zyto that Dr. Brenda's been using, and Dr. Lisa and so many people in here for years, can give you that added bit of knowledge and information you need. It quantifies it. Plus, when people come in, they're used to being tested, right? I'm certified in nutritional response testing by Freddie Ulan, AK, right? Some people, when they come in, if I pull that out, they're going to get really uncomfortable and ask 1,000 questions. Other people, you may need to use Zyto. Some people come in and they've been referred by a friend and they have diabetes, you may just start there. So there's a lot of tools on here. Scroll down, Phil. The patient book. How many people have even seen this? Oh my gosh.
Not enough.
Yeah. How many people are using it? Wow.
How many people wrote it? There she is, Dr. Tracey.
So the idea is give your patients an all-in-one booklet that they need to read. Learn it yourself. Give them assignments. This is all about compliance. That's what we're trying to do, because we have 2 objectives at our company. Number 1, get better results for your patients, no matter what. What's number 2? Do you remember, Joe?
Has something to do with profit, I think,
Yes.
right? Increase your practice profit so you can keep helping people.
Yeah, this whole thing with having a poverty mindset, I hear this about chiropractors and nature, it makes me cringe to hear it. Makes me cringe, right? I bought a birthday card for a friend of mine this week. She's worth it, but it's $9. I thought that was quite a lot of money for a birthday card. So if you're charging 20, it's like buying 2 cards. You're worth more than 2 birthday cards, okay? So remember that. Give the person added value with the book. It's free. Give them the online version. You may get a hard copy if you work with Mikey. He loves hard copies. So pass those out to your clients. If you want them, we have them. It's not a big deal. But it has all the tools in there. If you're not familiar with this, take a couple hours and look through it. It's got some cool exercises about upgrading your selfie in the back in our world, right? You take a picture before and after. Me and Kristine had this cool picture when we met. It was 3 years ago this weekend, right? And we took a picture, and I said, oh my God, look at us now compared to them. You know, our pictures change. Do that with your patients. It's a lot of fun, right? So you scroll down a little more, Phil. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Is the bar open, Joe?
The bar is always open. But yeah, the recipe guide, you know, how many times have you heard Jamie say, talk about food and having that shake a day because it's real food and we know what's in it. Well, you don't know what's in the things you buy in the stores. Even if they say they're healthy, we know they're not most of the time. Make your own. This recipe guide gives you a step-by-step on how to do shakes, cookies, muffins, pancakes, Rice Krispie treats, candy bars, peanut butter cups. And there's also a very, very special coffee recipe in there. It's called the
Messino Protocino.
That's it, yeah, the Messino Protocino. So if you're gonna, and you know, like Dr. Bob always says, if you're gonna have coffee, have healthy coffee, right? Well,
Actually, what he says, Joe, is healthy coffee or no coffee.
or no coffee, right? So you can boost it with some protein instead of a cappuccino. Make it a
I'm going to try this
protocino.
again. You ready?
Yeah.
Who here had a shake a day today? We getting better? All right, a little more. All right. The juice bar is open. You can get them out there. And special orders, Joe, don't upset us, right?
Not at all. We'll take it.
So we scroll down a little more, Phil. Here's the professional training guide. One is the history, right? And something in there is a great tool to use is called our toxicity test. Before I ask what you scored on the test, do you know what the toxicity test is? Okay, let's try it. Who uses it? Wow. Okay.
Not enough.
It's probably one of the easiest free tools and most valuable you can use in your office when getting data from people. It's called a toxicity test. It's a very easy test on the front to show symptoms. The part I like on the back, especially when Mike showed it to me, was that it has the toxicity tolerability test. Stuff that they don't know that they're ingesting every day, like Tylenol or alcohol or cigarettes or too much caffeine, that shows them that they're increasing their toxic load. These are the tools your staff can use. Maybe you put it as part of your patient packet. Really cool and fun to do, right? So we have toxicity tests in there, part of the history. The testing is in there. Dr. Tracey, love it, because she's going to go, one of my favorite presentations ever is face, tongue, and nail, right? And she's going to go over how just to look at someone. If their hand's on there and you look at their nails and they're pitted, maybe they have candida. Maybe there's iodine with the nails split or mineral deficiencies, right? So you have all these cool tools you can use. Remember, the pendulum is swinging back to the patient, which is cool for us because you can get results in the office right now, and most of them are free for you to use. You know, Brendan's charging $150 for a Zyto. This is a high-tech, computerized, innovative tool. So we use this in the office, and the face, tongue, and nail is in there. And then some of the other testing we do in the office is the Oligo scan. So there's a guy called Mr. Oligo Scan right here, the Godfather. So I'll let him handle this part because he loves the Oligo Scan. Does anyone have the Oligo Scan? Oh my gosh, 0.0.
Oh, 0.0.
So
you can get one today. No, yeah, you can. The Oligo Scan is a device that, again, uses technology, but it uses spectrophotography, which is the measurement of light. Okay, so it uses that in conjunction with infrared technology, infrared cameras. Now, the thing that the Oligo Scan will do that nothing else that I've seen can do is show you the tissue densities of the 4 or 5 major causes of disease: toxins and nutritional deficiencies. So it will start by measuring. It uses this light and this camera to measure the palm of your hand with infrared light. The algorithm has categorized how much light these heavy metals, minerals, and vitamins how much they absorb, okay, and reflect. So by knowing that, then you can measure against that in the tissue and see how much of those metals and minerals and vitamins are in the tissue. Now, what does that give you? It gives you, one, toxicity levels. If those toxins are accumulating, because it's not in the blood, that's circulating. Urine you've expelled, hair is damaged. But what's living in the tissue is there, and it doesn't lie either. So it's going to show you that. Jamie mentioned earlier about chromium, one of the minerals it shows. And then later on the test, it'll give you some interpretations and things you may be leading to. And it'll show a propensity to lead to diabetes. If you go back up, you'll see the chromium is gone. So it will either validate one of your diagnoses, or it will give you a reason why somebody is feeling the way they are. Then with the minerals and the vitamins, okay, nutrient deficiency. How do you know if you have it? Blood test is one, right? Yeah, hair, but again, circulating versus settled. So with the minerals and the vitamins, you're going to see what stores you have, and also if you're holding too much, which is another issue. Okay, so, and it's so simple, it's non-invasive, right? It's just a camera, and the information you need is very simple. But there's one thing that you do need, and that is a blood type. So you need height, weight, date of birth, sex, and they only give you 2 choices, and blood type.
Is it yes or no? Is that the 2 choices?
And then you need your blood type. Now, you don't need the positive or negative, but you do need the letter, which kind of validates also, eating for your blood type too, because it's going to change how you absorb nutrients, right? So that's all the information you need. You do the test, and then the test takes literally less than 2 minutes.
Are you able to get the test today?
Yeah, we're doing demo tests out here today and tomorrow.
What's the cost for the test at the event?
At the event, 0.0. Now, what do you charge for it? You could charge anywhere. We've seen $99, $150, $250. Okay, so
The newest one we looked at, seriously, Dr. Shannon
Yeah.
emailed me, $499 they charge at a medical office.
and that includes your evaluation.
And they get it all day long.
So you're going to do you'll learn to read and see what it's showing. Then you can make your recommendations. And as we said with the Zyto, how often do you do it? When will it change? Tissue density takes a little longer to change, right? So we don't recommend a scan until at least 3 months later, okay? 3 months later. That way you'll give it a chance to change at the cellular level. So great device, been around a long time. It's European technology. You can validate it. It's reproducible, one of those things, and that's important. And again, it's non-invasive, and it's high-tech, and it can make you money and change your patients' lives.
Yeah, you mentioned height, weight, and blood type, right? In a minute, we're going to have Kevin from InBody. So somebody on our team will grab him. Oh, he's in here already. Great. That will do height, weight, and more important data, right? Because I was a American College of Sports Medicine personal trainer right across the river in the Oxford Center. So don't forget where you started from, right? 30 years ago, I was doing body comp analysis. It was nowhere near as innovative or sophisticated as this technology. Dr. Val Donaldson, my medical doctor locally, she puts it right in the waiting room. I'm like, this ain't no fair. She says, well, you can't take your clothes off. I said, if I'm getting on the scale, the clothes are coming off. You better get a sheet or something to surround me, because the socks are heavy, Joe. I wear thick socks.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. Thick socks.
The shoes are heavy. And if I know I'm getting on this thing, it has to be right in the morning after I've cleared everything out of my system, right? But put it in the waiting room. We just got it in the wellness center. That thing has been a godsend, right?
Yeah, it's great.
People come in right away with a big
Wanna
poster.
know.
These guys have so much support and technology on it. Not only does he have the body comp machine, he has the blood pressure cuff and the grip strength that you can demo out here today. So I have a confession. Even though he only used one arm, I used both. Dr. Darren Mitchell, what did you score in the test? 151. Oh! Got me on the right. The left he couldn't do. He's got a trigger finger from chiropractic work, right? It's okay. But it's fun, it's cool, it's quick, and it gives you accurate, reproducible results. Somebody else I'm not going to name, it was interesting. He was 84 on the left and 107 on the right. It says, you righty. How do you know? Yeah. You're asymmetrical, right? Yeah. It's okay. Thanks for putting your hand up. So, yeah. So that's something cool you can look at too. And the InBody will do that too. And not only measure somebody said to me, BMI is not enough anymore, right? We know that, right? Body mass index, right? We learned this with Dr. Bob years ago. He described the fat, skinny person. He'll probably talk about it tomorrow. That's the person that weight looks okay, they look okay in clothes, but when you do the body comp, their body comp is 30, 40%. And why not use a device that is the leader in body comp analysis? Olympic athletes, professional, IFM, A4M, they all support the InBody. Dr. Tom Bello, the guru, God rest his soul, used to talk about InBody at our first workshop 15 years ago. Right, so I love it because it really helps quantify what the weight is, how much muscle do they have, how much active tissue, and then more importantly, their cellular health, right? The phase angle and intra and extracellular fluids. So that's another device you can use. But I want to help you understand there's a lot of things you can do in the office, even before you get to Tracey's blood work, right? Then that would be the next step. Then after that, we'll look at a vector. Now we can go to some specialized testing, right? So there's a lot of things you can do in your office that are simple, inexpensive, and highly accurate. So this young man, we're at the A4M, and his booth is right next to us. And young people get a bad rap these days. There's a lot of, unambitious older people too. We have a really good mix on our team, and some of the young people we have on the team at the Wellness Center, Lauren and Madeline and Courtney, are really doing a dynamite job at the front. We got Brandon, this kid came from GNC and had immediate impact his first day. Right? My son has been director of operations now, biochemist. So there's a lot of great young people. And when I met this guy, I was like, man, this guy gets it. We're right next to him at the booth. He was on top of stuff. He was following up so fast, I couldn't keep up with him. And then he kept calling me and following up. So the company service is fantastic. Don't you hate when you call someone, they don't pick up, they don't call back, they put you on hold, hit 17 buttons. You email them, you get nothing. Not this guy. And he traveled all the way from LA. So let's give a nice warm welcome to Kevin from InBody. So we hate to put him on the spot, but this guy is super knowledgeable. Maybe you give us a little background, Kevin. Thanks so much for coming today and this weekend. We appreciate it. This guy's running demos all day. He's got the blood pressure, the hand grip strength. So how long you been with InBody?
Been with the company now almost 6 years. So yeah,
fantastic.
Very blessed to be here. Thank you so much. And yeah, very awesome to be part of the company. It's a great tool to obviously, it's a great consultation tool. Be able to track your client's progress. I know Jamie hit a lot of the points: muscle, fat, water, the cellular health. So, I mean, we use the type of technology we use is bioelectrical impedance analysis. So we're sending low frequencies, non-invasive, and we're 98.9% correlated to like the gold standard DEXA. So very, benefit of us, right? We're a lot cheaper, quick, easy.
What's your role with the company? 6 years now, you've been with the company, you're at the A4M. I mean, don't send a rookie out here, right? This guy's got the experience. So what's your role?
Yeah, I'm a senior sales manager now for the Southeast. So I look over the whole Southeast area. Started off as, just a business development rep, worked my way up to the company. So yeah, I'm here now and love to help.
Southeast of what?
Don't tell them this is Southeast.
Yeah, is it?
We are our furthest client north of the Southeast. So it's okay, Joe. Don't tell them. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I worked in a lot of areas, and I'm just now kind of taking over the Southeast. But yeah, you guys are my prime clients.
We're glad to have you.
Yeah, and he said senior sales. So, this is to help people. It's also a business. Support this guy as much as possible. Right now, Joe, we're doing a raffle on the, it's one of those where whoever has the highest bid, but you're going to sell this machine here this weekend at a discounted rate, right?
Yep, you guys will get we have
Because you don't want to lug it back, right?
No, yeah.
Well, yeah, no, we'll get you
No
guys a brand
boxes
new
either.
device. Yeah, our support team, like you said, yeah, we give you everything to plug and play. Got an on-site special. We're including a height measuring device, extended warranty.
Wow.
Of course, you guys get, $2,000 off on the 580, the model that World of Wellness you guys have. So yeah, great savings.
Well, hold on. I said, of course. Did you know about the 2,000 off?
That's the first I'm hearing about it.
Oh, so how much do they get off?
2,000 off.
Oh, look at this guy. So, there you go. Well, let's ask the audience, does anyone use the InBody?
No, I've tested quite a few already coming up.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Love it.
Oh, you use it? Oh. Felipe, you want to comment? This guy is one of the disciples of Tom Bellella and Joe DeFranco. He's one of the world's greatest trainers out of New England. And look at the guy, he's in shape, of course. You want to share the InBody, just a quick success story and how you use it?
Damn, this wasn't planned. You're putting me on the spot.
Well, you've been on the spot before.
We're good
It's
at that.
okay. You're good at it.
So I had the InBody for about 8 years, I believe. My rep was Calvin. I'm not sure if he's
Calvin
still
Lee,
there.
yeah.
Calvin Lee, yeah. So, and he had to put on a presentation, and it definitely took over, and it just gave people a lot more, I guess, a roadmap to what, and it made things a lot easier for a trainer, for your practitioner, or whatnot. So I think it's important for people to seek out those results immediately, just to see it, and then they can see the progress over a long period of time, or even a short term, so they can actually believe in you, trust, and whatnot, and all these other principles that your businesses may have. So I'm a huge believer. I mean, I've had it now for years, and I definitely won't, deviate away from it. I have the InBody 270, so.
The original.
The original, yeah, for sure, so.
Thanks so much, Felipe. We appreciate that. And I was up to his facility in September, and really great place. He does training, but he does like functional medicine training, right? He's doing the InBody. He's doing the shake a day with people, really helping with the results. So when you talk about bioimpedance analysis, can you break down some of the different compartments that you're testing in the body? Because we're way beyond BMI with this group, right? We understand that the body mass index doesn't work. And also a lot of athletes you were sharing with me, remember the old days, the athletes when they were done, wrestlers, football players, they would just get bigger and die. Now you see like Jeff Saturday and some of the athletes, they're leaning down. It's because they use things like the InBody. So what exactly are we measuring? And then what's the importance of those variables?
Yeah, good you started there. We do have the BMI on there, but yeah, we're not big believers of it. Like you said, we have the percent body fat, obviously. So looking at, internally what you're made up of, we start off with the first muscle fat analysis will give you your intracellular water, extracellular water, able to show you, skeletal muscle mass, all these different things that, make up your weight. So just the basic scale is not going to be able to do that for you.
No.
And I know he mentioned, we're in major universities, professional sports teams, functional medicine, registered dietitians, all using us as a consultation tool to track it. We get into segmental lean analysis where we're able to look at each segment of the body with pounds of muscle and along with a sufficiency percentage. So we're able to tell you how sufficient that muscle is. Great for identifying sarcopenia, muscle imbalances. If someone's recovering from an injury, right, we're going to be able to track that and monitor that and be able to get those back to normal, healthy ranges.
Can you talk a little bit about the water retention part? Can you
Yeah,
talk
of
about
course.
that?
Yeah. I mean, so we're able to break it down into extracellular water, intracellular water, right? And I mean,
Why do we do that?
well, you're the experts, right? You guys probably know a little bit more about that than me, but it's great to track. If you guys are giving out supplements, right?
Everyone you ask says they drink a lot of water, right?
Yep.
I've
for
never heard
hydration.
somebody say they don't, right? And then you see it, and I think it has to be at 69 or 70% to be accurate, right? So people are dehydrated coming in. And now if they're hydrated and the test is accurate, right? And you say, oh, hold on a minute. We want 60% of your water inside the cell. Why is that? Dr. Bob says it simply. The solution to pollution is dilution. If your body is toxic, the fat cells swell to dilute the toxins. What's going to come first, the fat cell or the toxin? Dr. Bob said, you better detoxify that person because they're not going to be able to lose that body fat if the cells are swollen. So it's a great variable to look at above and beyond. So we're looking at muscle, which is active tissue, bone, right? Hydration levels, and then body fat. So Joe, we have that in the clinic. What are some of the initial results we've seen for some of our really, really out of shape people?
Yeah.
Inflammation, visceral
exactly.
fat. We're able to do visceral
Yes.
fat as well, that unhealthy fat
I think
around
you
the
see
organs.
surprise more than anything. Sometimes you see validation. Sometimes you see, okay, I had a feeling, or I knew I was retaining water, or I could tell my muscle tone was dropping. So this is validation. And then it gives them a road, it gives them a path, right? It gives them a blueprint to start from, to change, and it can change.
And this is a key part of 7.7 nutrition. When I was in there shadowing Paulina recently, it was so cool to be invited by such great people and to be in their office and see them put everyone on it, retest them, and then show them their results. Paulina stresses we want to lose 1 to 2 pounds, but we want to know what it is, right? So you can really quantify those numbers at a deeper level, because initially when I worked as a trainer, most females, I would increase their protein and put them on a strength training program, and what would happen to their weight? Would it drop quick?
No.
No, it might go up a pound or two. But my genes are loose are good. This will help quantify those numbers. It also keeps people on the course, right? Because they may lie, right? The scale may lie, but the in-body does not, right? So I liked as they tracked their progress for the client and showed her, wow, and getting ready for her daughter's wedding. This is a real case study. She had lost about 21 pounds, right, total. But how much body fat did she lose, right? It was significantly higher. And we're talking about Ozempic and bariatric and in the intermittent fasting. Folks, these are all great tools and programs to use, but you got to be careful, because you mentioned a really serious word called sarcopenia. So what is that, Joe?
Well, this is when you're losing muscle at a rapid rate, and it's not just losing it, but the ratio is becoming drastically bad. Right?
Yeah, sarcopenia comes from the translation. I know a little Greek, so the translation is loss of flesh. Right? It's the number one variable to know if someone's aging and how rapidly is how much muscle are they losing. This device needs to be in your office. Years ago, I couldn't even afford the device, right? Calvin Lee was the rep. Kevin was still in college, right, at Penn State. And I was like, man, this machine's a little pricey for me. So I looked at it over time, and I says, I met Kevin, and I says, man, yeah, it's a great device. I says, but it'd be nice if you could do some kind of payment plan. And would you say?
Yeah, we do. We offer financing, really great financing deal, 63 months, 1.99% interest, can break it up.
What percent?
1.99% interest.
What's prime right
now, right? Yeah, so
they're taking a little bit on their end, right? If they're offering 1.99, the bank's not giving them that. So they're very generous. It's a business, but they really know how important this is to have part of your clinic that every single person walking in should be on this, right?
Everyone.
So if someone's losing muscle, they're high risk for metabolic syndrome if they're not already in it, right? And you want to quantify those results for them, like Felipe and so many people do in here, so you can show them where they're at. Because what do you say, Joe? They're surprised? What is surprised at?
They're surprised because they've never seen it before, for one. Never saw it quantified, for another reason. But what the other thing with the muscle loss, too, is what happens next? Bone, right? Muscle protects bone. That's what we want to see. So these are all intricately related. And you can't, using one without the other, yeah, you might get some results. But using them consecutively like this changes your practice. Right now, you're a complete wellness application. And that's what's going to differentiate you.
So you can talk briefly in the last couple of minutes about the inflammatory markers that's showing on this test?
no, yeah, we're able to do it segmentally with our 580 device. So breaks it down in each, in the arms, the legs, the trunk. So yeah, with the technology, we can identify if there's edema or inflammation. You can identify that water inside the muscle. So, a lot of doctors, like he said, doing semaglutide, HRT hormone replacement. So being able to look and identify this inside, your patients and be able to track it, make sure they're doing the proper nutrition in your guidance, right? Because like he said, might have your patients coming in and they're doing semaglutide and, they're not doing the proper nutrition. So they're going to be losing that muscle. So being able to look at all that, and it's just such a great value add to your patients.
The last term I heard used was phase angle. We used to say years ago when we were using the biomarkers 2000.
RGL.
The RGL. They were like the two original devices. One was looked like a cash register, and the other one hooked up to your laptop. But we would do those tests. I used to run health events with Dr. Len where we'd test every single person. It's a really cool demo thing. But some comes up on phase angle, right? So phase angle to me is a measure of how healthy the cells are. and also equates with death, morbidity rates, right? When that phase angle is really low, it used to be like before a 4, then you know the person's in trouble. We actually found that on someone years ago. I told her, you need to go get blood work and go to the doctor. Came back with a diagnosis of cancer. Lance Armstrong, when he was in tip-top shape before the scandal, his phase angle came in around 13.
Wow.
Like off the charts, right?
I haven't heard of
Oh, you
that.
didn't know that one?
No, I didn't know that. Yeah. I was gonna say like elite level athletes will have like 8, 9, right? So,
So it's a really cool device. It's going to do body comp. It's going to do hydration. It's going to do inflammation, VAT, the visceral adipose tissue, which shows they're high risk for cardiac events. Like me and Mike's best friend from school, stood up, dropped dead, right? Why? He had some body fat just in the front around the midsection, and from the back he looked normal. We didn't realize he was so high risk, right? So this gives you quantifiable, reproducible results that you can help create a blueprint to success. There's no secret to success. That's why people always call me, what about this nutrient, NAD, or what about acai? Folks, you know, the food isn't like that, right? And the same way with the programs. There's no secret. You don't need a secret medication or a secret diagnosis. What you really need is a blueprint, and that's what the InBody is going to do. It's going to give you all the data you need. You compound that with the great history and the toxicity test and some other tools you can use in the office, like the Allego scan and the questionnaires. You see where you're building the story? Yes? Yeah. Hold on. It's a good one.
So
For a guy that didn't want to be put on the spot, go ahead now. He's warmed up. Let's go.
well, I think we're here for like-minded reasons, right? So it also gives you that angle. If you see somebody in their shape and size, you can essentially tell through the InBody and different areas. It validates the answer of whether or not, you know, if they do carry more body fat throughout the midsection or arms, it gives you that sense of estrogen dominance. So now you can piggyback and go based on your formula. So it's a puzzle, but then the InBody is solving the puzzle for you. So hopefully that makes a little more sense.
Awesome. Yeah. Think about the apple shape and thyroid, right? Correct. Those are the type of things you look for. That with cardiovascular risk factor. So great, profound. Thank you.
no, yeah, and just piggybacking off that, our technology, we're one of the few that are able, or we are, you know, with our patented 8-point tactile electrode technology, we're sending electrical current. So we're directly measuring, you know, a lot of handhelds. There's other technologies out there that are just measuring part of the body and then estimating another part of the body, right? InBody, you know, very accurate because we're able to directly measure, not using empirical estimations like fat, age, gender, things of that sort. So,
And is it important to do it? We were kidding about it earlier, but should you do it first thing in the morning before you eat?
yeah, so the main thing is just being consistent. There's some previsionary steps, right? You're supposed to be hydrated. You don't want to just, you know, eat a bunch of stuff and then hop on the scale, right? Yeah, so being consistent. If you do, for some reason, you know, you did eat or something, it's just going to, anything in your belly is going to count as extra body fat mass. And the results aren't going to be skewed a huge amount, and maybe a small percentage. So that's one of the good things about that. But yeah, definitely the main thing, you want to, you know, test at a consistent time so you can get those consistent results.
Well, it's fantastic. Any questions for Kevin now? If not, you can go out. Yes.
We're located, we're actually based out of Korea, but our InBody USA office is here in Los Angeles, Cerritos, California. You heard of that? But we're all over, and yeah, we ship it from LA if you were to purchase, and we'd have different reps in, you know, that handle each area. And like he said, our support team is awesome. We have customer experience managers who'll have their calendar links, really easy to get a hold of.
Yeah, I think that was really cool was when he asked for posters, they said they already sent them. All right, we hung them up. It's a nice visual behind the machine in our lobby. You'll see on tomorrow. When he asked for help with training, they were on it, no problem.
Yep.
So
training included, everything to plug and play, like you said.
Yeah, and they're a great
Marketing.
partner for us. That's why they're here. There's other body comp devices out there. These have I always say we want the best quality, right? The best people, right? And then the fair price.
You know, it was funny when we got it at the Wellness Center. It was in a couple boxes, and it was actually I think in my office, and Zach and I were looking at it, and we're going, yeah, we got to get that together. We got to put that together. We got to put that together. But then we found out when we opened the box, you don't have to put it together. It was
Plug and
like
play.
bang, bang, 1, 2, 3.
It was getting
No
passed
maintenance.
around to a few different people.
Yeah.
And then I was out of town, they surprised me, and then they put it together. They told me how intense it was to put together, but now I find the truth out, yeah?
The intensity was in the anticipation.
Yeah, oh, my son is maybe Joe extra. We spent hours on that thing, yes. Well, the truth always comes out. So, well, any more questions, you can catch Kevin outside. Thanks so much. Here's here for Kevin.
So much. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Yep.
So again, we want to teach you about ESP. Evaluate, support, and provide solutions. And a lot of these things we've discredited over time. The conversation with the patients, the thorough history, asking the questions. You got to build the trust in the first 5 minutes with the patient. They're going to work with you if they know, like, and trust you. And the nice thing too is when you do that initial consultation, you can actually put the patients in different categories, just like we do with clients. So you have your A clients, right? They're awesome, like everyone here. They're assets. They're going to tell everyone how great you are. We want A clients. We have the M clients, which we call the mushy middle. Do we like them?
Sure.
Yeah. They're your Pittsburgh guys. They go to the game and they come in after the weekend. And I say, well, how'd you do at the game? Oh, great. I'm like, you didn't drink? Well, I only had 6 beers. Normally I have that and shots and blah, blah, blah. So they're the mushy middle. They're going to get results. They may fall off the program. You got to keep them going. We like them too. And then you have the X clients. They come in, with a stack and say, I'm going to see what my real doctor says. Is there any research on this? I heard vitamins don't do anything.
My doctor said.
Do you take health insurance? These are the questions you get, right? Those are X clients. Why do we call them X? Because you want to fire them immediately. And even better, you want to say, a friend of mine, pick someone you don't like across town, keep their business cards. Dr. Shepard's got quite a few names in his head. And say, hey, Joe, I don't specialize in jerk-offs, but I know someone that does. You guys will love each other. Because the people that complain the most about price, I learned this from an Amish practitioner at Northern Nutrition, I believe Matt Kaufman. He says, the clients that complain the most about price give me the most amount of headaches. I said, what do you do with them? He said, you can't do anything with them. You gotta let them go. Right? So the art of what you do is quantifying what the issues are for the person, meeting them where they are, and then help them on their journey to health. So hopefully this morning, we help give you some great ideas. We are available. We are hands-on. If you don't have an inside, or you don't have an outside rep, you may have an inside rep, or both. Joe, myself, Dr. Tracey, Len, Christina, all available. We have some great online programs now with Paulina and also with Tracey and Dr. V's going to be doing some. So a lot of ways to help you so you can get better results and better profits. So thanks so much for this morning. We're going to have Kristine come up and say a break. We're going to say a quick prayer, and then we're going to break bread together.
Well, thank you everybody for being here. If you haven't enjoyed a Nutritional Frontiers event, I'm glad you're here this time because this is a great one. The reason I'm up here with Ryan is because I'm Chief Health and Growth Officer at a company called Get Healthy Store. There's a booth right out there. Candace is helping. We're kind of like a one-stop shop as well for distribution of product. So on the front, we're kind of like Amazon. 8 wellness categories across all different wellness categories: food, nutrition, books, education, supplements. 350 brands on our catalog, no cost of goods to you. You can unload them onto your store and sell them through, so you don't have to build yourself a Shopify site. You don't have to become a tech expert. You don't have to hire somebody. We do all that for you. On the back end, we're like FullScript, but better, because we have 8 wellness categories and an incredible API integration with diagnostic testing, specialty testing with Avexia. And that's been, a year, probably, Ryan, that we've started this partnership, and it's been tremendously beneficial. So I would invite you to go talk to Candace and discover what Get Healthy Store can do for you. I personally use it. Nutritional Frontiers is our #1 selling brand across all 350 brands on our technology by $500,000. Clapping is good, yep. So a lot of big influencers use our technology, and we're very proud of what we built, and we're super proud of our partnership with Avexia. And so, Ryan, I'm just going to be quiet and let you introduce yourself, and then I have some questions to get us started.
Great. My name is Ryan. I'm with Avexia Diagnostics. To tell you a little bit about myself before I jump into the presentation a little bit later, is I've been in the integrative functional medicine space for 26 years. The first 19 of those years, I worked for a different manufacturer of nutraceuticals. This is going way back to the very beginning of the industry. At that time, I was employee number 4 at that organization, and I did a lot of things. I was in sales management, biz dev, international biz dev, so on and so forth. My greatest takeaway from my 19 years at that organization is I saw the industry across the country from coast to coast. What I noticed is that the clinic type or the business itself was very regional, meaning a clinic in southern Florida looked nothing like a clinic in Michigan, and so on and so forth. And so my experience was being able to take the very best of each region and just kind of share those best practices across the 13 territories that I developed domestically in the United States. And then I also launched that particular brand into its first 2 international markets of Mexico and Canada. In fact, I've spent over a year of my life, 1 week at a time, going to Canada, where I helped launch that brand. The next career that I had, or role that I had, and that's where we're going to focus a little bit today, or at least provide you with some concepts, is I was the vice president of mergers and acquisitions for Forum Health. If you're not familiar with Forum Health is building a network of integrative functional medicine clinics across the country. I was employee number 1 on day 1. I bought over 40 medical practices in about a 4.5-year period, grew the business from 0 to $90 million in that period of time. Today, I am the Chief Commercial Officer at Avexia Diagnostics, and that's what we're here to talk to you about today. And our job is to make your lives easier. So that's a little bit about me and my background.
So how do you think that your background has really helped you with your current role in Avexia, especially with Forum Health?
Yep. So my experience at Forum Health, so again, I was with a nutraceutical manufacturer distributor for 19 years. I was arrogant. I thought I knew what everyone in this room really wanted. And I found out very quickly, probably within 30 to 60 days after I'd buy the medical practice from the physician, he or she would stay on as an employee. And then we worked together. And I discovered very quickly, oh my gosh, I had no idea what physicians really wanted. And so that impact of really understanding what physicians wanted led me to Avexia Diagnostics, where I think I have a really clear understanding what business owners and healthcare professionals really do want. Now, my one takeaway with working with physicians was creating standards at the practice. And what that means is when a patient type walks in with a certain disease state, that we created standards. Now, we would not mess around with any medical decisions, but we would help the provider create a standard. If a patient type walks in with this disease state, what labs have you chosen? What nutraceutical intervention have you chosen? What other modalities would you choose for that? What happens too many times in this space, so again, over 26 years that I've been in the industry has not served itself at all. It's had 26 different names in the 26 years. It started off as complementary medicine, holistic medicine. The nomenclature today is what? Precision and personalized medicine. Well, the problem with that is when I enter into this space as a new provider, I get really caught up into the idea I have to create a treatment plan that's 100% unique to this one particular patient. And I do that 8 times over every day, or even more. And I multiply it over weeks, months, quarters, and years of my career. What that eventually will lead to is decision fatigue and ultimately burnout. I cannot tell you how many practitioners in their 40s say, buy my practice, I want to give it to you. I am so exhausted about running this business. So creating standards, I think, is very important. Make the decision and then move forward with it. Think of the 80-20 rule. 80% of my treatment plan can be right across all patients. I'm going to use the last 20% to put my finishing touches on it. I certainly can't talk to someone who's working shift work the same way that I would work to someone who maybe is retired. And so that would be one of the biggest differences that I would say is dial into a standard of care and then multiply it or scale it across your patient base.
So we have a large audience here. What would you suggest on how they maximize the diagnostic laboratory services?
So with regards to what we're going to talk about today, I think it is very important to become extremely fluent with whatever diagnostic test you choose. You will see from my presentation today, we are agnostic. We don't care whose labs you use. We have everybody's labs. But become very fluent with the labs that you've chosen. You know every analyte and what that analyte means, what intervention that you need to incorporate to address that analyte. Over the course of my career, I discovered some of the very best physicians are what I call tinkerers. They are always looking for the shiny new penny. And if you're constantly looking for the shiny new penny, you can never become really a black belt in what you originally choose. So again, to answer that question, choose what labs you love and get really dialed in so you don't get distracted. Because I know when you go to trade shows like this or you go to IFM or A4M, you come home with a whole box of new supplements and a whole box of new lab testing, and your staff is going, what the heck is this? And it just sits on the shelf, and I see people laughing. That is a true statement. So anyway.
Very nice. We're ready for your presentation.
Perfect. So as I mentioned, I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Avexia Diagnostics. I just want to take 4 or 5 minutes of your time to go over this slide deck. If you're not familiar with Avexia Diagnostics, we are an easy-to-use, web-based platform that allows the provider to access all of your diagnostic testing in one place. We deliver on 3 value props. The first value proposition, as I mentioned earlier, is we are agnostic. We don't care whose labs you use whoever you want, because we got them all. As a healthcare provider, if you want to pursue specialty or functional testing, you can choose from our nearly 40 labs that we have here. If as a provider you want to pursue blood chemistry, more of the conventional testing, guess what? As a provider, you can do that on our platform as well. It might look like grabbing one of our plug-and-play panels that is off the shelf and using one of those panels, maybe like a thyroid panel. But if you're someone that I know that there's a lot of them in this room, maybe you're someone who wants to create your own custom panels. You want to roll up your sleeves, sharpen the pencil, and create your own custom panels. Guess what? You can do that with our platform as well. My case in point is at Avexia Diagnostics with our platform, healthcare professionals can take it in any direction that you could possibly consider taking it into. The second value proposition is just simply, we're going to make your life easier. We're going to improve process, procedure, workflow, and efficiencies. It's being able to order the conventional testing, the blood work, the routine testing, and the specialty testing in the same place. And hopefully, it's from the convenience of your own EMR platform. We have integrated with many, many EMR platforms. You would never have to leave the platform. You can order and receive results from your own platform. Where we do our job is through relationship management, right? It's not unheard of for you in this room to be ordering lab testing from 5, maybe 10 different lab companies, especially when you get in these boutique specialty labs. Well, guess what? For your front of the house staff, that's 5 orders. That's 5 boxes of supplies. That's 5 phone numbers, and that's 10 relationships you have to manage. With Avexia Diagnostics, it's 1. 1 phone number, 1 relationship, 1 order, and 1 box of supplies. Something else that will be very cool that you will be able to incorporate with the lab panels that will be available through Nutritional Frontiers is called a functional health report. This is an AI-derived report that's based off of blood chemistry results. It will help you start to build out the treatment plan. Everyone here is for NF. As soon as all the results coming in this report, we'll start recommending NF's dietary supplements. And then we can get hooked up with Get Healthy store, and we know patients need month 2, month 3 of their dietary supplements. Another area that offers some flexibility with our platform, if you're a solopreneur, or maybe you just don't want to get involved in transactions with labs, we can have patients pay us directly, and then we can remunerate you on the back end. So if you didn't want to be involved in the transaction for labs, we can take care of that for you as well. As I mentioned, we've been around since 2007. We're in our 17th year. We have 17 years of archived educational resources. In fact, at lunch, I pointed a physician in the direction of a couple of our webinars that they could review about a particular test. The last value proposition, and this is where the rubber meets the road. And if anyone here currently uses Avexia Diagnostics, I promise you, I'm going to share some things that you as a client probably don't even know that we do. So where do we view ourselves in the ecosystem of the local practice? We view ourselves as an extension of your practice. There is nothing more than what we would love to do is take over all things diagnostic laboratory testing in your practice. And here are a couple ways that might look. Number one is price negotiating. On the blood chemistry side, so the conventional testing, the CBCs, CMPs, lipids, so on and so forth, we are going to be anywhere from 50 to 80% less expensive than if you went through the lab directly. We are a GPO, a group purchasing organization. We have 22,000 clients. We are negotiating pricing for 22,000 clinics, not one. Another area that is very interesting and I think very important for most of the practices here is when there's a problem, we answer the phone. We answer the phone 100% of the time without exception. How many times have you been in an exam room or looking at your roster for the day and go, oh my gosh, Susie's coming in, where are her lab results? No longer does your local team, the front of the house, need to track down the results. Guess what? We do that for you. No longer does your team need to be tracking down results. We will do that for you.
There's always one.
So that's coming in the slide, but she asked, are you guys available after clinic hours? The answer is yes. We are available via email after clinic hours. We're open 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time, but we are available after clinic hours. We're available on weekends, and we are available on holidays. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time.
If you're looking at testing after 8, you're not prioritizing your sleep. We know. You should.
So another area where we can function as an extension of your practice is maybe you're trying to shop a new test. Maybe you've never done, let's say, a salivary cortisol test. We will help you shop a new test. Maybe you would like to compare like tests. Maybe you're like, tell me about DSL's GI map versus DDI's GI 360. Remember the first value proposition? We're agnostic. We don't care whose lab. We're not going to sell you one lab partner over another, but we are going to give you objective comparisons. Another area where we will help you as an extension of your practice is just keep you up to speed with what the heck's going on in diagnostic testing. What you see on the screen right now is a breast cancer screen. Collection is through teardrops.
This is Jen Simmons. Dr. Jen Simmons test.
Yeah,
So
the company is called Namita, and the test is called Aurea.
Very cool.
One other example of a brand new test we're so excited about. In fact, my counterpart back there, Joanne Iverson, please go say hi to her sometime this weekend. This is a brand new test, just has become available. We believe it's the only one in the country right now. It's a myostatin follistatin test. Does anyone have patients who are on GLP-1 assisted weight loss programs? This test will tell you, is the patient's weight being lost fat or is it muscle mass? Obviously, we don't want to lose muscle mass. It reduces BMR, which is our calorie burn at rest. We want to keep that bad boy high and even grow that so we don't have recidivism, which is the weight gain when they come off the therapy. Okay, another area where we can function as an extension of your practice. Tracking down results and patient orders. Another area, maybe you're trying to clean up some financial statements and you need to clean up that P&L. Guess what? We will reconcile bills for you. You don't have to do that anymore. If you don't have a phlebotomist on site, guess what? We will find the local draw site that's most convenient for your patient. Your team no longer needs to do that. If you do have a phlebot on site, we order supplies for you. And if you want to set up a draw center for the very first time, we send you everything. Centrifuge, tubes, tops, needles, tourniquets, Band-Aids, gloves, whatever you need. It's all done for you. We'll even call at the end of the day for your team for the pickup of the specimen. Something that is unique to this relationship is we have white labeled marketing materials for you. There's 35 assets available. You add your logo, your branding, and your messaging to marketing materials. This could be a TikTok video we'll create for you. This is an animated video, a social media post, a promotional email, so on and so forth. These are all available to you as well. And then we already talked about our hours. And so hopefully I positioned us as a very nice consideration for all things diagnostic labs for you. We consider ourselves the one-stop shop for all things diagnostic labs. And we are available for the low monthly fee of free. Everything that I mentioned to you is 100 free.
That was perfect timing.
So we are free. Everything that I mentioned to you is 100% free. There is no upcharging of patients. So again, I think we're a very good consideration for this group for your diagnostic labs.
Amen. What about unlicensed practitioners, fitness professionals, people in the health coaching space?
We serve licensed providers and non-licensed providers. So for non-licensed providers, for your scope of practice does not...
Yeah.
Oh.
Right.
If they're non-licensed, so this would be where your scope of practice does not include diagnostic testing. We have an internal physician network that will sign off on the requisitions for you. It's $5 to do that, very low cost.
And I know there's some people here that have programs that they offer out to their patients. How can you step in and help them with those?
Exactly. So I was talking to somebody in the front row about bundling. So one of the things that I've discovered, only being in diagnostics for a year, is a lot of healthcare professionals feel weird about charging or upcharging diagnostic labs. I'm not a fan of that. I think you actually need to monetize everything. When you understand time and motion, the idea of how long does it take to place an order, how long does it take to unbox an order, put it on the shelf, create the PO. So one of the ways, if you don't feel good about charging for a lab or actually having your patients understand you're upcharging for the lab for the interpretation, bundling. Bundling that in. So this is becoming more and more popular in the last 5 years. Maybe you could do a Hashimoto's bundle, like a Hashimoto's program. So they come in for Hashis, you know you're going to be running the blood chemistry, you're including the nutraceutical interventions, and they're just paying for the bundle. This is the trend in the industry right now, and it's working really, really well for some healthcare professionals.
Yeah, very good. So what are 2 things our audience members can do tomorrow to get started?
There's 2 things, and I just talked to my friend here in Houston. There's 2 things that I'm going to recommend, and this is really from my experience at Forum Health. So again, I bought the practice and then worked alongside the physician. I discovered very quickly that business owners who are owner-operators, you get really stuck in your day-to-day. You might be looking week to week, but you get stuck in day-to-day. My first recommendation is take 1 or 2 days a month during business hours, get yourself off-site. Start working on the business as opposed to in the business. And rather than looking at your business from day to day, week to week, start looking at 6-month horizons. Where do I want my practice 6 months from now, 12 months from now, 18 months from now? So that's my first bit of advice. My second bit of advice is if you're looking for growth equity, growth capital, meaning you're wanting someone to invest in your practice, or you seek an exit, let's say in the next 3 to 7 years, you'd like to start scaling down your career and maybe retire, is you have to work yourself out of the business. What I mean by that is if you contribute as little as possible to the revenue that's getting generated in your practice, the value of your business skyrockets. If you are someone and say, hey, all the revenue getting generated on my practice is on my shoulders, there's very little value in that practice. The practice value grows when you have extenders of your intellectual property, right? So let's say I'm a MD. I'm looking at hiring a nurse practitioner where I can download my IP into him or her. They can see the majority of the patients, and I'm focused on my 6-month horizons. How do I build the business here? How do I build the business there? When I remove myself out of revenue generation, my practice is valued completely differently, and it is, we just gave an example. One example would be the practice was valued at $400,000. In this particular example I was talking about over lunch, to over probably $3 million just by removing this person out of the day-to-day of revenue generation. So those are my bits of advice.
That's awesome. Well, I hope everyone, how many people use Avexia right now? Yeah, so that's good. So we need more. It's very convenient. I use it, and I do have to say the pricing is amazing. So Ryan, thank you for coming in and taking time out of your vacation to be with us. Hang on, I need to get a selfie with you or John will never forgive me. So wait, hold up. 10 years later, 10 years younger. Andy's really tall. All right, thank you. PowerPoint me, Phil. So we're running a little bit behind. So I'm going to 2x myself. I'm going to be talking like this really fast. Right? That doesn't make me feel good. She's like, that's how I listen to you on your webinars. Boop, pew, pew, pew. Shut up, Amy. Yeah, I feel it. I'm just messing with you. I've known Amy for a long time. I can razz her. All right, well, this is face tongue now, so I'll say this. Everybody take out your phone if you have one. You're going to take a selfie. You're also going to take a picture of your tongue and of your nails, and then you can look at those later. Second, you guys have notebooks. May I borrow this for a second? I'm going to have you draw pictures in here. So you're going to use 1 page for a face, 1 page for a tongue, and 1 page for a hand. Okay? So you didn't know it was an art class. There is no sip. It's not a paint and sip. I apologize, but you can get wine later. So obviously this information is for educational purposes only. It's not meant to cure, treat, or diagnose any disease. Does not replace the recommendation of your licensed medical physician. Moving on. Okay. So I came out of personal training. I have a degree from Penn State, which I'm kind of ashamed of right now since they're doing vaccine promotions for children. Whatever. But I am a naturopathic doctor. I've been in this industry for about 25 years. I'm the Chief Health Growth Officer of GetHealthy.store. And I'm a wife, mom, and a lover of Jesus. So everything I talk about comes from a Christian perspective. That's not to offend anyone. That's just to make sure that I make it to heaven, because trust me, I need to rack up all the credits I can. All right, so why FTN? Why face tongue now? Well, this is a long forgotten art. I taught this class for NOVA. Does anybody know what NOVA is? Very highly prestigious medical school. They have this big CEU conference, all these medical doctors, and one of our NF doctors that lives in Boca asked me to come in and speak, and so I'm speaking to all these medical doctors, and the one doctor said, "We have to look at the patient?" I was like, yes. Shocking, I know. But I do think we spend too much time looking down, looking at our testing, looking at our computers. And while I'm a big fan of testing, you don't treat the test, you talk to the person. So when you look at somebody, you can see characteristics, physical discernments, as I call them. God gave us physical discernment as much as he gave us spiritual. You can walk up to somebody and be like, "Ee," or like, "Hey," You're like, wow, it's either a familiar spirit or one you don't want to be around. But after looking at people for 20 plus years, you start to develop patterns. You know that people that are tired have the sunken in eyes. You know people that are busy thinkers and always inquisitive, they have the wrinkles on their forehead. And so this has been brought through the era 3,000 years where you have traditional Chinese medicine, but then there's little things that you probably notice as clinicians that you see on certain people that actually have had certain expressions of dis-ease. So it also makes you fun at parties where people walk up to you and you're like, "Oh, kidney issues, yeah." "Okay, Amy, let's talk. Thyroid." So you can gain and use this, I don't want to say as a marketing tool, but it kind of is. And people are fascinated when you can really look at them and have a conversation about what's wrong, right? Eyelids drooping over the eyelashes, low protein digestion. This one guy had a watery eye. I almost said he had poor protein digestion, but he just had something in his eye, so I had to recant my statement. It's not predictive, it's not diagnostic, but if you can use it in triangulation with other testing and with your intake, it's very powerful. And it does start a communication, a rapport between you and your patients. And I think it's really important. So take your phones out, take a selfie. Now listen, no filters, okay? No filters, none of this up here like Tracey does to look 10 years younger. It doesn't work anyway, but I try. Just take a straight old picture. And when you go home, if you want to use a mirror, you can do that and just do a self-analysis. Okay, so you want when you ask for pictures for your clients, you want to do the same thing. Be instructive. Tell them, no big cheesy smiles. Just keep this face straight. Make sure there's good lighting, but you don't want any filters because people will be like, yeah. It's like, no, we're not posting to Facebook. We're just taking a selfie. Second, your tongue. When you have someone send you a picture of the tongue, you want to be able to see to the back of the throat. You got to see those taste buds back there. You want to see how big they are. You want to see how far that coating goes back. So it's a big okay? Everybody say Take a picture of your tongue. Actually, I'm not even teaching on this. I just wanted to see if you guys would do it. But yeah, I'm kidding. I am. All right, now your nails. A lot of people will go like this when they show you their fingertips. Okay, you want them to turn their nails towards them and have them send them out like this to you. If you have somebody go like this with their fingers, it's going to cut off the blood circulation to the nails because they're contracting all of the muscles in the forearm and the hands and whatnot. So make sure you have them turn their fingers down and in, just like you would be blowing a manicure dry. Okay, and that's the same way that you should take a picture of your fingers or your thumb. Okay, now let's talk about Botox and fillers and all the things. You have to ask, okay? Number one, if someone's injecting Botox into their face, no judgment, but there are other ways. You can do fat implants. You can like take it from your butt, put it in your face, like a new thing. Yeah, I was like, let's go. My face will be this big, but I'm going to look great. So, but here's the thing. You have to ask about Botox. You have to ask about fillers, lip implants. You have to ask about nails. These are actually press-on nails. Aren't they cute? Look, I just put them on this morning. They're adorable, really. $7, okay? I can't sit that long in a chair and get my nails done. There's nothing. That's not happening. So the tongue, though, is one part that really they can't do anything to unless they have some piercings. But those piercings will affect the areas that they pierce through, just so you're aware, okay? So will eyebrow piercings and nose piercings, which, where are you, Dan? I'm calling you out. Dan comes up to me. Come on, yeah, don't you duck down. Dan comes up to me and he said, we put nose rings in pigs to keep them from rooting. I said, well, I haven't rooted in weeks. This really worked. Like, whew. I go into the kitchen now and I'm like, I don't even have to snort around here anymore. See? All right, so let's talk about the face. So you're going to draw just this little picture in your notebook of the face. What we're going to look for is the shape of the face, the proportions. You ever see someone who has mismatched proportions? Their eye is lower. I mean, you have to really look at somebody. Now, it gets kind of stocky where I'm in my office just staring at people, and I'm like, I'm just looking at your face, right? You can also ask about the health of the mouth, the gums, the teeth. That all matters. Remember that in utero, the gums are formed from the same tissue as the cardiovascular tissue. That's why CoQ10 works so well for gum health as well as cardiovascular health. You want to ask them about any cracks, cold sores. Do they get cold sores? Do they have bleeding gums? Ask about this whole thing. Okay, also the neck, which we'll get to. Sorry, I touched my mic, Phil. Sorry about that. And then you're looking at feature structure. How big is their nose? What do their ears look like? How big are their lips? Right? People that have thinner lips, like I do, tend not to be emotionally based. I'm hilarious because I trap all my trauma from long ago. That's what makes me funny. I cannot talk about it. I won't be funny anymore. So we have to keep those things inside. No, I'm just kidding. That's bad advice. But if people have really big lips or a wide mouth, they like to express themselves. They're very passionate. You look at the color of their skin. Are they gray? Are they yellow? Are they pale? Are they real red and blotchy? So you're taking all this information in, and all you've looked at is their face, okay? And then the areas of the face matter. Now, there's 2 slides on this, so don't panic, because when I switch to the next slide, it's still this, but I have all the remedies on there. So starting at the top, up here, small intestine and bladder. So when I do see those busy lines on people's foreheads, not only is that busy thinking, but it also can be indicative of some bladder or small intestine issues. Now, when we talk about emotions and how that expression comes out, you'll realize that busy thinkers tend to worry. They're going to have lower hydrochloric acid. They're not going to digest their food as well. They're going to be stressed out. If you don't have hydrochloric acid, you're more susceptible to parasites, viruses, bacteria. That stuff has to drain out somewhere. Where does it go? Kidneys, bladder. Okay, so you're going to start to pull all of this together as you learn this little art. And you shouldn't stop with me. There's many people that teach this and teach it very well. There's lots of books. If you just Google face, tongue, nail analysis, you'll get lots of resources. Grab them, read them. It's a really neat thing to be able to look at somebody. All right, so we're still, same chart, some things. Above the eyes here, on the eyebrows is heart. But also there's intuition there. People call them intuition lines, people that have lines right above their eyebrows. And usually, like if you are a person that goes with your heart, goes with your gut, you could call that intuition, right? Because you're trusting your own self to move forward. I never trust myself. I trust Jesus. I ask him first. And usually if I want to do what I want to do, he's like, no. So. All right, in between the eyes right here is spleen. So if you have a vertical straight line right here, and draw that on your paper, draw that on your face, right? That's spleen. Now spleen, what does it have to do with? What has to do with joy? It also has to do with your immune system. It's probably a really first indicator that you're low in vitamin D, that your immune system's a little repressed. The lines on each side of the spleen that go this way with the eyebrows, like your mom never comes in and says, where were you at 3 o'clock? No, she comes in and she's like, where were you at 3 o'clock, right? That's anger. So that's going to be indicative of the liver and your liver health. Now here's a little clinical pearl. One line, 1 second, one line on one side usually is a sign of alcoholism in the family or for that person. Okay, question. I haven't got there yet. So, all right, so spleen, vertical, right? Liver's here. And as you can see, I've put under each one the NF formulas that are going to help with these systems. Now, it doesn't mean that somebody walks in and you give them everything on this sheet. What you're going to be looking for is this, does it show up on the face, on the tongue, and on the nails? You're looking for 3 indicators. If you get a 3 indicator point, face, tongue, and nail, I would recommend doing that formula because that's your biggest screaming child. It's shown up 3 places, okay? Now, she had asked about, what about this line across? Horizontal, right where the nose meets the forehead, that's pancreas, okay? Those are your metabolically dysfunctional people. Later on, I'm going to talk about GLP-1s. I'm going to talk about incretins. I'm going to talk about Ozempic, the dirty little word everybody hates. And I'm going to teach you guys, it's really not that bad. It's just being overdosed. But when somebody does have that, which most people do, only 6% of the world is metabolically optimized. That means everybody in here, minus 6% of us, is metabolically crippled. We're all heading towards metabolic disease. Some people, it just lands on their face. Okay? Okay, tip of the nose is heart. You ever see somebody that drinks a lot and they get the vascular breaking at the end of their nose? It is the biggest clues for me when someone walks into my office is this line and their nose. If I see those 2 things, I immediately ask them, how long have you drank and how much do you drink? And they're like, how did you know that? It's written all over your face. And it's a hard question, but it's necessary because you ask them what they eat, right? You ask them if they drink. They're like, yeah, occasionally. Because no one's going to be like, I'm an alcoholic. I'm so glad to be here. That doesn't happen. So even if you don't say it to them, you might know that, and it might be a conversation that you need to address later. But a bulbous nose, big tip, these are also people who have big hearts too. And it doesn't have to have broken capillaries and things like that. But if you have a prominent nose, you have a big bulb at the end of your nose, that means you're a giver. You're the person that is always giving away your heart, or you feel everything very deeply. Okay, so just keep that in mind when you're dealing with your clients and they have a pretty prominent bulb at the end of their nose. They might be giving all their energy away to everybody else and not taking care of themselves. So again, it's a conversation. Right above the lip is the small intestine. The top lip is the stomach. The bottom lip is the large intestine. So stomach, above the lip, small intestine, then the stomach, then the large intestine. So people that have vertical lines above their lip, they usually have parasites. It's a good indication of parasites. If people get cold sores, right, from stress, and it's up here on the top lip, it's usually because their hydrochloric acid is low and they can't fight viruses, bacteria, parasites, things like that. You can start by amplifying their digestion and their immune system. Bottom lip, large intestine. Now around the mouth, these lines right here, this little triangle, okay, half a triangle, that's called panda face. People that have real dense lines like this from their nose down, they're usually constipated, or they have to use something to go to the bathroom. So when people come in and have panda face, I usually know. People that have jowls here that sag, that's magnesium deficiency. So, yes, I need magnesium. Quit judging me. All right, chin, reproductive system. What do women say? I've hit puberty again once they hit their menopausal years, right? Because it's breaking out on their chin. So usually if that happens, that's going to be hormone fluctuation. For men, the dimple. That's usually a sign of prostate health and something to keep your eye on if they have the chin dimple. I call it the chin butt. They get a butt on their chin, watch for it. Okay, underneath the eyes and on the corner of the eyes. So underneath the eyes, there's two things. When you have puffiness underneath your eyes, that's usually kidney adrenal. That person's exhausted, their electrolytes are imbalanced, sodium and potassium. If you took my blood work course, you know that I use sodium and potassium to address adrenal health, right? If there's darkness, it's either liver congestion. It can also be food sensitivities. You ever see little boys and little girls with little shiners under their eyes? Yeah, that's usually food sensitivities. Or you're just a mom, you have 2 kids, and you never sleep again. What? One of that. Yeah. There's always a leg over you or something like that. Where's Joanna? Yeah, last night she was in her bed, I was in mine. We had no kids. I was like, do not come over here. Pew! Stay on your bed. All right, on the side of the face here are lungs. So when people are kind of gaunt, they've been sick for a while, people that have gone through chemo, people that have pulmonary issues, their cheeks will sink in. You'll also see that on people that have low iron and low B12 because they're going to have low oxygen potential. Okay, so that's all lungs, especially people that have long haulers COVID or had been on a vent or had COVID and have poor lung function, you'll see that, okay? Right here on the cheeky cheeks is stomach. Ever have someone say, oh, I eat that and I get all red, or if I have a glass of red wine, my cheeks get red. That's hydrochloric acid, low hydrochloric acid. They have low pancreatic enzymes being pushed into the digestive system. And that's usually, guys, coincides, any type of digestive issue will coincide with parasites. So it's always the first thing that I'll look at on the blood work is their eosinophils and their basophils. Where are they? Right? You also can do food inflammation tests. You can do GI maps. Dr. Lucas is an expert in interpreting GI maps. Yes, you are. You're so good. You can ask him all the questions later. And then on the corner of the eyes, you have adrenals, right? On the corner of the eyebrows, if they are falling off or their eyebrows start to, fall away or they stop growing, that's usually thyroid. Now, I don't have it marked here, but down here on the neck, if you have lines, 1 line, 2 lines, I don't care how many lines, going across your neck, you have thyroid issues. That doesn't mean you have Graves or Hashimoto's or even hypothyroid, but there is a need. And that can be trickling in from imbalanced hormones, adrenal stress, nutrient deficiencies, heavy metal toxicity. We're going to talk about thyroid as one of our advanced testing modules in Hashimoto's. But I just want you guys to be aware, just by looking at someone's face, you can learn so much about them, not only physically, but personality-wise. I usually look at people first of what kind of person you are, because I have to learn to align with you very quickly. So if you're someone that won't look me in the eye when we talk, I know that I'm too much or intimidating, or they may have low self-esteem. So I got to take a step back out of their space and just be like, oh, you look nice today. I love your dress, right? You got to reestablish an alignment. I'm going to take your phone. Cindy. Pew. You're fine. She's researching. That's what she's doing. I know what she's doing. So I lost my train of thought. She has tiny ears. They're adorable, though. Adorable tiny ears. And she doesn't like me to be talking to her in her space. Right. Yeah. So when I look at somebody, I'm looking at their ears. How big are they? Right? If you have big old sticky out ears, you're an auditory learner. So I'm going to talk to you more. I'm going to tell you more things. I'm sorry, I'm going to stay right here. So I'm going to talk to you more. You're auditory. You hear. You're here. Okay, my little guy, he's 10, soon to be 11, auditory, straight up. Unless I have to tell him to take a shower, go to bed, or clean up his room. Completely deaf after that. He's like, what? What? But I can be upstairs talking to my husband, and I'll say something, and he'll be like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, was that the Lord? I was like, what is that? It's him. My other one is kinesthetic, visual kinesthetic. He'll watch a YouTube video, and he'll pick something up so fast. During his whole baseball season, I told him, you're banned from YouTube. Because every time he'd get up to the plate, he'd be like, yeah. And then all of a sudden, he was like, yeah. Then all of a sudden, he was like, yeah. I was like, stop watching YouTube. He changed his baseball stance every single time. I was like, you're driving me crazy, and your batting average is like 250. Stop it. So just keep in mind, looking at somebody too, also their body language, which we're going to talk about. All right, tongue reading. This is really good because tongues change quickly. In 3 days, you can see how well your protocol is working because it's epithelial tissue. That's really important to know because this is a tangible thing that you can send your clients home with and be like, take this candy kill and this SBC, and their tongue can be completely coated. In 3 days, it looks better, and they're like, oh my gosh, this is working. This is really working. So here's what I look for. Heavy center line, coating of any kind, teeth marks on the side of the tongue. That doesn't mean they're clamping on their tongue. That means their tongue swelled up, and now they have it pressing against their teeth. So it's inflammation. It's also low spleen. It means their body's wet rather than dry. The underlying color, is it pink? Is it hot pink? Is it purple? Is it white? Not white coating, but is it white? Like they're deficient, right? I also ask about mouth health here, your ulcers, your gums. Is there any periodontal? Have you been to the dentist? Do you get your teeth cleaned? Do you use fluoride that's going to destroy your brain? I leave the last part out. But I do ask, right? So here's your tongue map. Not real clear, but that says liver and gallbladder on the side. Kidney, bladder, and intestines up top, spleen and stomach in the middle, lung, heart. And if you remember the face, it kind of matches the pattern, right? It's kind of the same almost. So we had kidney and bladder up here, we had heart in the middle, right, etc. So, anybody ever hear geographic tongue, right? Yeah, this is the guy you want to meet on Match.com. Mwah! I still want to do the Match.com with using face, tongue, and nail. I do. I would match you guys 100%. I'd be like, stick out your tongue. No one's getting a good night kiss tonight. You. All right, so geographic tongue is basically candida, dysbiosis of the digestive system. A hot red tongue, like this one here, is usually methylated B12 need, oxygen need, DMG. Just think about hot red. Also purple, coagulation, that's stagnation of blood flow. Need for nitric oxide, Circucor, DMG, right? Yellow tongue isn't always candida. You can have a yellow coating, and that can mean liver as well. You have to triangulate. You'd have to go and look at the liver area on the face, right, under the eyes. Or are they having cracked lips where they're deficient, or they might have some dysbiosis going on. So here's deficiency. This is a very dehydrated cracked tongue. Needs water. I mean, don't forget your foundations. Don't run right to supplements and the guy's not drinking any water, right? Also, you have to ask your clients when they come in and they're doing the sticky out tongue, like if they're green or purple, you don't know what they drank before they got there. You need to ask, you know. People might have their coffee walking into your place, so I usually tell them, put it down, which they're like, then they put it down, right? So have them rinse their mouth out if you want to see like really what's going on. This is more spleen. Do you see how this line travels from the very tip, which is lung, through the heart, back into the spleen area? So it does tell me that all those systems and functions are affected by his immune system. We would call this metabolic disease, right? Metabolic disorder, cardiovascular risk. So he does need digestive enzymes, obviously, because that line is running through the stomach area of the tongue too. So that could be anything like Cybezyme. If it's running through the spleen area and you're picking up on an immune issue because you're seeing that on the face, you see the line here, right, on the face, and now he has a line on the spleen area of the tongue, that's 2, right? Then you're going to probably look at immunity on the nails. So any of these would match depending on the person that's sitting in front of you, but you have to be the Perry Mason. You have to be the detective pulling all the pieces together. She's like, don't call on me again. I'm just kidding. All right, white coating. So this is white, but it's not coated. Do you see how it has little dots, the little red dots? It looks like a strawberry that was like bleached. So on kids, this is going to be a sign of anemia, hands down. Especially with the little little red dots, that's going to be a need for B12. So anybody that has those little red dots, regardless of what color their tongue is, can mean B12. In women, it can mean hormone disruption. So if you think about it, if you're looking here on their chin and they have a lot of acne, and you tell them to stick out their tongue and they have these little red cherries on their tongue, you know it's 2 signs for hormones, right? And then you could probably ask a hormone question. Do you get your menstruation regularly? Have you gone through menopause, right? You'll probably get a lot of information after that. With kids, it could very well be a B12 deficiency or iron. You know, we are very afraid of supplements, and on the bottles it's like, don't take it, it'll kill you. And it's like, calm down, Nancy, it's not going to kill you. I don't know anybody that died of iron poisoning or vitamin D or vitamin A. I mean, unless you're drinking the entire bottle, you know, there's not really an issue. Most kids need iron. It's in every cell in our body, and they do need it. In addition to that, you know, people always ask, is it safe for this or is it safe for that? A big one is pregnancy, right? Can I take this while I'm pregnant? And there's certain things you shouldn't take, but most of it's food. And if you look at the rest of the world and what they're putting into their body when they're growing a human, trust me, lean greens isn't going to hurt you. You know what I'm saying? All right. So this is red dots on kids. So I put a note here. Red dots in women may indicate hormonal imbalance. So you want to do ester cleanse, estrogen tincture. You could use fertility. You can now use the new UTR, which just let me talk about that for a second. Amazing formula. I told Dr. Verdiales that this morning. I don't think people realize what that formula is when you're using an organ, when you're consuming it. It's a peptide bioregulator. Peptide bioregulators are 3 amino acids, 2 to 3 amino acids, and they change DNA epigenetic expression. That's why women would eat their placenta after giving birth. That's why animals eat their placenta. Okay, so it's not weird, it's necessary. I personally think it will help a lot of injured women from the vaccine. I think it should just be something that everybody starts talking about. Stephanie?
Can I just ask you, if they're doing prophylactic Pitocin now for some of the vaccinated moms, could you use the UTR?
You could. Yeah, I think probably Dr. V can address that question. She said they're using prophylactic Pitocin now, which is a peptide, so you're aware, right, for moms that have received the vaccine. Could we use this instead? Yes, she's shaking with the eyebrow. Yeah, that's what she said. How far should they take it before going into labor? Right. That's right. Right, it'll tone the uterus more or less, yeah. So with Pitocin or oxytocin, which causes the body to go into labor, this is really going to be like on the level, and I'm not downgrading it, of like raspberry leaf tea, where it's going to like tone the uterus, right, and really keep it healthy. So don't position, it's not always 1-to-1, but I'm not a fan of giving someone Pitocin before they go into labor. If you want to get them going, just rub their ankles, because those are the little places. Put some castor oil on there, they'll go right into labor, right on the belly. Ah, yeah, stimulate the nipples. That would be awkward for you to do. Every once in a while, I feel like Matt Rife up here, where I'm like, all right, let's just go with the audience. All right? Moving on. We'll talk about nipples later. Okay, nail reading. Dr. V, when you're up here, I have all kinds of questions now. Okay. And we just became best friends because I have more questions. All right, nail reading. Lanulas, these are the moons. Now, if they have fake nails, you're not going to be able to see them. You should have a moon on every finger and thumb except for your pinky. No moons on the pinkies. That means cardiovascular issues, okay? Any vertical white lines, horizontal white lines, scooping of the nails, nails that rip. One of the things I do ask my clients if they have fake nails, like mine, I put these on because people were looking at my hands this weekend. Most of the time I'm virtual, so I'm in Grinch pants and like some sort of business shirt, no nails, got a filter on my Zoom, no makeup and coffee and some water, and I'm good to go. So I might do that for the business thing. I might just come up in my actual attire that I wear on my Zoom calls. But ask them why they get their nails done. Some women will just say, I like to. It's something I do for myself. Other women will be like, oh, my nails are brittle, they break, I can't keep. So make sure you're asking why they get their nails done. Looking at the base color, any dots or pitting, all of those things mean something. Cracking, peeling. So if we look at this heavy band of color right here, do you see how she doesn't have moons? So if she had moons, those moons would go like this, right? Not quite that drastic. But she has this dark band of color here. So that's usually liver congestion. You can also have, if she had moons, if she had the white moons, you could also have a dark band of color on top of that. And so either one of those would be liver congestion, okay? This is low oxygen. It's a bad picture, but you can see there's a little bit of purple base to this child's fingers. So again, you could use something like NR-DMG. You could look at face, tongue, and nail, see if there's B12 deficiency, see if there's iron deficiency. Why is this kid low in oxygen? Remember, iron's involved in oxygen transport. If it's an adult, you could use Circucor. This is what I was talking about, pitting. Do you see those little rigid little pits in the fingernails? That's going to be candida. Now, where else could you look to find candida? Tongue. Right, that's an easy one, right? So candy kill, SBC, which is Saccharomyces boulardii, or superbiotics would be a good combination. You could add some GI Complete as well, even the IgG to sop up the gut. All good protocols. Now, when you have redness around the cuticles here, see how that's inflamed? Those are parasites. Really, any cuticle cracking, just disruption, it could be parasites. You can also ask, do you grind your teeth? Do you pick your nose? I'm sure they're going to admit that, be like, yes, daily. Yeah. It's more of a question for kids, like does little Jimmy pick his nose? Not talking about you, Mom. Are they butt scratchers? Because an itchy anal area is usually indicative of parasites, right? Do they grind their teeth at night? Teeth grinders, TMJ, another one. So all indicative of parasites. And so for that, ParaCleanse, which is now ParaKill, Microgon Tincture, which is easy for kids, obviously GI Complete, and then rebuild the gut. You want to remember, it's not just about the kill mentality. We also have to go with the fill mentality. So once you destroy something, you're ripping things off the digestive lining when you put these nutrients in. And you leave holes. Your body will fill it with something. You just want it to be something good. So you have to reflourish. You have to put good things in. Any type of nail bending is usually fat assimilation. So you could use digestive enzymes here as well. Betazyme would probably be my go-to since it has the ox bile and the hydrochloride, betaine hydrochloride, which helps your body provoke acid production. Omega-3s, you could also do SPMs, depending on what that price point looks like. And so I talked about moons here. When you don't have moons, this is usually a circulation thyroid issue. Where else would you look to determine thyroid? Neck. Where else? Where on the face? Eyebrows. Yeah. So Iodine Plus, Thyro Complete, Adrenamax. Remember, thyroid's a victim. It's not usually the cause. He's usually just getting beat up by something else. So if someone has thyroid issues, you should be going upstream. The very first test you should run, diurnal cortisol, right? Are you stressed? Yep, that's a saliva test, costs about $89. They can do it at home. They spit in a tube 4 times a day. They move on with their life. They send it in, you get the results, they get the results. If they have high or low cortisol, then you can choose your glandular support. Is it a glandular? Is it an adaptogen? What do I need to do? Do they need Calmday? Right? Do they need thyroid support? Right? What are their other hormones? So the problem is we get too hyper-focused on one system and we forget where it sits in the chain. We're going to talk about that with thyroid. All right, yellowing of nails. Now, there's 2 different types of yellowing. You can have candida, especially on the feet. Listen, I'm not going to look at your feet. All right, I don't even whip out a foot. But I'll ask you about your feet. Corns, nails, thick nails, yellow nails. I mean, some people have some gnarly looking feet. Like when I go to the chiropractor, he's like, you can take your shoes off. I'm like, listen, my feet are pretty, but that's just weird. No, I'm taking them off. So, especially if I'm in sandals or something, but I don't go to the chiropractor in sandals. But I feel for you guys. I really do. But if they are yellow like this, do you see how this is a little bit different hue? Okay, that may not be candida, that might be liver. Now you could look at the face. Another place where you can see yellowing is on the eyes and the skin. That's why you're paying attention to what color is this person. That matters, okay? If they're flushing while they're sitting in your office, what's a flush mean? Anybody know? Ever have somebody like sit down in your office and they're like, whew, they're just like all red right here? That's cortisol, right? They're nervous, they're flushing. So you already know they have a cortisol issue. You don't even have to run a test. You just have to walk in your office and you can determine everything. But just keep things in mind. You're watching the body. You're always watching. Now this guy had a bad day. He also has some lung issues. Yeah. So this is called clubbing. Now you may see this in some long haulers because they're not oxygenating well. They're not getting enough oxygen in, enough oxygen exchange to their tissues. So again, you can also use CircuitCore here, but you want to support the oxygen exchange. Always DMG, always NAC. That's acetylation. That's a process of biology. It's not just a supplement. That's why it's called N-acetylation. acetylcysteine. So, all right, and then white dots can be mineral deficiency. This can also be hormones, guys, on women. So again, you got the zits on the chin, right? You go to the tongue, there's some hormone issue indicators. You go to the nails, and there it is again. So she's got the little cherries on her tongue, little dots. And here, now, yes, the hormone deficiency can be from mineral deficiency. So again, you're going to have to ask more questions, be the detective. This is poor protein assimilation. This is called scooping. Now, depending on what enzyme they need, or maybe they just need more protein. You know, you'll see the B12 iron deficiencies on staunch vegans that don't complement their diets well. You'll see low protein with vegans that don't complement their diets well. So talking to them about more protein, such as Super Shake, you know, stuff that's vegan in nature. This was actually my nail after I was sick. You see that horizontal line right here? Okay, the nail grows out from front to back, or back to front, I guess I should say, in 6 months. And so I was sick about 4 months prior to that. And it just, every single nail I had a horizontal line across all of them. So when I look at someone's nails, they'll be like, were you sick a couple months ago? And they're like, well, how did you know that? Or I'm like, what happened a few months ago that was super stressful in your life? I'd be like, oh my gosh, I got divorced. Oh my gosh, this happened. So these are stress markers. And trust me, they don't just get over it, right? It's not like, well, unless you're Kristine, and then she was like, wow. All right, so pulling it all together. You have to notice things presenting itself on 3 areas. For example, did you have a heavy liver band on your nails? You know, the liver lines between the eyes, and then maybe a heavy coating on your tongue, or your tongue was swollen and you had teeth marks in the liver area of your teeth. It's really important to triangulate instead of speculate. Okay, you can also run more tests, ask more questions. That's always a good thing. Okay. So stress bumps on your nails. Can you remember something stressful? Again, we don't talk about emotions enough, but we should. You guys want to take a picture of that real quick? Go ahead. You guys are going to get the PowerPoint. I promise. All right. So let's talk about emotions. Phils, what's my time? Well, we're already 30 minutes behind. Sorry. Okay. Talking faster. All right. Emotions of the face, tongue, and nails. So here's the thing. If you don't talk about emotions or ask about it in your practice, you should. Okay, there's 2 things you can't outrun, your fork and your thoughts. Those things just stick with you. Okay? You can give all the supplements you want, you can tell them all the modalities to do, but if you don't change what's at the end of their fork and at the end of the day what's on their mind, they're going to remain sick. That's just how it is. So you want to create a safe space for them, and you can tell a lot about a person. Come on, he's good. You can, or she, whatever. You can tell a lot about a person just by looking at their face. Remember how I said lips, mouth. He's a communicator. Obviously, he's a singer. He's an artist, right? He has a very full mouth. He's very passionate about what he does. I mean, he had to be. He was in the industry for like 7,000 years. He's 175 years old. He still looks the same. He still looks like that really frazzed mom that picks up her kids from school. Walking in with her man bun, like, oh. Yeah. Listen, I speak my own truth. When my hair was long, that's why I cut it off. So, red, moist lips are sexuality, you know? So that's why people paint their lips red. That's why it's provocative, okay? Also a great communicator. I'm not going to go over all of these because there's a lot of detail, and when you do get the PowerPoint, you can dive into this because we're running just a little bit behind. But all of these things, corners of the mouth, are they up or are they down? Are you optimistic or pessimistic, right? What does it look like with parted lips? If people just stand there and they're talking and they're like, they're very open, right? If they chew with their mouth open, that's just weird. But fuller lips, passion. Another one for you guys. So lines around the mouth, crooked lips, those are usually deficiencies. When I got sick in 2016, the left side of my face, not my whole side, but just the corner of my mouth fell. If you look at people who have strokes, right? And there's asymmetry. So I was saying about the asymmetrical look. Ears. These tell you a lot about good listeners, great listeners. Eyes, big eyes are visual, right? People that have long fingers, people who have short fingers. I mean, there's everything you can look at. There's so many things. That's why I'm saying I should just be the door that opens this for you, and you should continue your study on all of these things. So the left ear is birth to 6 years. Okay, it kind of looks like the fetus. It also looks like your kidneys. The right ear is 7 to 13 years. And so if you look at anybody who has damage on their ears, there's a lot of times people were born with deformities that can tell you a lot about their childhood, or if they're going to be a healthy baby or a sick baby, so that you know how to help them, right? There's also early age, middle age, and later years. So people that have tiny foreheads, who have big foreheads, who have big spaces here, want a long space from your nose to your chin. That's a long life. You know, if you're all squished up, like, it may be a hard life. You might have had a hard childhood. So there's all kinds of things that when you just look at somebody, you know, people that have very prominent noses, most of their accomplishments in life were midlife, right? So it's just a lot of things that you can see on the face. So here's a few things about the organ systems and the emotions associated. Brain, stubborn, refusing to change old patterns. Throat and thyroid, that's expression, too much or too little. You know, some people are over-talkers. Heart, those are feelings of unloved or heartbreak. Lungs, sickness within the lungs is grief. Sickness within the kidneys is associated with fear. And the stomach is intolerant. If people are constipated, I always ask, where are you stuck in life? Boy, is that the wrong question. They're like, well, they're like kicking back, smoking a cigarette, and I'm like, whoa. Not a therapy session, just wanted to know why you can't poop. Bladder, irritated. Pancreas is joy, right? So we have all different things that the body does speak, it does tell you. All right, that was enough of that one. Next one. I just wanted to know what you saw. All right, let's be serious. Look, I got Trump in there too. All right, go Trump. All right, so if we take a look at her, she's got... I was like, so who are you voting for and are we friends? Huh? All right, look at her neck, guys. I mean, listen, if you're going to vote for someone who doesn't have... No, I'm just kidding. So we definitely should be giving Kamala some iodine or something. You know, she has the puffiness under the eyes. She's very passionate, but look at her cheeks, right? Now this could be fillers. We don't know. But just looking at her, busy thoughts. She raises her eyebrows a lot. Okay, that's distrust. She's distrustful. Not her personally, I don't know her, but she doesn't trust a lot of what's being said, or she receives information and she's like, like gonna give her a one-up, right? So she's very competitive. I'll give her that. Diane Lane, adrenals, right? I want to work on her pooping, you know? See how her top of her eyelids fall on top of her eyelashes? It's poor protein assimilation. Watery eyes, poor protein assimilation. They need betazyme. Trump, yeah, look at him. He's just going to kill somebody right here. He's very mad. So liver, okay? Everyone laughs that he's orange. I'd probably clean her out his liver, you know? I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny, you know? Kind of a lot of stress. I would watch his prostate with his little line here. Women that have a line, men have a line, right? That's hormones. If you have a line here when you smile, okay, that's determination. I'm very determined. I'm not going to talk about this line because Lori told me not to, although it means you're a good lover in bed if you have like a deep one there. That's all I'm going to say. I'm telling you, Match.com, I would be great. People would walk in with a mustache, I'd be like, shave it, I gotta know. Just right here, just from here to here, shave. I'm just curious, sheer curiosity. I'm married. All right, Wayne Dyer. Look at his protein assimilation. Look at his pancreas. Yeah, he was a hot mess, right? I mean, he served his purpose. It was just his time. So this is called a Nubian nose. So this guy is super honest. He can't even keep a secret. This is your child you want. He'd be like, did your brother? Yes, he did. And then he took 2 friends and he took $20 out of your wallet. What's for dinner? That's him. Really piercing eyes. He's always trying to find out the truth. Like, he's a truth teller. All right, nonverbal cues. So your body language, whether it's theirs or yours, will give more information than your words. Only 7% of communication is verbal. 7. That means everything else is what you do, how you act, how you move your body, not what you say. 7%. So when you repeat things or you contradict things with your body language, if I'm up here and be like, face, tongue, and nail is the best modality in the whole world, it's great. Or I'd be like, face, tongue, and nail is the best modality in the whole world, it's great. Different. Okay, it doesn't matter what I say. So you're either decoding, you're reading people's cues, or you're encoding. And this is your ability to send cues to people. Okay, so you always want to be open, smiling, welcoming. I have the resting bee face too. People walk up and they're like, hi. I'm like, that didn't work, huh? Hi. No, I'm just kidding. But I try not to have that because I do. I get in my own head and I'm just like, and then I'm not approachable. Those are things you have to pay attention to. Listen to words. I think versus I feel. I think this started back in blah, blah, blah. Or I feel like this started back in blah, blah, blah. That's somebody that's emotionally bound when they say I feel, and somebody who's logically bound when they say I think. Okay? Those people are going to want test results. The I feel people are going to want to talk about how it happened. So when they sit down and they say, well, I feel this really started, in 1992 when I got this blah, 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 and you're like, oh, okay, we're going to be here a while. So at that point, I'll say, I want to know your story. I have your intake. I have a few questions I need to get through first, and then I want to hear your story. So you kind of keep moving the appointment along. Otherwise, you can be there for a couple hours. So this can really help you go a long way. Your posture, right? Closed and defensive versus hands on the hips. You're ready, in control. This is also a sign of aggressiveness. Like, really, Brenda? Yeah? Else you can just be putting out the vibe and be like, hey, how you doing? But it's still aggressive, right? If you're trying to pick up on somebody, be all in space. Closed posture, watch your clients, okay? When I was talking about eye contact, it's really about confidence. And I mean, guys, you do have the close stares and the close talkers where they walk up to you and they're like, hello. And it's like they're piercing your soul with their eyes. And you're like, wow, just step back. So if you are one of those people, just bring it down a notch. Also, watch your clients. If they have like deer in the headlight look when you're talking to them and they're overwhelmed, just say to them, would you like me to write this down? Would you like me to draw you a picture? So that really helps, because if you know their learning style and they can receive information, you're going to be more successful as a practitioner. And then smile. You have the nervous smile, the malicious smile. Right? Watch them. This is my son's favorite one, the mischievous smile. The smile of relief and hope. When I left yesterday, I was like, bye! I'm going to sleep in my own bed. So lots of other things, pursed lips, biting lips. Again, I'm not going to get into all this because we're cutting time. But here's what I will say. During COVID, we became really isolated with everything. There is a lot to say about communication and touch. We have gotten away from that. People walk into your office. If you're a hugger, hug. If you're a handshaker, handshake. I got away from the habit of when people walked to my office, I was like, hey, I'm Tracey, nice to meet you. Bring it in, and they were like, okay, weird, Or you just shake their hand, but touch. Now, when you touch somebody, you can tell temperature. Right? So when I take her hand, she's got a full jacket on here and a scarf and some mittens. Amy's on her phone, but I'm going to make her look at me. So, you can just walk down, right? It's so warm here. So warm. So, but if people's hands are cold, if they're clammy, they're sweaty, that tells you a lot about what's going on. Now, they could be nervous, but we've gotten away from touching people. He's like, ooh, everybody was so scared of germs. Gestures, right? Now, if you're doing that during your consults, stop it. Stop that. I'm just like, God, do I have to tell you to put your heels? You're right on your heels for the 100th time, right? You know what I'm saying? Like 7,000 times, just squat back to your knees, wait on the heels. Like, oh my God, don't do that. All right, voice, your tone and inflection. Guys, don't text with your patients and clients. You want to answer a few questions, that's great. Use the audio. Put your stuff in voice text. They're always going to misinterpret what you said. They're going to think you're mad at them, especially if they're sick. Don't let them continue to text you. Guard your space, right? More than 3 questions is a consult. That's what I tell people. They'll send 1 question, and I'll say you have 2 more. What is it, right? How much, how often, how long? I'll answer that. But if you start asking me, like, what's the effects? Can I take this? Is it safe here? It's like, here's my schedule. Okay, guard your time. You don't want to spend time sending text messages back and forth. Okay? Sorry, I tried to hurry up. Does anyone have any questions? If you do, too bad. We're out of time. I will be here all day. No, I'm kidding. I think we have a mic.
Oh, sorry. I got too close.
He turned it up.
I have a cramp in my toe.
If anybody does have any questions, I will come around. So you just need to raise your hand and let us know.
I just want to respect Dr. V's time because I have so many questions for her now. I'm kidding. I think I caught us up okay.
Yeah, I think we're good. All right, so you want a short break before you roll into your blood work pieces?
That's up to you guys. You want a short break? I can switch PowerPoints. You want a break? Okay.
All right,
Listen.
let's take 15 minutes.
Generous. I was giving you 3.
Come back here, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. We still have the shake bar open, and there are refreshments outside the door.
All right, has everyone seen this out there by the coffee bar? You know what it is? It's close. It's collagen creamer. It's not exactly the Nido Keto. So it's under our World of Wellness brand. This is available. So Dr. Bob would say healthy coffee or no coffee. I'd say healthy creamer or no creamer. The creamers that people are consuming are loaded with hydrogenated fats and soy. In fact, one of my doctors, Dr. David Klein, medical doctor, he'll test their temperature, and then he'll give them creamer to drink, and they'll retest the temperature, and you'll see it drop. So these creamers are another example of toxicity we're exposed to. This is available out there by the coffee, so if you see it, that's what it is. And you can purchase this.
In case amounts at 20% off.
Oh, my God. Thank you.
I will tell you, one of my favorite things is I don't know if you know Nespresso machines, but they have this frother that you can buy that they make. And I put almond milk in the frother and 1 scoop of the collagen creamer, and it mixes absolutely beautifully in any cup of coffee. So organo or otherwise. Really, really good stuff. So if you haven't tried it, please take advantage of trying it while you're here. All right, without further ado, my friend, take us away.
Thing on. Turn it on. Oh, wait, I'm on. You have a question in front? Oh, I see. She's like flagging her down. All right, in your show package should be this document. Okay. Says Dr. Tracey's Advanced Blood Work and Solutions. Separate handout on the table. Thank you, inside sales team. Who does not have a handout? That's perfect. You got it. That's it. That's it. Brenda had extra. She has an extra one coming around. Dr. Bob. Okay, everybody has one. Okay. All right, well, I'm not going to be as funny this time. I'm out of jokes. All right, so as Kristine mentioned, the blood work is on the NF website under education. If you haven't taken it, it's just how to interpret a baseline panel. That would be CBC with differential, CMP, lipid panel, and also total serum iron. I did slightly go into thyroid, to more advanced testing for thyroid today. And we're also going to cover mast cell activation, Epstein-Barr, and I can't remember what else, but it's in the PowerPoint. Right there. I didn't go over cancer today. That's way too big. That's probably a lecture all on its own. So we'll cover all your cancer markers and metabolic pathways, although I learned how to interpret cancer blood test panels from Dr. Jürgen Winkler, who is one of the most renowned chronic disease medical practitioners in the country. He's awesome. So if you have a chance to take anything that he does or see him anywhere, I would suggest you go. All right, so why advanced blood work? Well, when we can't really unveil what's really going on from a baseline, that's when I would do more advanced testing. Now, I'm talking about blood work today. That does not mean that you can't use other methods of testing. You know, I use the mycotoxin test from Avexia. I use heavy metal testing, GI maps, food sensitivity testing. I do use all of those. I'll talk about them a little bit, but this is really about blood work. This will give you a deeper assessment. So you may see something in your baseline panel. Maybe you are suspecting hormone imbalance or metabolic syndrome. This is just going to give you a secondary pathway of how to look at that a little bit deeper, and then what solutions to put in. Okay? Also, a lot of the specialists that people have to see in order to get answers from blood work, their PCP won't draw these panels. They'll say things like, it's outside my scope, it's not covered by your insurance. And if you heard anything Ryan said from Avexia, is if you incorporate into your practice a good testing protocol and really drive at it and become the expert in it, you don't need a lot of other tests. The biggest thing that I see in the industry, and we can talk about this in our business model, is that we try to be experts in everything, right? And not everybody has everything. Most people have specific things. So really drilling down of what your expertise is and getting good at it. And then being able to provide the testing to people that their normal practitioners won't run for them, you know, because it's not covered by insurance. My entire baseline panel, including a full thyroid panel with antibodies, is about $75 through Avexia. Anybody can do that at any time. So it's not astronomically priced. Your higher price tests are going to be your hormone panels because they're looking at many, many factors. It's a big combination of testing. Metabolic panels, inflammation panels, they may run $100 to $200. But if you say, hey, we're going to do this every 6 months, and they budget for it, they have more control over their health rather than chasing down a specialist where they're going to pay a $20 copay every time they jump to a doctor and then only get an 80% reimbursement. So at the end of the day, they're paying probably more than what it would have cost them to run down the LabCorp. So when you're talking about testing with people, you know, the very first question they'll say is, how much does that cost? How much is your health worth, right? Like, how much are you willing to invest here? And I do try to lay it out for them and phase out the protocols. So if you do a phased approach where you talk about nutrition, hydration, movement, sleep, elimination, emotional, spiritual wellness, you do the baseline for $75, you get some answers, you implement some protocols, and then maybe 2 or 3 months down the road, you're drawing more advanced blood work or maybe a secondary test that you need. These people can budget for them. And so I usually talk to people about what can you do? What will you do? What can you afford to do? Those are the 3 primary questions I ask my clients because it is important to know that if I have a single mom of 4 kids or a woman who's married and both of the couples work, that's a whole different financial, most of the time, a whole different financial place of each person. And so I have to honor that too. So just keep that in mind. You don't have to do everything. So funny, I asked AI, explain to me metabolic syndrome. And this was the exact answer it gave me. Our society is in the midst of a profound metabolic crisis driven by a toxic convergence of environmental pollutants, nutrient deficiencies, and lifestyle-induced imbalances. This was AI. Now, if AI knows it, we should all know it, right? That was actually, I said, give me a picture of what you think that looks like today. And it came up with this graphic. I think Kellogg's is right over here somewhere. Yes, they are. Yeah. So it was funny because that was the only name it put in the graphic was Kellogg's. And I was like, well, how do you do? All right, so today we're talking about thyroid, Epstein-Barr and strep, mast cell activation syndrome. And yes, I'm going to talk about the metabolic crisis, blood work for it. We're going to go down the pathway of Ozempic. We're all going to be okay. Calm down. Okay. All right, thyroid disorders. Let's start right there. So, obviously, we know the function of the thyroid. It's a butterfly gland. It's located in the front of the neck. What we have to understand is that it produces two hormones, T3 and T4, okay, and those get circulated into the blood. Now, on a normal thyroid test, they're going to draw TSH, which is thyroid stimulating hormone. That is produced by the pituitary. It's not produced by the thyroid. It is sent out to measure the amount of T4 or T3 in the blood. And so that thyroid stimulating hormone will either go up to the thyroid and knock on the door and say, hey, we need more T4, or it's going to revert back and not do anything because there's enough T4 and T3 in the blood. So one little analyte or blood marker of just TSH is not enough when you're looking at thyroid issues with people. The other thing that I'll say is when you look through how conversion works, it uses a few things. So right here, it takes your food and it's going to turn them into amino acid tyrosine, right? Or tyrosine, and then convert that into other hormones. Now, thyroid's a victim. I talked about this earlier. If you would think about how your hormones are produced, you have cholesterol and a good fat at the top. Cholesterol is a good guy. I did an entire module on cholesterol. Okay, cholesterol combines with a good fat. It makes progesterone and pregnenolone. So you can draw a line and you can have progesterone and pregnenolone. You can draw another line, and it makes DHEA. And then another line, and you have testosterone. And then we get estrogen. Okay? So that entire cascade has to work. Now, here comes cortisol. He sits over here. He's going to steal your pregnenolone and progesterone to build himself, which is going to cause a cascade of low hormones below that threshold. Eventually, when cortisol is elevated over and over and over again, and you are in fight or flight, your T3 is going to be converted to RT3, reverse thyroid, right? Not the good kind, but a stress-induced conversion. So you need to draw RT3. I also suggest, if you're looking on your paper, where here it says all of the testing that I draw for thyroid. I listed that out for you. You can also see that I do diurnal cortisol. Again, it's a really big one, guys. It's a cheap test. It's easy to do. No blood draw. You don't have to stick your clients, or they don't have to go get it done. Comes right to their house. Takes them a day. You get the results back in a couple of weeks. And like I said, it's about $89. It's very doable. So when I have someone walking in with thyroid issues, these are the tests that I'm going to run, including diurnal cortisol, and I'm going to run vitamin D. Vitamin D is extremely important in thyroid health, and a lot of people don't realize. But if we just look at the conversion pathway, oh, I don't know what is happening. I lost my light. Oh, forget it. All right, I'm looking at something. If you look at ThyroComplete, what nourishes the thyroid in that ThyroComplete panel by NF is iodine. It also has the tyrosine, really important because that's your converter. It has your bovine glandulars, but if you think about what they are, it has the thyroid glandular, but it also has one for hypothalamus and pituitary. Okay, so your thyroid is dependent on that fat axis. Pituitary, hypothalamus, adrenal, and then thyroid. So when you're looking at someone who has thyroid issues, it's not just about giving them iodine. It's about what kind of stress are they under? What's happening at the hypothalamus level? Are they sleeping? What about their pituitary? Right? We have to nourish that entire pathway and then calm the central nervous system. The other thing that affects the thyroid are going to be, other than stress, nutrient depletion, obviously in the form of minerals and iodine, not just iodine, but other minerals. You have low iron, your thyroid is going to be off. Low vitamin D, your thyroid's going to be off. Low selenium, your thyroid's going to be off. It's not just about iodine. That old game is old news. Okay, heavy metals. Guys, minerals are metals. Selenium and zinc are just as much of a metal as lead and cadmium. They're all on the same periodic table of elements, right? If one is higher than the other in the bloodstream and available, they're opportunistic. They're going to bind to the receptor site, and they're going to become an interference. It's not just about giving your clients a heavy metal test and then a heavy metal cleanse. You've got to replenish the minerals, right? Otherwise, you're just going to take away the metals, and then other ones are going to come back because they're probably stored in their fat cells and other places in their body. And if you don't remineralize that person, then you have an issue. You're just going to have more metals stuck to the receptor sites, giving the wrong signal. Inflammation is another one. I mean, inflammation is at the core of every metabolic issue, I think, but inflammation is an immune response. It's an immune response. That's the first thing. If I come and punch Amy in the face, here, hold still 1 second. No, I'm just kidding. One joke. If I actually did that, her eye would swell up. That's an inflammation response. If I went over and sneezed on her, she would have an inflammatory response to release cytokines and T cells and B cells and all the things. Okay, so you have to remember that inflammation is immune-based. So we don't just go after the thyroid. If we know it stems in inflammation, then we're going to go and help the immune system. Other things that can affect the thyroid, BPA, phthalates, pesticides, all of these things can really impact the thyroid. So they also impact other hormone markers. They also create stress in the body, causing adrenal stress. So again, when I talk about thyroid, I'm not just talking about the thyroid. I'm talking about the whole cascade of the system. All right, so problem number one with thyroid disorders is conversion, T4 to T3. So when the thyroid produces T4, it goes through the liver, and it gets converted to T3. So what has to be healthy in order to make that conversion? The liver, right. So you got to nourish the liver. You got to use things like Live Complete, greens, Live Clear 2, whatever that looks like, depending on other expressive qualities, which I'm not going to get into much here because I talked about that in the Beyond the Blood Work class. But you have to look at why. What causes stress in the body? So if you look at this, we're going from, nope, not that, from T4, there it is, from T4 to T3, right? You have that conversion that's supposed to happen here. That has liver health. So if you would draw these little globs and put T4 and T3 with a little arrow, you could write underneath liver health. What does the liver love? It loves iodine. It loves magnesium, right? It loves lots of things that are going to keep it nourished. It loves milk thistle, right? It loves iron. It loves B12. The liver loves lots of things. If you're deficient in any of those, you're not going to have a high conversion. Then you go from T3 to RT3, which is your reverse T3. That's caused by stress. Now, what are some stressors? Illness, medications, liver disease, right? Deficiencies, kidney issues. That's where TPO comes in. When we got kidney issues, you're going to produce a lot of RT3 because your TPO is going to go up. So you have to look at the big picture. What's going on? So conversion, big one. Problem two, inflammation. We talked about this. We know that inflammation is at the center of most diseases of the body. The big thing to remember is inflammation affects the receptor sites of the thyroid. Okay? So thyroid hormone resistance is similar to insulin resistance. Okay? It's a metabolic issue. So some of the other tests that I'll run to see if there's inflammation is an inflammation panel. Now, if you go down to my mast cell activation, which is the fourth one down, you'll see that I've listed out what the inflammation panels are. The big one that I run for thyroid is CRP. And the reason that I do that is because that's going to tell me about damage at the DNA level. When CRP is high, there's damage at the DNA level, and you're starting to express that damage. That's when you can start looking at Hashimoto's. Because Hashimoto's isn't a thing when you just have high antibodies. Thyroid is the most overdiagnosed condition in this country. It's ridiculous that people are on T4 when they have enough of the thyroxine. They don't need T4. They're put on levothyroxine. They're put on Synthroid. No one looks at the pituitary. No one looks at the hypothalamus. No one looks at the adrenals. We just throw them on Synthroid and send them home. As long as your blood work looks great, we're happy for you. Meanwhile, the hair's falling out. Because your hair falling out is not a thyroid issue. What is it? It's a cortisol issue. What was COVID hair loss? Cortisol issue. So cortisol is going to steal all your building blocks. So CRP is a big one when I'm looking at inflammation. All right, let's talk about Hashimoto's. This is problem number 3. Again, they say this is when an autoimmune disorder attacks your thyroid. Let's just be honest about what this is. Listen, your body never just attacks itself. It's not like Attack Itself Tuesday. It doesn't do that. There is an issue with your body recognizing viruses, bacteria, fungus, and mold compared to your healthy cells. And it's usually because the cell is either infected or it's damaged by it. So there's 2 schools of thought. One is called PAMP, P-A-M-P, pathological associated molecular response. And then there's one called DAMP, D-A-M-P. That is damaged associated molecular response. Both create inflammation, both create antibody production in your immune system to stimulate in order to either kill a cell or repair it. And if you don't have enough, you get zombie cells. And that's what Hashimoto's is. It's a bunch of zombie thyroid cells that won't die or repair. You don't want zombie cells. You want a dead cell or a healthy cell. That's it. That's what cancer is. That's what neurological issues are. You have damp cells. If your basement floods, okay, your basement is flooded, and you don't do anything about it, and you get mold, you have damage-associated molecular response. There's no more water. There's no more pathogen. Lyme brain is the same way. We keep going after Lyme. We keep doing antibiotics. We keep trying to kill it. It's dead. Your cells are damaged. You have to rebuild them. So the damage-associated molecular response is huge with Hashimoto's. You have to look at those cells. You have to make sure that you're rejuvenating them. Now, in a study that they did, they found that 80% of people that have Hashimoto's had Epstein-Barr virus. And that Epstein-Barr virus was still in those cells. So the body will identify what are called epitopes, and we'll talk about that in a second. 62% were found in people that have Graves' disease. So, anybody have mono as a kid? Do you ask your clients if they had mono as a kid? You will now. Because if they did and they're suffering from thyroid issues, that's what Epstein-Barr is, in case you guys don't know, it's mono, okay? You can have an underlying latent virus that has infected your thyroid cells, and your antibodies are making antibodies against your own cells at this point. They can't tell the difference between your damaged-associated sick little zombie cells and the Epstein-Barr virus. They have the same epitope patterns. One of the big things that I talk about with specific immune cells is CD8 T cells. This is the exact T cell that's needed to fight Epstein-Barr. You get that from probiotics. Now, as you get older, vitamin D lowers naturally, right? Because we're not out in our bikinis in the sun. You also lower your CD8 T cells when you're older. So, again, if your vitamin D is too low, you can't make CD8 T cells, which means you can't heal the thyroid, because the thyroid is what's going to battle Epstein-Barr. And if 80% of people that had Hashimoto's had Epstein-Barr, it's probably something we should look at. So let's talk about this concept, molecular mimicry. I talked about this at another lecture, but I keep driving this home because no matter how many times I say it, it's like nobody listens. There is a concept that was in the Journal of American Medical Association, psychiatric journal. They found that 90% of their mental health illness patients had underlying infections that were untreated, creating the mental illness. It was a huge finding. They started to correlate this with a bunch of other diseases, saying, well, what if it's an infection? What if it's an infection? That's what really got me going on blood work, because you can see that in a baseline. You can see that in a CBC with differential. You can see if they're fighting a bacteria, a virus. You can see it. And so then you can approach it. Now, with the PAMP and DAMP, right, they would start giving antibiotics. So think about your Lyme's patients and people that have Epstein-Barr. You keep giving them antivirals, antibiotics. You're killing their probiotics, that's your CD8 T cells, right? And you're not really rebuilding so that they can overcome the issue. We have to treat the immune system, not the virus, not the bacteria. I'm not saying if somebody's acutely sick, you don't do anything about it. But if it's been 10 years, I guarantee you it's probably dead. Now you're dealing with damage associated. So this was part of the study. These are epitopes. Epitopes are like chains of codes. And your body makes antibodies against the codes. Those codes can look exactly the same as codes on your cells, as codes on your neurotransmitters. So this is what's happening with people that have Hashimoto's that is based in Epstein-Barr. Gluten, which is a carbohydrate or a protein, and carbohydrates both have epitope patterns. Guess what epitope pattern gluten has? The same one as thyroid cells. So when you have an antibody production against gluten, you'll destroy your own thyroid. That's why people tell you to stop eating gluten when you have thyroid issues. It's not because gluten's bad, it's just because the way we manufacture it today, it's too high of a protein content and the body can't recognize it. You can look at this with Lyme, Streptococcus, right? All of these things are based in molecular mimicry where the body's getting confused. It doesn't know which epitope pattern is yours and which is the bacteria, virus, fungus, or mold. All of those things have epitope patterns. So when it comes to thyroid ranges and helping these people, on your list here, if you go to see, number one, yes, you have to address that the thyroid is probably low in deficiency. So, Thyro Complete. I usually start with that one because it's a glandular, it's going to get in there, it's going to act quick, it has the tyrosine, it has the sensorol, which is the ashwagandha. Remember what I talked about with stress response, right? If someone's sick, period, they're in a fight or flight, period. Every single patient of yours in here today that's not on a benzo or an SSRI should be on calm day. It's just the hands down, because they are in a stress response. You have to calm the central nervous system. You're not, remember we talked about emotions, right? Stress, the body doesn't know if you broke up with your boyfriend or you ate a Big Mac. It's all stress too, it doesn't know. So, except when I hear that song, I don't think of a Big Mac. I think about that 7th grade guy that dumped me, jerk. Anyway, Iodine Plus is always a good one. I usually follow that up a month or two later after being on Thyro Complete. I do use Immune Boost for my thyroid people because it has the ADK. It's a beautiful formula. I love it. You need the right amount of A, the right amount of K, the right amount of vitamin D. To get T3 into the cells, you need copper, vitamin D, and vitamin A. How many people test vitamin A levels here? Good job. Good student. So, but that's usually a conversion issue. If you're not getting, if you have too much T3 in the blood, what's that mean? It's not getting into the cells, right? It's not serving you in the blood. You want to get that into the cells. So I would look at copper levels. I would look at D levels. I would look at A levels, right? If you have enough T4 but not enough T3, we have a conversion issue. We have a liver issue. I would look at nutrients that serves the liver. If you're not producing enough T4, we have a methylation issue. We have an iodine mineral issue because the thyroid needs B vitamins. The thyroid needs iodine. The thyroid needs iron. So if you just walk through that cascade of how does it work and what nutrients make the conversion happen, you'll be able to fill the gap. Now I have a whole picture that I drew out in my class, which someone made fun of and called my pituitary a sexual organ, a scrotum, and I was like, then I'm not bringing it. So there. I was like, that was mean. I drew it myself. I'm not an artist. But anyway, I got the point done. So these are my levels. When we talk about functional blood work, you do have your standard reference range. They're too wide. They're just too wide. So you want to kind of squish those down. And these are not set in stone. You may find people that a TSH of 0.5 is too low for them. So you have to be the doctor. These are just ranges that you can start with. T3, T4. I do test our T3. I don't like it any higher than 15. You know, I want it to be low. I'm totally doing a diurnal cortisol on that if it's 15 or higher, even 14 probably. But if you want to talk about Hashimoto's down here at the bottom, you need 3 patterns to get to that. There's too many people that label is thrown on. And you know what they'll say? I have Hashimoto's. I can't ever stop taking my medication. Well, that's a lie. You can get people off these medications. You can work with their primary care physician to lower their dose, not that they know what they're doing half the time, right? So thyroid antibodies, 1 is not enough to say that somebody has Hashimoto's. It's not enough to say people can't ever get off the thing. I would remove gluten from their diet. I would use Women's Complete or Men's Complete for the right B vitamins. I would support the liver. I would make sure they have adequate ADK. I would nourish the thyroid with Thyro Complete and iodine if that's what they need, and have them come back. And I would definitely do a probiotic, superbiotics, to amplify that CD8 T cell modulation. And I probably would do further testing for Epstein-Barr and inflammation and see if that CRP is up. Any questions? All right, let's go into Epstein-Barr. So I always test Epstein-Barr and strep together. It's just been my thing. It's a personal thing. I'll do it the first time by itself, Epstein-Barr and strep together, and then I'll break them up later if I'm looking at one or the other. Most of the time, any client that has had Epstein-Barr has high strep. Anyone that's had high strep has Epstein-Barr. It just kind of goes hand in hand. So Epstein-Barr, the thing about it is that it flares. And there's 4 titers that I look for, and I have put those on the testing sheet under EBV. Okay. First one is the viral capsid antigen. Now, this is the one that primarily everybody has, and it stays elevated for life. Okay. It's a problem when it gets above 600. Now, once it goes above 600, they don't tell you that it's 650 or that it's 1580. They just say it's above 600. So it's kind of frustrating for people because when you're trying to help them overcome EBV, they don't really have a progress note because it might still say over 600 when they come back. So it's not the only one that I use, and it certainly is not an indicator of Epstein-Barr by itself. You need to look at other things. So this is probably the most important one that you'll run is the early antigen, DIgG. This test will distinguish between a past and current infection, or if you have a current reinfection. Now, as you can see, this graph has lots of squiggly lines on it. These are the different IgG, VCA, eBNA, early antigen, and the IgM. Now, an IgM obviously is a current infection. If somebody has that, they obviously have Epstein-Barr, right? But this is what we're looking at with the IgG. So, when it comes to patterns to remember, this line down here, a positive eBNA, which is Epstein-Barr nuclear antigen, is not enough with the VCA. Remember, the VCA is the one everybody has. The Epstein-Barr nuclear antigen with the VCA is not enough. That's not even enough. You have to have the EAD. So, if you can only run one test on your suspected EBV people, run the early antigen. That's all you really need to run. If you want to get into patterns, then you can look here. So this is your little graph. Take a picture of it if you want to keep it now. Over here we have the IgM. Obviously, if that's negative, it's usually no infection. If it's positive, it's probably an early infection. If it's negative or positive with other factors contributing to it, it could be an active infection, especially if the early antigen is present. Now, you know, there's always one-off exceptions. Sometimes that EA will stick around in like 20% of the population. It's very rare. I haven't seen it. It's usually the one that goes down, okay? And then, obviously, if your VCIgM is negative here, but you have 3 positives, you have a reactivation of the virus. Now, what does it mean when it reactivates? Well, if we go back here, look at the life pattern of this, okay? 4 different titer strains here. I mean, here's your primary infection, this dark black one. That's your IgM. Now look at your VCA, right? It goes through life. But here, within 2 months, is your early antigen detection. So these things have different life cycles, which is what makes Epstein-Barr so tricky, because it flares 2 months and then 6 months in. So you might get mono, never do anything about it, which is really what they do. They just send you home, right? We need antiviral protocols put in there at that time. We need to help the immune system overcome. We need to use the supplements that I have listed here so that we can really help our clients overcome this. So let's say you have a patient that comes in, they have thyroid Hashimoto's, you test them on early antigen, it's positive. What are you going to do? Going to give them Thyro Complete and out the door? Probably not, right? You're going to want to take care of that Epstein-Barr. You're going to want to help the immune system overcome it, put a methyl group on it, and silence it. Live Clear is one of the best formulas for EBV. I use it all the time. It works like a charm. So many good factors in there that help. Things that you wouldn't even imagine could help with modulating the immune system. But a healthy liver is part of your immune system. Immunomax, obviously. L-lysine. We know that L-lysine works against viruses, all envelope viruses, not just Epstein-Barr, because it's an envelope virus. SPMs, that's going to bring down inflammation, control cytokine storm. So I've given you a list, and yes, the answer is yes, it's a whole protocol. You can't play around with EBV. It's a vicious little guy, and it's going to rear its little head in about 2 months if you don't get that person under control. Also, you have to help them with their central nervous system. They're also going to have food sensitivities. Epstein-Barr affects the digestive system. They're going to have fatigue issues. So all of the little one-off symptoms is where you be the doctor. Do you want to use power fuel to help with mitochondrial ATP? Do you want to use DMG? Are they on a good multivitamin? Do you need to use Calm Day? What are their secondary symptoms besides the fatigue, the Hashis? And so working this into phases is what I do. I might do the protocol for EBV and just give Thyro Complete. That way I'm supporting the thyroid, but I'm actively seeking out the Epstein-Barr. Once I know that the Epstein-Barr is going down a little bit, the immune system's healthier, now I might come back and I might do some additional things for the thyroid. I might move them to Iodine Complete. I might put in another supplement such as Women's Complete. But just remember, you can pick and choose. You don't have to solve everything in a month, right? Disease takes time to create, and so does health. Okay, strep. Now, this is probably one of the biggest forms of molecular mimicry because we don't think about this. Let's talk about rheumatic fever. This was a case where the M proteins were being confused for the own healthy cardiovascular cells. So it's destroying the heart because it couldn't identify the epitope pattern of the M proteins versus the proteins in the human heart tissue. And so rheumatic fever was one. You have, this is a big word, glomerulonephritis. I just call it PSG. But again, this one, they blame the antibiotics a lot, and a lot of people will take antibiotics for this, but if it's an underlying streptococcus, it's going to destroy the kidney cells through molecular mimicry. So antibiotics aren't always the best approach at high doses for a long period of time. You got to modulate the CD8 T cells. This is where probiotics will probably be more beneficial to somebody that has this than an antibiotic, truly. Because strep has hit a level of antibiotic resistance. It has a biofilm. Right? And biofilms, what makes them so unique is that bacteria that surrounds the other bacteria, that biofilm, coats itself in sugar, glucose. What's your body do with glucose? Drives it where? Into cells. That's how smart biofilms are. Your immune system also doesn't look at glucose as something that it should form an antibody against. That's why biofilms are so tricky. Antibiotics do not destroy sugar. What destroys sugar? What can we take that will take care of sugar? Probiotics. Okay? Think through your natural processes. Don't be afraid to load your people up with superbiotics. And when I say load, I'm not saying take one capsule and call me in the morning. I might have them take 3, 4, 500 a billion colony forming units a day, all day long. So what if they end up on the potty? Better out than in, that's what I tell them, right? So we also can see PANDAS, pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders associated with strep. I mean, they know, they call it what it is. But we're not doing anything about this. We're giving people medications to deal with mental illness rather than taking care of underlying infections. So when you're looking for issues of mental health, you're looking for issues of kidney health, cardiovascular health, run a CBC with differential. Just see if there's underlying bacteria, virus, fungus, or mold. You can see that in a CBC. If you need more testing, you can do that. Chronic ear infections in babies. This is mostly strep. It's just misdiagnosed. Ow, that hit me in the toe. Oh. So, you know, the problem is these kids just get assaulted with antibiotics over and over and over again. And now we have damage-associated molecular response. We have no microbiome. Baby is miserable. Mom's miserable. Dad's miserable. And so, yes, I do run the ASO. I also run the anti-DNase. The ASO, that measures the amount of ASO in the blood. That's going to peak between 2 and 4 weeks. So that's like your active infection. And then your anti-DNase looks for antibodies to the protein produced. So it's those two together that you run that can give you a complete picture if somebody has strep or has an underlying strep issue going on. God bless you. Any questions? All right. Anybody have any mast cell activation clients? Yeah. Anybody know Beth O'Hara? Anybody know what happened to Beth? Okay. But Beth O'Hara had a company called Mast Cell 360. And she was like the pioneer that set out to figure out what mast cell activation was. Mast cells are very specific immune cells. They're in all your connective tissue. That's why people with mast cell will like break out in hives when it's cold outside. They can't tolerate smells. Their vision's very sensitive, their ears, like anything with connective tissue, those cells, because of high levels of toxicity or exposure, or even deficiency, become overactive. And they degranulate, and when they degranulate, they create cytokines, all kinds of immunological responses. So Beth had mast cell activation. And when I talk to you guys about an infection affecting neurology of the brain, she fought it and battled it for a long time in conjunction with a lot of other stressors in her life. And she ended up taking her life about 2 months ago. She was a highly sought out professional. Mental health is one of the top things from long-term illness that you have to get really good at. Because if we don't start addressing the mental health aspect of these people, they will not get better. You can take all the supplements you want, you can eat all the kale, but at the end of the day, if their neurotransmitters and neurons are hot firing, not communicating the right messages, they're going to have psychological issues. And it's going to seem hopeless to them, no matter what you change in their diet. So make sure that when you look at any of these things, whether it's thyroid, Hashimoto's, Epstein-Barr, strep, because strep can cause schizophrenia, it can cause ADD, ADHD. How many kids do you know are on medications right now for all of those things? How many kids do you think that a practitioner would send for blood work? Right? I do. I'm like, he'll be fine. He'll cry for a minute. It's all right. You know what? He hits his toe, he cries. He drops his ice cream, he cries. Just go get the blood work. But there's other ways, like GI map will show that, right, Lucas? It'll show strep. So lots of ways that you can work with these kids, but don't be afraid to test children. They're just people, right? They take more time to kind of sit down and convince them to do certain things, but their body heals quicker than most adults because they have healthier cells. All right, so mast cell activation, as I said, these are a type of white blood cells that are in all connective tissues. Every mast cell has 200 types of receptors. So that's a lot of receptor sites for things to bind to. And so when mast cells are triggered by a toxin, an allergen, whatever you want to call it, you release things like histamine, cytokines, leukotrienes, all kinds of what's called degranulating immunological responses. And so the overactivation is going to look like anything with connective tissue. One of the things with long haul COVID is POTS, right? That's that postural, static, whatever, where people stand up and then they fall down. And they stand up and their blood pressure and they have racing heart. That's mast cell activation. Go after it like mast cell. You'll fix a lot of people with long haulers. So this is what a mast cell looks like. As you can see, the antigen comes on. It's going to bind to the receptor. It starts to degranulate, maybe releasing histamine. That might look like hives. So your person that comes in might be like, every time I do this, I get hives, or I take a hot shower, I get hives, or I'm in the cold and I get hives, or I can't be near perfumes, I get migraines. I have a list of symptoms that's like 100 questions long of everything that's contributing, or everything that can be used to, I don't want to say diagnose, but to point towards mast cell activation. The thing about mast cells is they're like angry teenagers. Like once you tick them off, there's no calming them down, right? It's like you wake up in the morning, you're like, good morning, honey. And they're like, shut up, my whole life sucks. I'm like, oh, okay, sorry. You want some eggs? So it's just one of those things that's hard to get a hold of. Now, everybody's pointing to mold with mast cell activation. I'm not ruling that out. But guys, we've been exposed to mold for decades. Why now and why so much? Could it be the EMFs? Sure. We know that EMFs will induce the growth of candida. Do you know that candida and mold are best friends? They're opportunistic together. They will help each other grow and infiltrate the digestive system and all of the connective tissue and cells. They're like hand in hand. My point is, it's not just the mold. It's the deficiency, the toxicity. It's decades of what we've done to ourselves. Our foods, right? And it's not just titanium oxide and Fruity Pebbles. It's not just Kellogg's. When we have conversations with our patients about their kids or about themselves, you have to have the hard ones. You have to say, stop injecting poison into your blood. You have to say, stop putting poison in your mouth. Stop bathing in poison. Stop spraying poison on yourself. Stop using poison as deodorant. Stop washing your hair with poison. Stop cleaning with poison. Think about it. How do we all not have mast cell activation? I mean, that's just a testament to living healthy and God's great design for our bodies, because we can overcome. So this process of degranulation, it is going to elicit these types of mediators. And so some of these you can actually test in the blood to confirm whether somebody has mast cell activation, like tryptase. Now, tryptase is a cheaper test than prostaglandins. I do have the testing here on the mast cell sheet. I don't always test prostaglandins because it's a really expensive test. I can find out more from just doing a base inventory panel of C-reactive protein, right? Immunoglobulin E, which those are the proteins that are produced by the immune system. And they protect the body from any type of allergens, bacteria, and viruses. Okay? You can also test interleukin-4, which is a protein that helps the body fight infection, but it also induces IgE. So by testing those two, when you have both of them that are high, you know that there's something in the blood that is annoying the mast cells. You know that right off the bat. And then prostaglandin is going to test lipid compounds, but again, I don't necessarily need that. If you want it, you can do it. It's just a little bit high. The tryptase, that's the enzyme that's actually released by the mast cells. And so when they're activated, they're going to release this. So if you see this high in the blood, you know that mast cells are being annoyed. You know that's what you're dealing with. Okay, so you don't need a ton of testing. You just know which one am I looking at. The CRP is to see if the DNA is affected now, right? Is this creating DNA damage and it's expressing that way? All right, so on the testing sheet, the thing with mast cell activation is that these guys are super sensitive because the mast cells are sensitive to everything, even good things. Start slow, start one thing at a time, and wait. Okay, usually I start with quercetin. It's easy, it helps lower the histamine response, and then I wait at least a week. And if I get no phone calls, texts, or emergency emails, we put in the second supplement. Usually that's turmeric. Okay, turmeric is the forgotten little guy. He works in so many pathways. There's a lot of studies on turmeric. You know, it's just we don't think he's cool anymore. He was cool like 10 years ago, but he works for mast cell. And then I do use the enzymes, the DAO enzymes. I usually put those in week 3 with every meal, and then we just wait. And usually you're getting enough release. Now, yes, I'm doing food sensitivity tests. Yes, I'm looking at blood markers. But the thing, if you have somebody that's highly reactive mast cell, you can't put a huge protocol on them. You won't know what they're reacting to. And off the bat, like right out of the gate, you can't use comprehensive formulas. They're just too hard. I'm just giving you the truth. Okay? And then you can pick and choose other ones here, like Nattokin Plus, right? That's an enzyme. It's going to help clean up the blood. SPMs. If they're solid there, I will use Air Max because Perilla seed is wonderful for mast cell, but throwing Air Max in the beginning probably is going to give them a reaction because they'll herx. Okay? Clean up the diet, clean up the atmosphere. You can't be too clean with these people. Now, if they have something like POTS, obviously you're going to be looking at adrenals, you're going to be looking at blood pressure, you're going to be looking at all those things, nitric oxide enhancement, but that's like phase 2. You've got to calm the immune system down first. And isolates seem to work a lot better. Any questions on mast cell? Yeah, it was funnier in the beginning, huh? All right. Go ahead. I don't know. What's mastocytosis? Tell me what that is. Yeah. It's all mast cell to me. Yeah. I mean, it's still the same protocol to me. I would still clean up everything and do one supplement at a time. You know, just that quercetin alone makes a big difference. But you got to do enough of it. And again, you can't throw too much on them at one time. I mean, it's just, I'm trying to reduce inflammation, modulate the immune system. It doesn't matter what the thing is called to me, right? But well, I'm not against, some people are so debilitated with mast cell activation that to get their life back, I mean, I've had clients living in their car. They would live in their car because they couldn't live in their house anymore because they had this mold in it. Their whole family was fine, but as soon as they would walk in their house, they would break out in hives and go into an asthma attack, which, by the way, is mast cell activation, asthma. So there are people whose lives have been destroyed by this. And I think it's been a culmination of things over the last 4 years that has really pushed this over the edge, my personal opinion. But I'm not opposed to people being on a little bit of pharmaceuticals to get their life back. You can offset that damage. But if somebody goes into a psychological event because they're nutrient deficient now, they have this underlying inflammation, now they're getting brain inflammation, like once they get to that point, they're real far gone. And that's kind of like beyond my scope. So I'm not opposed to low-dose naltrexone. I'm not opposed to any of that. I just can't work with that. So that's where I would refer to my network, call up my medical friends and say, hey, I have this mast cell person. I've done all these things. They're still pretty highly inflamed. What do you think? Could you give them this, this, and this? And refer them over and that person prescribe it for them. There's nothing wrong with that. So don't be afraid to work in conjunction. Guys, if you think about our disease states today, what disease can you name that's natural? That's not created by something synthetic. You got to learn to fight fire with fire, right? We are too sick to out-pharma or out-supplement most diseases today. We really are. People are impatient. They're not going to wait the years that it takes to get better. You can do it. You can take somebody and 100% natural, probably reverse the mast cell activation, but it will take time. It will take years. And some people are like, no, I'm out. So don't be afraid to work on both sides. It's not a bad thing. If somebody had a psychotic breakdown over a trauma and needed to use something like Zoloft for a while, is it a fail? No, it's not a fail. It's what they needed to do to get past that. It's like what Jamie said in the beginning. We're not against medication. We're against using them as a lifestyle tool. We're not against the acute trauma that happens to people. Trust me, if you have a heart attack or you've chopped your leg off and you go to the hospital and you get surgery in a dirty, disgusting hospital, and they say, do you want an antibiotic? You're going to be like, no. You'll take it. And then you'll go take superbiotics and you'll move on with your life and your new leg. Right? Yeah. It's okay, right? So that's the whole thing. We have become such a nation of right or wrong in the purest mindset. Trust me, none of us are pure. There's not a person in here that's a pure blood. None of you are pure bloods. None of us are pure. We're all vaccinated, all of us. Not with COVID, but with everything else. And if you listen to any of the people that talk about the creation of those, we all have cross DNA, right? Right there, I'm like, sorry, God, I know you said, stay in your kind in the Bible. Sorry about what my mom did to me. Get her. My kids aren't vaccinated. They'd probably be the first pure bloods, right? If you have completely unvaccinated kids, that's the next generation coming up. So we have to learn to cooperate with our clients, to be gracious and merciful, right? And meet them where they are. It's like Jesus. He meets you where you are, And then once you know the truth, then you're responsible to step up. But until you know the truth, you don't know how to do better. So once you know better, you do better. So don't be so right or wrong, left or right. All right, let's get into semaglutide. Woo-hoo, this is my jam. All right. First, I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I'm just here to give facts. And here's what happened when this stuff hit the market. Somehow, out of the blue, it was handed down to med spas that gave Botox injections and semaglutide. All of a sudden, just like that. It was put into the wrong hands, not the responsible physicians, practitioners, and healthcare professionals that deal with metabolic syndrome. And actually, they already had access to it and have been using it for 5 decades. But they were using it responsibly. So, semaglutide is a peptide. Peptides are amino acid chains in combination that are messengers. Tell your body to do things. BPC 157, KPV, ipamorelin, semamorelin, semaglutide, tirzepatide. And they're not just about weight loss. BPC 157, you can inject that locally for pain. You can take it, and there's massive studies on it. It heals leaky gut, heals Crohn's, heals diverticulitis. Is it bad? No. If you take a bottle, is it bad? Probably. You're probably not going to come out of the bathroom for a while. So you can see that this peptide works in all these pathways. Semaglutide, prior to the abuse of it, was studied for brain, liver, pancreas, GI issues, heart disease. Do you know how many studies are on semaglutide in reversing heart disease, reversing renal failure? Not at the mass doses that they're giving, not at 2.5, at microdosing, 0.15. Now, the trick to it was getting people to eat right, think right, move right, pray right, poop right, do all those things right. But that's not what we want as a society. We want the quick fix, I want it now. So people got a hold of this stuff, did one trial on it, and said, hey, if we do dosing of 2.5, people lose weight. And that's how it hit the market. There was no talk about gut health, foundational health, what the impact of muscle wasting would be. There was no talk about your other hormones. What are incretins? What's GLP-1? What's GIP? What's DPP-4? What's CKK? What's PYY? No one talked about that. They just mass went out, and then it was like right and left again. And I literally was like, hold on a second. I like peptides. This is a peptide. Wait, whoa. And then people would post on my timeline, you're giving poison. You're killing people. I was like, all right, Karen. Like, calm down. No one's killing anybody. I want to ask some questions. So I did. So I had to learn real fast what this was. So incretins are produced from the L cells in the digestive system. And incretins control all metabolic processes in your body. So when Hippocrates said, all health begins in the gut, well, gosh darn it, he was right. Incretins control neurological, chronic inflammation, weight loss, metabolic function, hormones, neurotransmitters, everything that you saw on the slide prior to this. Everything. So they're not bad, they're needed. Now, if you have poo-poo digestion, and you have inflammation, and you have leaky gut, and you have parasites, and you have candida, you're already metabolically compromised. Congratulations. Your incretin level is not good. So therefore, you're already heading down the pathway of chronic disease. Not just weight gain, but chronic disease. That can be neurological, that could be cancer, that could be anything. So the incretins are GLP-1, glucagon-like peptide, and GIP, gastric inhibitory polypeptide, plus this little enzyme down here called DPP-4 that keeps GLP-1 and GIP from breaking down so that it lasts longer. And guess what? We talked about gastric bypass earlier. This is where all this research came from. If we didn't have gastric bypass, we wouldn't know anything about L cells and GIP and GLP-1s. Because gastric bypass set the stage. This is how they got this passed. They discovered that when they did gastric bypass, that every incretin balanced itself within, I threw up a 10 and I lost my train of thought. Every incretin balanced itself within 2 weeks without 1 pound lost from doing just the gastric bypass surgery. And they said, we're on to something. When we bypass a section of the digestive system, we get a different incretin and metabolic outcome. I'm not advocating for gastric bypass because we do know the long-term effects where, we bypass the part of the body that creates vitamin B12. And what about the microbiome? Well, forget that. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just giving you the research. Here's what they found. Increased incretin response. After gastric bypass, notable increase in the secretion of incretins, particularly GLP-1. They cured them of diabetes. They got them off all medication within weeks. Cardiovascular disease reversed, kidney issues reversed from gastric bypass. They were like, we're on to something here. So they got this passed because of this result. There was no longitudinal study that showed in 10 years the people with hair would fall out and they would be half dead. But, this was beginning. So, bring on these biological mechanisms, right? What they found was that after gastric bypass surgery, when they rerouted the food, this actually enhanced the stimulation of L cells. So the people who were obese, when they bypassed the part of the digestive system that was diseased, they got metabolically better. So what does that tell you about gut health? If we would just fix the gut, we would be metabolically better. But people don't want to take that time. They don't want to go off their sad diets. They don't want to take the probiotics. So they threw this to the world. They said, here's an injectable. Now here's what I'll say about injectable peptides. Some have to be. They don't make it past the gastric system. And if they do, if they make it past the gastric system, they have to use some sort of synthetic science to do that. So we have this other thing rolling up. Natural peptides. Okay, BPC is not natural, it's synthetic. Period. I don't care what formula it's in. I don't care if it's Justin Prince. I don't care who it is. I commend them for coming out with their lines. They're nice, and it's not a crack on them, but don't use the word natural. Okay, some people have peptides derived from plants, such as Pepstrong, which is a patented trademarked ingredient derived from lentils. It actually keeps muscle mass on. So if you have somebody on semaglutide, put them on PeptiStrong, right? It'll keep their muscle mass. But it doesn't mean that it's good or bad. It can be taken orally. So injectable peptides aren't bad. They're just injectable because they can't make it past the gastric system, right? Oral peptides aren't bad, even BPC. So I'm just giving you kind of the skinny because we had a very black and white movement because people didn't understand peptides, for one. Second, they didn't understand metabolic health. They didn't understand where the research came from. They didn't take the time. They just went, these people were overdosing on Ozempic, 100% true, 100%. They had no foundations, they had no guidance, and they were buying it off the internet for $99 a month. It was criminal. It's in the wrong hands. There's studies on semaglutide reversing type 1 diabetes. It's not bad. It's overdosed. So we as practitioners have to learn this. I'm not saying you need to do injectable peptides for your people. However you practice is up to you. And not everybody needs semaglutide. Okay? Semaglutide should be reserved for people that actually need it. And we heard a lot about thermogenesis. Leptin is a huge factor for metabolic dysfunction. Huge. They actually did pair feeding of rats. They took a rat and they damaged the part of the brain that produced leptin, and the other rat was healthy. And they fed them the exact same diet every day. And the rat with the damaged brain gained 50% more weight on the exact same calories because he was driving that hunger chain that Dr. Len was talking about earlier, where he was hungry, 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 and the fat cells were like, yes, we're hungry, let's get bigger. So there is something to say about putting the right products in. And so thermogenesis isn't just like burning fat. It's really about modulating the pathway of leptin and communication through neurotransmitters in neurons. Like the formulas that you're hearing about today, they're not just supplements. They're innovations. They're game changers. So you can use things like that to enhance this, okay? So when we talk about GLP-1, okay, it reduces glucagon. It only affects insulin secretion at high doses, but given in a microdose or done naturally through your own L cells of your good digestion, it actually reduces glucagon, which is the hormone that tells the liver to release glucose into the blood. If you don't have glucose, you don't have insulin. Insulin is anabolic. It builds. It builds. So when it's in your blood, it's building. It's making your butt bigger and your muscles bigger. That's what it does. So if you constantly have glucose in your system, you're constantly going to have insulin. That's why strength training is so important. Ladies, non-negotiable, over 40, done. Get in the gym 3 days a week, lift heavy shit. The end. Because that is the only time that you're going to put glucose into the cells without requiring insulin. It is the best metabolic enhancer. If you're not talking to your patients and clients about strength training, go talk to this man over here, go talk to Paulina, go talk to the gym owners in this room, negotiate with them to give you fitness programs for beginner, intermediate, and advanced, for at-home workouts and in the gym. Have them make a packet for you. You're welcome. And tell them to give it to you, which I want you to do for me, by the way. That'd be great. And pass it out. You have to strength train. Okay, GIP, this is gastric inhibitory polypeptide. This one only activates when there's high levels of insulin or high levels of glucose. So when you eat, this guy gets processed. Then you have your DPP4. This is the enzyme that breaks down your incretins and helps them stay stable. So again, your L cells, what's one enhancer of L cells in your gut that you could take every day that will help with this? It was real big a couple months ago and they got forgotten. Berberine. So easy. It doesn't produce GLP-1, but it enhances L cells who produce GLP-1. Cholecystokinin, peptide YY, these are released either pre or post meal, and they deal with fat metabolism. They deal with breakdowns of protein. So again, guys, if you have good gut health, you have nothing. So my point of telling you all this is that we have to stop the black and white. I don't care if you do semaglutide, I really don't. Okay? If I have somebody that needs it, I'll find a way that they get it, and then we microdose it. But we do the gut health, we do the hormones, we do the liver, we do the exercise, we do all the things. We do the meals, we do the macros. I got women up to 140, 150 grams of protein a day. Ladies, you carboholics, quit it. Eat meat, lift heavy things. That's what we should do. You know, this whole vegetarian, blah, blah, blah. So, listen, one of your biggest plays in the industry right now is to take these formulas from Nutritional Frontiers, and you can see I listed them on this testing sheet, okay? If you would put people on foundational programs that had the Ultimate Shake and Lean Greens, or something like whey protein or Super Shake, some branched chain amino acids, which are amino acids that are going to form peptides of their own, right? Some creatine during their workouts, help them preserve muscle mass. Studies show that it's not the loss of muscle mass, and GLP-1s do not create muscle mass loss. That is a lie. Show me a study that proves it. If you microdose it, if you overdose it, yes, it will. But it's actually been shown to enhance muscle building. And second, the reason people are losing so much muscle is because they're starving to death. So giving them this foundational program and coming in and saying, you need an exit strategy, because you can't afford this stuff forever. You shouldn't be on it forever. You shouldn't be on that dose forever, right? That's not healthy. Let's wean you down. Let's get you down. Let's use thermogenesis. Let's use nutraglutide. Let's use glucolyze. Let's use the shakes. Let's use the BCAAs. Let's get you a whole foundational program and exit your butt off the Ozempic so that you can do metabolic function, and don't forget to build gut health. That is key, number one thing that you do. Build their guts. If you're a gym owner and you are not having success with weight loss plans, fix your clients' guts. Hands down, it'll change your whole practice. So, if you're going to work with GLP-1s, or you have people that do, and they're coming in, they have the Ozempic face, and they're sick and starving and half dead, these are the blood tests you run. He talked about the myostatin test. That will tell you what wasting they're going through right now. You want to use your branched chains, you want to use your proteins, you want to get their muscle mass back up. Obviously, we have to fix their gut. The other thing that I look at is pancreatic enzymes, lipase, amylase. I want to see what's going on if they're elevated. Because these people, they get pancreatitis because they're just driving that GLP-1. Guys, you drive any pathway, natural or synthetic, you're going to have problems in all the other ones. All we're talking about is GLP-1. I mean, GLP-1, we're too insulin focused, right? You should be whole person focused. And then I also, again, do the diurnal cortisol. Hello. Any questions? We okay? Everybody still friends with me?
I am sure everybody has tons of questions for Dr. Tracey.
I'll be here all day.
Can we give her a round of applause? That was incredible. All right. How many people want the slides to her presentation? How many people want her to say this again because they missed half of what she said and can't write fast enough? Okay, I'm going to solve a couple of your problems. First thing, if you want the slides, you can have them right now. You didn't have to use your phone. All you have to do is open up your wonderful packet, and on the back of the schedule, there is a QR code. If you're not familiar with a QR code, you use your phone, and it will take you directly to our website, where you will have all of the bios for each of our presenters, as well as all of their presentations that are already uploaded for you. If you do not use technology in that way, then you can see me after, and I will help you. Okay, and I will make arrangements for those of you who don't have that access. What we're gonna do is we're gonna break until 4:30. Okay, so just a few minutes for, refresh, come back, because we've got the closer, Dr. V, who's gonna take this home for the day, coming up next, and you don't wanna miss that. Anything else?
Yeah, Kara and Melinda are at the registration desk, so they know that some people have been asking already how they place orders. So they're there to help you out. It is while supplies last, but 20%. So I think I'm going to place an order.
Awesome.
So thanks, everybody. Great job, Dr. Tracey. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
This home strong, and so part of the metabolic crisis is learning the impact of it on our hormones. We are very privileged to have such an incredible colleague friend in Dr. Maribelle Verdiales. If you don't know, she has partnered with us on several formulas. like fertility and virility, our Women's Complete, and the latest and greatest UTR. And so she's going to talk about some of those formulas, I'm sure, as they help us with the metabolic crisis and the impact on our hormones and what that has to do with anything. The other cool thing about her, she's got a great sense of humor, and she's one of my favorite people to share tequila with. So, having said that, I'm going to allow her to take the stage. So please, everybody, give a round of applause for Dr. Maribelle Verdiales. All right. Can you hear me? Heck yeah. All right. Are you excited to be alive? It's definitely better than the alternative, right? Okay. Well, thank you for staying. I know it's been a long, very exciting day, but I'm sure we all want to shake it up a little bit. So I'll try to go through this in the most entertaining way possible. Although, you know, when you start talking about hormones, people straight go to girly hormones and boily hormones and, you know, girlies and boys. And you know what happens after midnight? Nothing good, they say. All right, so we've been talking all day about the metabolic crisis and how it affects all aspects of life and how it is really a global pandemic. That's a real pandemic. But what is metabolism? Everybody throws that word around, and do we really understand what it means? It is all of the biochemical processes that are needed in our bodies for its function. Right? So then what is metabolic health? Is how efficient is your metabolism? And then what is a metabolic crisis is when the metabolic health is lacking, right? Straightforward. So if you're having your processes in distress, then there's going to be more breakdown than healing and buildup, which is catabolism. There's going to be accelerated tissue degeneration. Therefore, the organs are not going to be doing that well either. Therefore, you're going to get disharmony or disease in your body, which just ends up being decreased quality of life and shortened life expectancy. I don't know about you, but I'm planning to be a crazy old lady. That's my plan. I told my kiddos. That's my plan. I tell my kids, I got it. I'm visualizing, I'm a grandma in the convertible with a grandkid next to me. I'll look next to him, I go, shh, don't tell your mom where we're going. This is between you and me. So in order to live my dream and live your dreams, we need to take care of things now, right? We need to take care of our bodies, our metabolic pathways and then go towards healing. You either invest in life or you invest in death. It's simple. I want to invest in life, meaning healing, regeneration, anti-aging, blah, 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 blah. You get the picture. So like I was saying, it's a global crisis. 46.5% adults worldwide have insulin resistance. That means half of the world is in metabolic crisis. 1 in 3 Americans are obese, and the obesity crisis keeps going up and up and up. And 37% of Americans have metabolic syndrome, meaning cardiovascular compromise, insulin resistance, and obesity, et cetera, et cetera. How can we assess metabolic crisis? We've been talking about this all day. Dr. Tracey did an amazing job. It was like, whew, okay, let me see, how can I write it? Amazing job with that stuff. I'll go over some of that again. Simple, we're not treating numbers. We're treating human beings. They're coming in with certain symptoms, and you observe your patient. How does that patient look? Okay, how about some basic, weight, waist circumference, blood pressure, etc. What are their symptoms? They're coming in, they're tired, all right? They're tired, they're not sleeping, they're depressed, they have mood swings, they have brain fog, their libido is low. I tell all of my patients,
Most of my patients are dealing with their endocrine system and, their sexuality, their libido, their fertility is down. Testes and ovaries and uteri actually, they're end organs. We are beautiful, perfectly designed machines that have everything inside of us to heal ourselves, rejuvenate ourselves, self-regulate, all right? So if you have an organism, this machine that is detecting that you're barely surviving, why would nature want you to reproduce? I've said this multiple times. Sex is incentive to reproduce. Our universe doesn't waste energy. Energy is transformed, it's not wasted. So it's diverted to essential organs. You can't live without your ovaries and your testicles. You cannot live without your heart or your adrenal, your liver. Okay? Some of the markers, clinical markers, how the patient looks. Dr. Tracey did an amazing lecture on how the patient looks. Blood pressure, waist circumference, physical exam, and symptoms, right? Some of the biological markers would be your hemoglobin A1C. That's my personal favorite because patient does not need to be fasting for blood work, and it gives you kind of an overview of what that person has been doing for the last 3 months. Insulin levels, cortisol levels, morning, afternoon, or even 24-hour cortisol collections, lipid profiles, especially the ratios. Are they having too little of the high density lipoprotein versus the low density? Triglycerides. Triglycerides is a marker of how the patient is eating. High triglycerides is related to a high carbohydrate processed diet. Liver enzymes. The liver is an endocrinological organ. It's not only one of our main toxicity pathways, and it has its own, it's part of the digestive system with the bile acids and fat metabolism, but it's also part of an endocrine system, not only by creating its own enzymes, but also by being the main organ to process our enzymes. So balancing, Dr. Tracey was talking about converting T4 to T3. It happens in the liver. You have a congested liver, a liver that's overwork. Your enzymes are going to be messed up. That estrogen dominance syndrome, it's a congested liver, people. And then aging markers, all right? Again, when you think about hormones, when you think about, let's put female, male hormones, all right? It is a marker for how is your biological age. If your body determines that you are suited to reproduce, that means that your body is feeling young, right? So then you can, the testosterone levels in men and women, estrogen levels in women and the ratio with testosterone, okay? AMH for those that are into the more fertility arena, that's a marker for ovarian reserve. Your DHEA, okay, which is the adrenal androgen and a precursor for most of our other hormones, okay? I threw in there, there's a few new tests about telomerase length, okay? It's a little more obscure, but I know it's out there. How about, I cannot even pronounce the long name for this thing, NT-proBNP, brain age, okay? They can actually measure your methylation and how many methyl groups your DNA have. So why is this happening? We'll be talking all day about this. It goes back to the very, very basics. Let's assume that nature is smart. Okay, unfortunately, a lot of my colleagues in the allopathic world assume that nature is stupid, and that's why you need a blood pressure pill to regulate your blood pressure, because unfortunately, God is he was on drugs that day. I don't know what the hell. Anyway, so poor diet. We're carboholics, and we get more and more. It is not ideal. Stay close to nature. I tell patients, just take the least amount of steps from the soil and from the cow mooing to you is the best. Simple. right? The more a high carbohydrate diet will push metabolic syndrome because you have this rush of carbohydrates going into your system, into your bloodstream. Your body wants to level out, self-regulate. Insulin goes out faster than it can be pulled back in. You have the crash. Then you're hungry again. And then you get in the roller coaster of starvation, decreasing your metabolic rate, and then high insulin getting you, you know, bloop, 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 bloop. Sorry. Lack of physical activity. We are designed to move. Every living creature on this planet moves. So why should we not move? Okay? The lion needs to run to be able to eat, right? We were supposed to be hunting, right? We were supposed to be moving, gathering, hunting, you know, working the land. That is the godly plan. It's all together. You stay close to nature for food, and you actually stay close to nature to earn your food. Poor sleeping habits. We were supposed to go to sleep with the sun and wake up with the sun. Our circadian rhythms are completely messed up. We should be sleeping 7 to 9 hours a day. The majority of people, if they're lucky, they get 5 hours. There's a lot of processes that happen at night, including human growth hormone production, okay? Healing your liver, you know, that liver hour, 3 to 5 in the morning. Liver's like boom, 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 cleaning up, all right? If you're cutting those hours, you miss healing, regeneration, melatonin production, which is a powerful antioxidant, okay? Very important for brain function. And a lot of our neurotransmitters get produced at night. So your happy stuff gets produced at night. Sleep deprivation is, they've done studies on sleep deprived professionals, like people that, you know, doctors, nurses, policemen, blah, 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 you get the picture. And sleep deprivation is the equivalent in your body as being an alcoholic or a drug addict. That's the same amount of damage it does to you, both on an emotional, mental, you know, brain function, body, cardiovascular, muscle wasting, and so forth. And high stress. You know, is stress bad? No. No, stress is a natural response of the body. But if you're in constant fight or flight, then your sympathetic override, therefore you cannot heal and repair. You're surviving, right? You know, energy has to be on keeping you alive. That's a priority. Again, nature is smart. We cannot repair you if we don't survive the lion. So like I was saying, you know, the diet situation, not enough fat and not enough fasting. It is as important on what you eat, when you eat, and how often you eat. During our fasting stage, there's a lot of healing that happens. Those zombie cells that Dr. Tracey was talking about, fasting takes care of them, all right? And then, you know, this topic is not about how to fast and prolong fasting and how to use fasting as a healing tool, but I will definitely talk to you about it if you want more after we're done with our adventurous lecture. Lack of physical activity. Like I was saying, we're designed to move, okay? You want to keep your bone. You want to keep your muscle. Then you use it. If you don't use it, you lose it in every aspect of life. We don't come with extra pieces, okay? So unfortunately, a lot of our, you know, allopathic partners, and it's like, you know, it's not our fault. That's how we're taught. That's how we're, you know, trained to be. Oh, your gallbladder's bad? Take it out. How about your uterus is bad? Take it out. Your ovaries, what do you need them for? I just had this discussion with a lady who, you know, was questioning her physician because she needs bowel surgery for a crisis in diverticulosis and diverticulitis, and her surgeon keeps pushing her to take out her ovaries. And I was like, and the argument is, well, you don't need them anymore. You're 65. We don't come with extra pieces, right? Because otherwise, nature would have gotten through evolution, get rid of it, right? We were hairier at one point, we're less hairy. Nature is smart. Always think about that. Do you know that 20 minutes of aerobic exercise has the same effect as 10 milligrams of Prozac? It bumps up that serotonin and dopamine high naturally. Okay, how about oxygenation to the brain? Let's get that blood flowing. How about circulation through the liver as a detoxifying method, just by moving things around, right? And then because of all of the effects in the body, then you not only get rid of the excess cortisol, you increase your serotonin and dopamine, you start sleeping better. And then you start sleeping better. What did I say about sleep? 7 to 9 hours of good sleep keeps the doctor away. The bad doctors. No, I'm a good doctor. Like I was saying, sleep deprivation not only affects us mentally function and all that I was saying, disease processes, you don't have the growth hormone benefit, the melatonin, the antioxidants, but also it decreases leptin levels and increases ghrelin levels. Ghrelin, right? The hunger hormone. Therefore, if you don't sleep, you become fat. Maybe that would be incentive for some of us to, get rid of our phones at night. You're going to see that in your patients. This is a question I ask my patients. Patients come to me, I can't sleep. I'm sorry, I can't lose weight. I'm like, let's talk about your sleep. But I'm not asking you for a sleep pill. I'm like, I'm not talking about sleeping. You want to lose weight, so you have to sleep. And not only it does all of that, sleep deprivation affects thyroid function at the level of the pituitary. Therefore, there's less thyroid being stimulated. Your metabolic rate decreases. Have you noticed that when you have lack of sleep, you get colder? You're more cold intolerant? It's because of that pathway. And also, it has been linked to increased estrogen dominance. And I believe that is related to the liver. If you don't allow that liver at night to clear the excess stuff, endogenous and exogenous toxins, it's going to accumulate, both the artificial estrogens as well as your internal ones. The high fight or flight, that we've been discussing, and how high cortisol constant, but also the catecholamines, okay? Increased heart rate, heart blood pressure. Therefore, our cardiovascular system is always in override. Therefore, it's going to be more wear and tear. Simple math, right? It is plumbing. You overdo the pump, it's going to have less lifetime. So let's just talk about a few things. I know some of this stuff is a little redundant from the last lecture, but sometimes from a different perspective, it'll stick in because it's that important. All right. So the adrenals, I see them as the forgotten glands, especially from my background training. It took many, many years post medical school and residency to understand how important they were. They were discussed during my medical training, but not on that light. It was almost like, oh yeah, the adrenals, they do this, blah, blah, blah. And then when they get really, really sick, then you get either Addison's or Cushing's. Okay. So the adrenal has two components, the outer, which is the one where the cortisol is made, but also excess of stress messes up your kidneys by the aldosterone pathway, because now you cannot do your mineral balancing. There's mineral wasting for excess of stress, right? And then one marker that I like to do also is send the DHEAS, okay? It's easier to measure than the active component because it's short-lived. You send that out, and it's going to tell you there's adrenal fatigue, not only by checking the cortisol. You can do morning and evening cortisol if that ratio is flipped, or now it's like first you're really high, then the gland gets tired, it crashes, but you're going to start seeing that some of the not as important hormones, remember your androgens, your estrogens, our end product. So it's going to be diverted to some of the other, like the cortisol is going to be more important than DHEA. It's going to be diverted. Nature is smart. And then in the middle are the catecholamines, excess of androgen. We are in a society of, we're addicted to this, to the androgen, the adrenaline rush. Dopamine and adrenaline addiction is rampant, okay? Input, flip, TikTok, Instagram, and now you want to see shorter and shorter videos. Okay, so we've been talking about this. Is insulin bad? No, insulin is essential for metabolism. Insulin is important for, for building up and keeping the sugar balance between the tissues and the bloodstream, okay? But then too much of a good thing is a bad thing, right? And the thyroid, it's a thyroid. Oh, I'm 50 pounds overweight. It's a thyroid. Oh, are you on thyroid medicine? You're lacking a nutrient. Everybody has to be on thyroid medicine these days. Tracey was talking about it. Is it the thyroid? Are those, is that fatigue really, really thyroid? Or are we dealing with a higher up problem? All right. In my area, I see, the thyroid, the adrenal, and the ovaries kind of balance itself out, right? And the uterus in the gas cascade is really, really an organ. So it kind of says a lot about how that woman is. Is having irregularities in the cycle or heavy periods, for example, a uterine problem? You have to see that it's a machine. It's like all these pieces put together. And you have to not only see the tree, but you have to actually pull back and actually see the forest as well. So we talked at nauseam about how the thyroid works. The way I want you to remember, the thyroid is your volume, your metabolism volume. When you're like cranked up, hyper, you're like yeah, you get it. Estrogen and testosterone. Like I've been saying, they're end products. Estrogen increases fat accumulation. Testosterone increases muscle accumulation. The key is the balance in men and women. I'm seeing low testosterone in men and women all the time, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. I'm kind of baffled because, my background is GYN, and everybody thinks of the girls as like, oh, you and your hormones. It's your hormones. You're crazy and your hormones. You don't love me anymore because of your hormones. Oh, you love me today because of your hormones. But then I'm seeing the guys go through this all the time. I'm having young guys in my office with low testosterone. So I'm like, there's something that we're doing as a society. So the metabolic crisis, even though we're seeing it more from the insulin level, the weight, the, cholesterol, the lipid panels, but metabolic crisis does include this as well, because these are your biochemical processes. And having low testosterone in a guy that's supposed to have a longer reproductive life is a huge societal red flag, okay? For me in my 50s, to have the changes associated with menopause is expected. For a 35-year-old man or a 45-year-old man, actually, or a 50-year-old man with a bottom out testosterone when they're still supposed to be in reproductive age, that to me is a bigger of a red flag, and this is happening all the time. Okay, so too little of either too little or too much of a good thing is a bad thing. Testosterone is very important in women's health as well. I think that it's missed. The same thing as the DHA is missed in both men and women. And it should be part of the basic hormonal panel, especially when you're addressing female and male issues. Back to the basics, like I was saying, sleep, eat, drink, breathe, think, right? So be part of the solution. I'm gonna go through a few of my favorite formulas, very just like simple, okay? So for sleeping, my personal favorite combo is Sleep Time and Mat Complete. Okay? Sleep Time is so nice because it has that calming effect, and then you get the melatonin to get you a little sleepier, and the serotonin precursor, the 5-HTP, so you wake up happy. So rested, happy, and calm, right? And then I like to include the magnesium, especially in liquid form, so it gets absorbed quickly. You can give this to children. I give this to my kiddos, especially my teenage girls. Well, I only have girls, so my teenage girls. Because it calms the brain. Remember, the adrenaline and dopamine addiction that we're having, we're seeing it in our youth even more. The flip, the ideal scenario for sleep hygiene is that we close our electronics at least 2 hours before we intend to be sleeping, but we don't do that, and our kids are not doing that. So something like this, it tastes pretty good, it goes down, it's not a pill, it works like magic. Muscle relaxant, brain calmer, you combine that with the sleepy time, and it's a wonderful time. And it has potassium and calcium, right? So indirectly, you're getting some extra minerals on board that balance things out, right? Because having a single nutrient for a long period of time, it's not good. All of our minerals are balanced out, right? For diet and weight management, this is definitely my favorite, okay? We've talked about Thermogenesis, the Thermogenesis formula. The glucolyze is great, and I will mention that afterwards, but this is my ultimate favorite because it's a good combination of getting that cortisol down. It has some of the components from the sugar control formulas, all right? But it also has the ashwagandha, the L-theanine, so the anxiety gets calmed down. Sometimes we are anxious eaters, right? So that gets calmed down. And then it has the berberine, okay? So it helps with the insulin resistance, and it cuts your hunger stuff. I'm sorry? I usually start with 2 in the morning, okay? People will take their morning supplements more than their evening. There's studies about this from the medical community. That's why they try to do like the extended release type of medications. People will take their morning dose. Second point will be their evening dose. And when you divide stuff in 3s, the one that tends to be taken the least is the middle of the day dose. Right. So I try to dose people. I'll dose them heavier in the morning and less in the evening. I'd have to do twice a day. Then I'll do 2 in the morning and then 1 in the afternoon. Mm-hmm. Not at night. Me. Okay. And then the glucolyze, you can do them together, especially on somebody that is having insulin resistance, prediabetes, diabetes, okay? You can actually work with their primary care provider as they start losing weight, and they use some more natural alternatives to work on their glucose metabolism. They can slowly come off some of their medicines. When you do this combination, I've had people come off injectable insulin, go down to an oral medication, and once they lose some of the weight, remember, your body wants to work well, all right? It is not defective, it's just out of harmony. So they have been able to completely come off their diabetes medication. And then, we were talking all day again about general support. It's a matter of having like a zoom, right? You zoom in into what the problem is, but you actually have to zoom out and cover all bases. Our nutrition is deficient, so plug in the holes, okay? And I love those formulas, not only because I help make them, But they're fantastic. They have a food buffer. Of course, I'm biased. This is the best multi ever. Did I say that right? Ever. You feeling a little under the weather? Just pop an extra few of those in. It's not, you might be a little more orange, but because of that food buffer, it helps, again, balance those nutrients out. You want to have your nutrients be balanced with your food, okay, for all the other cofactors, some of them that we know and some of them that we're still to discover or to really find out that they exist, because there's no real inventions or discoveries. Is awakening. So Power Fuel is another of my ultimate favorites, okay? This can be a pre-post workout drink, okay? It has all the components to give that extra boost, that extra oxygenation, but it also has the components for aftermath, meaning we tend to exercise, we're gonna lose a little bit more of our electrolytes to sweat. Electrolytes are in there. It also has the bromelain and the protease for that muscle, soreness afterwards. So you can take it before and after. And because there's no caffeine involved, it's not going to keep you awake at night. So if you have anybody that, likes to exercise later in the day, it's not going to interfere with their sleep pattern. Actually, I use this in the afternoon because of the mitochondrial boost and the oxygenation, that little extra boost that the L-carnitine will give you in the middle of the afternoon. It tastes good. It's 2-3 afternoon. It's not, you're not feeling that great that day. You're a little under the weather. You still have another 2-3 hours of work and patience and brain work. Just go and have a little bit of that. It's a little boost without keeping you awake at night. Adrenamax, cortisol, adrenal compromise, adrenal fatigue, a lot of adaptogens, rhodiola, ginseng, eleuthерus. They're great because they'll bring you into balance. They give you that little extra energy without overexerting your metabolism, right? So overexerting the adrenal and causing even more adrenal fatigue. People live on caffeine, put them on adrenal mask instead. And this is something that you were talking about dosing. Somebody that crashes in the afternoon, give them some Power Fuel and Adrenamax. Go have a little break at 2-3 in the afternoon when people tend to crash. Thyroid Complete. I love Thyroid Complete. It's a newfound love for me. I believe in glandulars. I believe that like helps like in many, many levels, not only a nutritional level, but even as a epigenetic type of activity. Okay, there's some school of thought that if you take a healthy thyroid, it's going to kind of hint your thyroid to work better, your hypothalamus, et cetera, et cetera. This is a great, great, great product. It has the copper that Tracey was talking about, the iodine, the glandulars for the higher stuff, so the hypothalamus and the pituitary, and then the thyroid, the bovine thyroid. And when you combine that with some of the more specific, so a killer for women's health would be your Woman's Complete, right? For general nutrition, some omega-3. Then you add the Thyroid Complete and the fertility. And you can give that at any stage of life, okay? Especially transitions. You get a crazy pubertal kid at home, give her that. She's gonna feel better and she'll be grateful. You have somebody going through menopause. I promise you, she will be grateful. Even though it says fertility in the name, right? So you're like, well, I'm 46. I don't want to have any more kids. It doesn't matter. If you look at the ingredients, you're doing minoxidil, okay? That is a B vitamin that helps with insulin sensitivity and decreases that insulin, okay? So it helps with metabolic syndrome. It helps with the liver. And we were talking about how metabolic syndrome drives some of this symptomatology. CoQ10, mitochondrial support, not only at the level of the ovaries, but everywhere else, right? We were talking about it all day. Vitamin D. Vitamin D is considered a hormone. Vitamin D is crucial for most of our metabolic pathways, both on ovaries, testicles, immune, thyroid. All right, you need vitamin D in order to convert T3 to T4. And then direct support with the ovary and resveratrol. Cardiovascular health, but also has proven anti-aging effects, right? Reverse oxidative stress. You take out, the problem, then the body has more energy to heal. Because energy is never destroyed, but transformed. So if we have more energy for healing and less for surviving, then we do better overall. Virility, okay. It is the male counterpart, even though you can give this to a woman that's trying to improve their testosterone, although I would give them more test 180 for that regard, but they can do this. Women that take testicles, okay, have a calming effect on women, all right? They're not gonna get a beard, I promise. I promise, all right? One of the greatest... the beauty of nutraceuticals, okay, is that they have an indirect effect in the body, all right? It is not like giving an exogenous hormone, okay, which is a direct effect. You're trying to support the body for the body to do the work, okay? So the berberine, right? You're supporting the body for the body to do what the body does best, self-regulate. And some of my guys on this, they love it. They notice it right away, that their libido goes up, and their relationship with their ding-ding, it's like this. The ding-ding works better. Everything works better in the house. And our new product, I'm super excited. This is wonderful. And even though it is mostly kind of targeted for women, okay, placenta extract is so fantastic. So the placenta is actually a fetal organ, okay? And its main purpose is, one, to be a buffer between the fetus and the mother, so protection, help the fetus through its growth, development, and nutrition. So it's full of peptides, growth factors, anti-inflammation, immunomodulation, okay? Some of you know I have a clinic in Mexico where I do like stem cell therapy. We inject human placental extract into the patient because of all of those growth factors. And remember, we're this close to being a cow. So it will work about the same. So it's great. It's not only for females. You can give it to a guy. It's going to self-regulate those hormones. It's going to give them a boost. All right. How about peptide is the word of the day, right? It's all over. It's almost as famous as the Ozempic these days. It's all over the place. So great supplement for bodybuilders, people that are trying to get lean and mean. In the female arena, this would be a great supplement in conjunction with the other ones for people that are having pelvic issues, pain. Curcumin is fantastic for, turmeric, curcumin, liver function, balancing, inflammation, right? Boswellia, same thing, great anti-inflammation, tons and tons of research on both of these components. Chaste, somebody that's having hormonal issues, heavy menses, anovulation, irregular cycles. Chaste is, if I have to choose one herb for girls, it would be chaste. It can be used at any stage of life. I actually had one of my sonographers come in. She has, one of the nurses told her to take it because she's having that premenopausal PMS. She's in her 40s. She's still having periods. She's like, but I'm a freaking lunatic the week before my cycle. And I don't even like myself. I mean, has anybody heard that before? Because I've lived it. I mean, when you can't even like yourself and you actually recognize this, it kind of got me thinking, I'm like, was I a walking witch when I was a teenager and just didn't realize it? But as a menopausal woman, you'd realize there's something off and they come rushing to you. I'm like, I'm crazy and I hate it, you know? So Chase Tree, awesome, awesome. It also helps with progesterone production, all right? It's a natural progesterone booster by supporting the luteal phase, okay? The second half of the cycle. And therefore it improves ovulation as well. And what else? Sexual function, you know, I mean, who doesn't like to improve that these days? Yep. Absolutely. Hot flashes. Any menopausal symptoms will be improved. Okay. Yes. Wonderful. Any pain syndrome, pelvic congestion syndrome, endometriosis, heavy menses, okay? Because heavy menses, they can take it while they're pregnant. None of those herbs are contraindicated in pregnancy.
And what is your recommendation on dosage?
Depends on what you're trying to accomplish. So if you're trying to treat somebody, you want to be a little bit more aggressive before. So I would say 2 and 2, 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening. Once you get it to a place that things are better, you can go down. Let's say you have a pregnant woman and you're just, you know, maybe they have history of preterm labor or miscarriage. Just give them 1 or 2 a day, 36 weeks, 37 weeks. Make sure the baby's going to be okay if it comes out a little early. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Absolutely. Yes. If you can take the UTR in conjunction with wild yam cream. Yes. And you can actually play with it. I believe in cyclic use of all of it, actually. Even when I do hormone replacement on a transitional woman, I will do cyclic stuff. So if you're trying to support somebody that is still menstruating, you can do the UTR and then do 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off of the wild jam. And if they're still menstruating, do it during the luteal phase. So day 14 to 28, give or take.
Okay, if you have questions, just raise your hand and then I can bring the mic to you so we can all hear. Also helps we have quite a few people streaming the event, so it's also helpful. Oh, Darlene, hit it again, baby.
I got a lot of questions on
I'm not allowed to let you have that.
It's okay. I'm just holding, so it's near. I'll hold your hand.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
I'll hold you.
This
I'll
is
hold your
specific
hand.
instructions.
Okay, I'll hold your hand. Anyways.
Touch, Tracy, it's amazing. You were right.
Will this help with someone who is trying to get their period?
To somebody that's trying to get their period?
Right. They
meaning...
are of age, they've been of age, but they never seem to have gotten it.
So, I see what you're saying. So somebody that's 13, 14 years old and has not had their period yet, yes, it will. It will help get that HbA access cooking, all right? As long as there's not a anatomical or genetic component.
Oh, this is easy.
So I want to go back to what I was saying before. I need to clarify. So they're given Pitocin to females who are vaccinated for the hemorrhaging after labor. So can you use this instead of the Pitocin or in conjunction with, just because of the risk of uterine tear?
Okay, so you're saying that they're giving Pitocin. Okay, let's take this back. Historically, okay, I don't deliver babies anymore. But they would give it automatic to patients postpartum to minimize blood, right? Bleeding. So yes, you could give this. I would, if you have a patient that is vaccinated and you have any concerns that there could be excessive bleeding after delivery, you want to definitely start them this 2 to 3 weeks before delivery. And also you want to crank up their vitamin D and their vitamin K. All right. You want to support their liver. You can do it if, I tell my patients and my colleagues that you need to know what herbs to give on a pregnant lady. Most of them are going to be safe, but if you don't know, then go glandulars. Give them liver. You want to support their liver. Very, very important. Give them liver support via glandular, via liver tissue. Give them this. Give them the D and the K. Okay. And if there's any issues, you want ideally for that baby to breastfeed immediately. That will get that oxytocin up and running very, very quickly in its natural pathway. If the patient does not want to breastfeed for whatever reason, just squeeze those nipples. Squeeze the nipples. Come on. Work them.
Holy smokes, where's this conversation going? All right.
What dosage would you give for someone that has had multiple miscarriages, now difficulty getting pregnant, and finally is looking to IVF instead? Is there a way to help someone like that?
Absolutely. That's what I do for a living. That's why I'm asking you. All right. So yes, I get that picture all the time. Somebody that miscarriage, then no pregnancy, and now they're in my office for IVF, right? Because a lot of people think that that's the cure-all, which is not, but that's a whole different lecture. You have, on somebody like that, the answer is a little bit more complicated because now you have uterine trauma, mental, spiritual uterine trauma. Now, and in my practice, I have to deal with that as well because now they have emotional blocks because of all the losses. It's even in their subconscious, okay? So you want to address that as well. You want to make sure that there's no other issues medically speaking, right? Let's say your testing is fine, then I would definitely do full body support, right? Women's omega. Then I would do fertility. Remember, the uterus is actually a very end organ, right? The ovary goes first. So you want to support the ovary when you're supporting the uterus always. And then I would put them at this at least 30 to 60 days before they try to get pregnant again. And yes, UTR, fertility, Women's Health, Omega.
Yep, Women's Complete and Omega.
And Women's Complete. So you're going to tell them, stop. Let's get you ready to do this, right? I don't want you to keep getting pregnant and miscarriage. You're going to stop. I tell them to prep 1 to 3 months, 2 to 3 being better, okay? And in that time frame, you're going to either deal with it yourself or refer to somebody that can deal with the emotional component.
That's where Kristine comes, the soul intelligence method. Just
yes,
okay.
You want to release those blocks. They're in there. They're real. I've seen it.
What would the dosages be? What's your recommended protocol?
So what I generally tell them is Women's Complete 3 in the morning. Remember, I try to put most of it in the morning. So 3 in the morning with their omega in the morning, okay? I'll put them on 2 of the fertility in the morning, okay? And then because they're having recurrent miscarriages, then 2 of the UTR and then 2 UTR in the afternoon. That will be the only afternoon dose I'll give them to keep it simple, because remember, I want them to prep first.
All right, back to Steph.
Any contraindications with like other drugs or meds or birth control or anything like that?
No, not really. It's none of the stuff in any of the supplements. It's going to accelerate the P450 metabolism that if they're in birth control, that might make it less effective.
Is it a loading dose going to be like 2 twice a day for endometriosis?
Yes.
So do you want to repeat that? The loading dose for endometriosis?
Loading dose for any pathological or disharmonious scenario would be 2 and 2. You can go up to 3 and 3, but I try to balance patient compliance because I rather they take less and you meet them where they are. I rather they take less longer than I put them on 30 pills a day, and 3 weeks later, they're like, I'm done with this. So.
Any other questions in the room? Yep, coming back.
And all of these protocols, you can do in conjunction with medical management as well. So it depends on where your patient are. If you're co-managing with an endocrinologist or an OBGYN or a fertility doctor, they can stand on their own, or they can be adjuvant therapies. I have a lot of patients in my fertility clinic where in the prepping, they're pregnant. They're pregnant on this stuff. They don't need to go to IVF. I tell them, look, it took you all these years to get here. Just give me a few months, right? Give me 3 to 6 months to work with you. And let's get you ready for the best outcome possible.
For someone with incompetent cervix that needs a cerclage.
Not always, but okay.
We
can debate that one later.
Yeah. No, that's always my case. It's not that I had to go through with my kids. So I'm looking to help others. So will work?
Yes, it will. The cervical insufficiency, it's the traditional therapy is to put a knot in there, but that's not always necessary. Sometimes by using something like this, especially that chase tree that helps with that progesterone, or even adding progesterone either by medication or wild jam, is going to keep the uterus quieter and is going to fortify that cervix and the plug to stay in place. Yep. You can also do a pessary. But anyway.
Okay, I'm going to flip it. Let's talk about testosterone.
Yeah, let's talk about that,
Let's talk
baby.
about you
Okay.
and me.
Yeah, so as far as men and women, what are your preferred, sublingual injections?
Oh, how do I manage
creams?
testosterone?
Sure.
So I use all of them. So, I can do pellets, creams, natural and pellet, natural and cream. I try to stay away from the mouth as much as possible to avoid bypassing the liver. Injections, vaginal, depending on what the big complaint is. So, for example, on somebody that is complaining of low libido, I look at the lab work, it's on the lower side. I will support the whole body, okay? But then I will give them vaginal inserts. So it's going to help not only locally, but a systemic absorption.
Are you asking specifically about what Nutritional Frontiers has to help with testosterone as well?
I think I kind of know, but
Yes.
sure, let's tell.
Yes.
Okay.
So for, let's say, they can take virility, but I will generally give them testosterone 180 on the females that want to improve their testosterone, and they don't want to do a hormone replacement.
Even if you have the person on exogenous hormones, would you still support it with the Nutritional Frontiers?
Absolutely. Look, there's no magic bullet here. There's no magic pill. There's no magic solution, okay? I think that the less invasion is the best invasion. I'm not, I'm a hybrid. I am an MD. So for me, it's tools in the toolbox. And I tell my patients that every change in the positive direction is going to tilt the balance to their favor. So I'll start with lifestyle. The body's intelligent. I'll start with lifestyle, diet, nutrition, supplements, and then depending on where they stand, both physically and their choices, then I'll add the pharmaceuticals, hormones, blah, 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 blah.
Do we have additional questions? Yes. Oh boy, I think you're thinking of patients, aren't you? You're like, okay, how about this one? Now this one.
First, back to the previous patient, omega-3. Would you use 2 in the morning?
I sent you a new one with a QR code.
Hold on.
I'm missing a slide.
You're missing a slide?
Missing a very
What?
good slide.
Okay. All right, she was asking about omegas, how you would dose that.
For the previous patient, and then I have a question. Do you work with people that are women that have low egg count?
Yes, that is my bread and butter, man.
3 or 4 eggs
Yes.
left? Ooh,
Yes.
good. Okay. And how
Yes.
would you do that?
Whoa, that's a loaded question. So I actually had a patient get snappy on me like 2 days ago. She was 72 and no, she wants help with the way she feels. She wants to feel younger and she has a new boyfriend.
I was really concerned with you. I was like, a 72-year-old just got 3 or 4 eggs left and she's thinking about something? I'm like, what? Wait a minute. Rewind.
Actually, well, I do have.
That's
women
another story.
That's a whole new story. But this lady, so I treat everybody the same way, and I ask her the same thing, and I approach everybody the same way. So it was just an anecdote. I had a 72-year-old get snappy because I started asking her about her pregnancy history and stuff like. Well, I didn't call you about that. I was like, but I need to know you to help you. So I address all of them the same way. Meaning lifestyle, because when you improve the lifestyle, you're going to improve how their body functions. You divert the energy of the body towards healing, and then older women trying to get pregnant, that's probably 50% of my, 40 plus, I even have a support group, 40 plus fabulous and fertile.
Count me out, okay? Just
so
saying.
on the fabulous part.
Fabulous I'm in on. Fabulous, but not fertile. Leave that alone.
Not fertile. So the body, if you give the body what it needs, there's going to be regeneration of the tissues and even improvement on the amount of follicles and eggs they recruit and the quality of the egg. So fertility was actually partially created for that, right? This, we regenerate our bodies, like every 3 months you're a new human being. So if you give that body what it needs, you can age backwards, kind of. And then, there's PRP and stem cells and
so one of the coolest things I think about being in a room with all these brilliant minds is the ability to network and share and learn from each other and refer to each other, right? How we can support each other and move the mission forward. And if you think about, some of the great testimonies and stories and case studies that we've heard, think about the number of people that you individually have impacted. And think about the person sitting next to you and the number of people they have impacted. It's pretty overwhelming to think about all the people that we've helped make healthy and how many more there are to still go. So I just want to give everybody a round of applause for all the work that you do, because we certainly honor you in all you do every day.
And then if anybody wants, I brought a limited amount of books. Yep. So if anybody wants the e-version of the book, ta-da! Okay. There you go.
So that's an opportunity for you. So I'm going to ask Dr. Tracey Stroup to come up to the front with me for a minute. First of all, let's give Dr. Maribelle a big round of applause. All right. So as Jamie mentioned earlier today, we have a few authors amongst us, which is pretty exciting. And we wanted to tell you just briefly what each of our books are about and what we have back there. And so, Jamie, are you doing a photo op?
Only when you hold the books up and get close.
Okay, we've got a photo op. Are we ready? What are we doing?
I'm just being silly.
Smile. All right, beautiful.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to ask each of my colleagues to just briefly tell you what their book is about. So if you're interested, we will be in the back of this room. The bar will be open, so you'll be able to grab a drink and come and see us, or come see us and grab a drink, whatever you like. Food will also be in the next room.
Don't forget to grab us a drink.
Tequila night!
Asking for a friend. Okay. So our food and entertainment and everything is in the 2 rooms next door. We will have silent disco as well. If you don't know what silent disco is, I've had a few people go, what is that? We have headphones. You put the headphones on, and there's 3 different settings. It will be either the color red, the color blue, or the color green, and you can change it. And based on the setting you choose is the different style of music that you get to dance to.
It's really funny.
And it's a lot of fun because if you're not wearing a headset, you have no idea what music anyone is dancing to. And in my experience, a great party is usually good food, lots of alcohol, and bad dancing. So this is definitely the trifecta of goodness tonight, whether you participate or not. So we will have headphones available on the cocktail tables next door. It's a lot of fun to just hang out with each other. It's also great because then if you're not putting the music on your ears, you can actually have an adult conversation and hear each other as opposed to like the music blaring throughout the room. So that was the other side of it. Oh, I did not know you were lurking behind me. Okay.
Yeah, I had a request to give a message from the Godfather, and that is, we would greatly appreciate if you bought a book today, or 2, or 3. That was not a request.
You're so funny. So in terms of purchasing a book, I mean, obviously, you know, we will take cash. We all have the ability to do Venmo and PayPal and other means. So we'll just meet you in the back afterwards. But I'm going to ask Tracey to talk a little bit about her book first.
Well, this actually started out as a webinar for my clients who would text me in the middle of the night or late at night and say, what do I give Jimmy for his fever? What do I do about an earache? So I did a webinar called The 50 Products You Need to Keep in Your House and the 20 Protocols That Go With It. Then I transcribed it, I put it in Designer, and I made a book out of it. So this is more of a tool for your patients and clients or you or your family if you have little kids or you're a grandma or you have kids of your own. A lot of NF supplements in here, castor oil packs. So it's all sticks and twigs medicine. If you want to go back to what grandma used to do, it's in here. So, you know, in true fashion of Tyrone style, Joe, I had to use sticks and twigs and make a book out of it. So this is actually created from sticks and twigs itself. This cover was from my front tree, the back. No, I'm just kidding. It's not.
All right, Dr. V, you want to talk about the Healing Circle?
All right, so this started, I don't know, a few years ago of people just telling me, you need to write a book. And eventually I said, okay, I'll write a book. And honestly, it's a combination of very weird stuff together because I thought I was going to talk about some of the discoveries that I've done, especially in the reproductive regenerative medicine arena. So there's some case studies. And then I kept going backwards of trying to explain myself, ended up doing a biography, and at the end realizing that the name of the book was The Healing Circle, because we're all in this together. And as I was going through some of the toughest times in my life, the patients were healing me, you know, that bonding human to human, and you know, they were hugging me and I was hugging them. And next thing you know, we're talking about our shit together and we're healing together. And so this is kind of to them, to all of them, every day, all day. You know, that's my office is my sanitarium. And so I'm sharing this with the world.
Outstanding. I love it. My book is called Healing Through Soul Intelligence. It's my proprietary method that works on the science of bioenergetics, and that's the correlation between your mental and emotional wellness and your physical well-being, and how you can shift those things up and out of the physical so that you can heal completely. So my book literally came out yesterday. It will be available. Yay, I know, just for you guys. It'll be available on Amazon and other booksellers October 24th, but I do have a limited number of copies back there, and I would love to be able to share with you. I'm also going to be doing a soul intelligence session and meditation on Sunday morning. So if you want to experience the method, I'm happy to share that with you as well. So I also want to thank Jamie Dorley for giving us the opportunity to be able to share our books here and intertwine all of our ways of healing. So thank you. All right, we shall see you in the back, and now it's party time. Let's roll.